Imagine you are a literal god. You fly on swords, you throw fireballs, and you descend onto a mortal city to do some casual genocide. But instead of screaming peasants, you are greeted by a massive coordinated rocket barrage that blows you straight out of the sky. This is Lifon. And to understand how this absolute menace turned a classic fantasy cultivation story into a tower defense game, we need to go back to the beginning. Welcome to Xuan City, the beating heart of the great Xuan Empire, where this old man is currently living the absolute high life. This is Lifon, the Grand Preceptor, and today is his 50th birthday. He's got the wine flowing, the entire court literally face-planting on the floor to worship him, and he's reminiscing about how he transmigrated 50 years ago as a pathetic broke scholar. Honestly, looking at this setup, he's thinking he has officially beaten the game of life. But right as the dancers are mid-step, a guard runs in screaming about a blazing fire falling from the heavens. Lifon steps out onto the balcony, probably annoyed his party is being ruined, only to see the sky literally ripping itself apart in a massive vortex of purple and gold energy. Floating right in the middle of it are two guys wearing hairspray model robes. The guests immediately drop to their knees, crying about immortal masters bringing good luck. But Lifon is staring at them like he just saw a tax collector at his door. Up in the clouds, the guy in the purple robes, Dao Xuanzi, is demanding a legendary golden core technique, while the buff guy covered in fire, Ko Hong, basically tells him to screw off because he's been stuck at the foundation level for a century. Realizing he's outmatched, Ko Hong looks down at the city and decides to use the mortal population as a human shield. Xuanzi doesn't even blink at the threat, charging up a giant purple sword of doom and pointing it straight down at the city below. Ko Hong unleashes a massive fire dragon, and when the two attacks collide, it triggers a magical nuclear explosion. The entire capital city is vaporized in a single panel. Lifon doesn't even have time to curse before the palace roof collapses. A few moments later, he wakes up pinned under several tons of solid stone. He looks to his side and sees his wife and children lying dead in the dirt. Talk about a terrible birthday present. Now, wait a minute. Did your screen just glitch? Nope. The artist is literally repeating the exact same sequence of panels showing the wine pouring, the grand feast, and the entire court bowing. But this isn't a budget-saving mistake. This is Lifon's brain flashing back through his peak moments as his life fades away. Back in the reality of the ruins, he pulls himself out of the rubble, coughing up blood. The entire prosperous city has been reduced to a literal hell of fire and ash. And all of this tragedy was caused by two random magical dudes having a domestic dispute in the sky. Lifon starts laughing hysterically, spitting blood onto the concrete. See, during his 50 years of absolute power, he sent ships to the frozen seas and armies to the mountains searching for any trace of the immortal path, only to find absolutely nothing. And now, right when he accepted his mortality, the real deal showed up just to step on him like a bug. But Lifon isn't dying today. He channels his remaining energy and activates his literal cheat code, Huanzhen, a legendary soul-bound treasure. A blue system screen pops up, asking if he wants to virtualize his reality and reset back to the starting point. We find out this is actually his second life. In his first life, he was a failed scholar who became a basic merchant, married a normal wife, and only awakened this time-traveling system on his deathbed. Before he resets this second run, he writes a final imperial decree to his garrison, ordering them to occupy the ruined capital and hunt down any clues about those two cultivators. A few months pass, and the ruins of Xuanjing slowly start to show some life again. But when the scouts return reporting absolutely zero traces of the magic duo, Lifon realizes there's no point in lingering in this ruined timeline anymore. He triggers the system. His old body dissolves, and his soul is pulled into a digital void surrounded by floating screens of his memories. He looks at the images of the two cultivators who ruined his life, vowing that in his next run, he isn't playing politics, he's going to hunt the gods. Loop 3 starts, and our guy is back to being a handsome 20-year-old. His aunt immediately tries to feed him weird witch doctor medicine, which he gracefully dodges. What follows is a high-speed montage of Lifon absolutely speedrunning his life. Year 2, he passes the exams. Year 3, he manufactures black powder and matchlock guns. Year 5, he saves a local prince from a rebel army. Year 6, he gets married. Year 7, his son is born. Year 10, the princess has an heir. Year 15, the emperor dies, and Lifon gets promoted to vice minister of war. Year 18, he crushes a rebellion and becomes the grand tutor. Year 20, he clears the empress's name from a witchcraft plot, and by year 25, someone snitches that he's visiting her privately. The emperor is assassinated, the crown prince takes the throne, and things are looking great until year 30, where Li Fan has accumulated so much power that the peasants don't even know the emperor's name, they only know him. Year 31. The Empress Dowager mysteriously gives birth to his secret son. But time is a cruel bastard. By year 50, his family has died of old age, the two cultivators arrive right on schedule, destroy the city again, and Li Fan barely escapes with his life. The simulation ends, and the blue system screen presents him with 4 options to carry over. He can keep an item, keep his cultivation level, keep someone else's memory, or forgo everything to charge the system faster. Since he doesn't have any magical items or actual cultivation yet, and handing decades of memories to a mortal would probably melt their brain, he realizes the autosave shield of the system is his only real lifesaver. So, he chooses option 4, full speed ahead on charging the system. His stat block shows up. He's lived for 166 years across 3 lifetimes, and his mental capacity is stretching. He feels the crushing weight of time pressing down on his brain, a literal mental erosion. But he shakes it off. If he wants to survive year 50, he has to steal the secrets of cultivation from those 2 flying jerks. He remembers Ko Hong mentioning immortal mortal miasma and realizes gunpowder might not be enough. He also recalls they supposedly came from the eastern abyssal ruins, so that's where he needs to look. He wakes up in the bed of the Empress Dowager feeling completely hollow. When you've achieved peak mortal power and slept with royalty multiple times, luxury starts to taste like chewing wax. But the memory of those flying gods keeps his ambition burning. He clenches his fist, blue energy swirling around his fingers. He wants eternal life, and he's going to get it. Loop 4 begins. This time, with 3 lifetimes of experience, he scores a triple first in the imperial exams, making his name famous overnight. He requests to serve in a small county, easily taking control of the local government and placing his trusted old allies in key positions. Then, he plays the most devious political move in history. He finds a perfect body double for the Prince of Longya, stages a rebel attack, assassinates the real prince, and replaces him with the double. But it gets wilder. To ensure the prince's lineage is actually his, he sneaks into the princess's bridal chambers himself. Yes, he literally cuckolded a fake prince with his own body double's wife to secure his bloodline. By year 15, the emperor is sick, and Li Fan marches into the capital taking absolute control of the court. By year 20, he puts his own biological bastard son on the throne, naming himself Grand Tutor with absolute shadow control over the empire. Cut to year 35. Li Fan is standing on his balcony when a dark-robed spy drops down to report. The spy reveals that the thick mist over the abyssal ruins clears up for just half a day every 15 years. Using telescopes, they saw a massive, majestic city floating in the sky, surrounded by rare beasts and glowing lights. Li Fan's eyes light up. He asks if they found a way down into the abyss, but the spy bows, explaining that a sudden, violent astral wind shreds anything and anyone that tries to descend. Li Fan walks away, processing this new hurdle. He looks up at the full moon, realizing he still has to wait for his 2 favorite cultivators to show up. And that brings us right back to year 50. Night falls over Zhuanjing, the sky rips open, and right on cue, Dao Zhuanzi and Ku Hong descend to start their annual duel. But this time, they don't even get to trade words before a massive wall of fire-tipped rockets shoots up from the city streets. Ko Hong is forced to throw up a barrier, absolutely losing his mind as he screams, "Who dares launch a sneak attack?" This is Dao Zhuanzi, looking like he just stepped out of a shampoo commercial and onto a giant floating sword. But our guy Li Fan didn't spend 50 years building a military-industrial complex just to watch a runway show. Open fire. Ko Hong catches the bullets in midair, looking deeply offended that someone tried to end his 200-year life with basic lead. He physically grabs one of the rifles and melts it with fire mana, completely unimpressed by mortal technology. To him, this is just expensive scrap metal. He flies up, fully ready to turn the entire city into a barbecue. He calls out his main move. A massive fire dragon sweeps down, threatening to vaporize everything. The impact blows the street to pieces, but when the smoke clears, Ku Hong looks like he just saw a ghost. His ultimate attack barely did anything. The mortal soldiers are still standing, looking slightly dusty, but otherwise completely fine. Dao Zhuanzi drops the bad news. Those bullets weren't just metal, they were coated in mortal blood and toxic miasma. Every shot that hit their mana shields was actively rotting their cultivation base. Realizing they're playing against a hacker, they decide to dip. But Li Fan's voice booms across the ruins, dropping a massive bait. The whole world is about to find out. They have the core formation secret. Before they can even process the blackmail, a second wave of rockets climbs the sky. Ko Hong tries to blast them down, but Dao Zhuanzi realizes these aren't normal missiles. The red explosions fill the sky with concentrated miasma. It is a literal chemical rain of god-killing poison. And just like that, the two high and mighty immortals are face down in the mud, surrounded by bayonets. The soldiers politely ask them to surrender. Dao Zhuanzi laughs. Surrender to insects? Never. Ko Hong, knowing his body is completely cooked, hands his storage ring to his brother and tells him to run. With his final breath, his soul leaves his body. The remnant energy condenses, revealing his foundational treasure, the Chu Dragon Branch. He spent 2 centuries cultivating, only to die in a trap set by a mortal who doesn't even have spiritual roots. His life is over, and his power returns to the world. Li Fan watches from the shadows, realizing something went wrong. The miasma was too lethal. He wanted a living captive, not a corpse. Dao Zhuanzi pulls himself up, completely done with being reasonable. His eyes glow with absolute suicidal rage. To him, his brother dying to mortal tricks is the ultimate disrespect. He floats into the air, ready to show them what a peak cultivator can actually do when they stop caring about survival. He reaches for the sky, triggering his ultimate foundation. A colossal stone broadsword splits the clouds. The absolute pressure of the descending blade tears the city apart in a single blinding flash. Li Fan doesn't even try to dodge. He just presses the big red reset button. He wakes up back in his 20-year-old body, gasping for air. He realizes that a direct head-on fight against a peak cultivator is basically suicide, even with 50 years of prep. But he also learns something critical from that run. The bond between those two immortals is real. If their friendship was that strong, the outside world must be a brutal place where trust is a luxury. Instead of fighting both next time, he needs to play them against each other and recruit one. He checks his stats. Mental age limit is creeping up to over 1,000 years. Time is ticking. We skip ahead to year 35 of this new run. Li Fan stands at the edge of the abyssal ruins. The massive white fog begins to erupt, shooting up like an upside-down waterfall into the sky. He waits for the storm to clear, pulls out his telescope and peers into the dark depths. But instead of finding ancient treasures or cities, he sees 4 words carved into the stone. The path of immortality is dead. The entire cultivation world is a lie. We are at year 15. The exact same battle, but this time, the setup is totally different. Ko Hong arrives, but instead of fighting Dao Zhuanzi, he is instantly ambushed by mortal troops. The bullets hit his shield, and he immediately feels the sting of the god-killing miasma. He looks up and sees the troops are carrying Dao Zhuanzi's banner. Dao Zhuanzi is floating nearby, completely lost. He has no idea who these mortals are. The mortal commander screams up, accusing Dao Zhuanzi of betraying their secret deal to steal Ko Hong's core technique. Ko Hong's trust instantly shatters. To him, this confirms Dao Zhuanzi was a snake all along. Dao Zhuanzi tries to locate the commander to shut him up, blasting the sniper tower to splinters. But instead of a dead commander, a weird wooden device floats out of the wreckage. It's playing a pre-recorded voice message of Dao Zhuanzi's voice plotting the betrayal. Dao Zhuanzi destroys the recorder, but the damage is already done. Ko Hong is done talking. He wraps himself in flames, ready to kill his former brother. He unleashes his signature fire dragon at point-blank range. The sky turns into a furnace. Dao Zhuanzi draws his purple sword, clashing directly with the flaming beast. Below them, Li Fan's troops keep firing rockets, perfectly keeping the pressure on Dao Zhuanzi. Ko Hong laughs, thinking justice is finally catching up to his betrayer. Dao Zhuanzi screams in frustration, completely unable to clear his name. Ko Hong prepares a new technique, trapping Dao Zhuanzi inside a massive cage of golden fire. Dao Zhuanzi roars, forcing his energy to the absolute limit, shattering the cage in a massive shockwave. He calls down his giant stone blade to end this. Ko Hong counters by turning his staff into a colossus. The two massive forces collide, shaking the entire city. But the mortal troops keep spamming rockets from the sidelines, and with one final blast, Dao Zhuanzi's defense crumbles, and he is blown to pieces. But Ko Hong didn't win. The strain on his dying body causes his foundation to collapse, and wooden branches begin tearing through his chest. The giant stone sword crumbles into dust. As Ko Hong gasps on the ground, an old man with silver hair and a staff steps out of the ranks. It's old Li Fan, acting like a humble mortal leader just trying to protect his people. Ko Hong is furious. Realizing this old man was the puppet master behind the recording, Li Fan plays dumb, kneeling and begging for mercy for his helpless clan. Ko Hong sighs. He's too tired and too close to death to care about revenge. He admits that Dao Xuanzi's promise to save the mortals was a lie anyway. Leaving this place is practically impossible. Li Fan fakes utter despair, asking if there's really no way to escape. Ko Hong confirms it. Li Fan takes him to an underground bunker, offering him tea and acting like a desperate student. Ko Hong explains that only a golden core master could protect a mortal through the severing formation. To a Foundation establishment cultivator, it's a suicide mission. He tells Li Fan to just enjoy being a king in this little sandbox. Why worry about the outside? Li Fan asks if his kids could cultivate their way out if they worked hard enough. Ko Hong bursts out laughing. He explains that this land has zero spiritual energy, and the mortals here are permanently contaminated by miasma. Even if the great Tao was sitting right in front of them, they could never touch it. He finishes his tea and gets up to leave, thinking he's done with this mortal. He walks toward the exit, but suddenly, the air in the room turns deep red. The doors slam shut as concentrated miasma floods the sealed chamber. Old Li Fan stands outside, staring through the glass with eyes colder than ice. Thousands of years ago, what we call the immortal mortal miasma was actually a bizarre, mutating plague that infected cultivators. The cultivators blamed the mortals and started a massive campaign of slaughter to cleanse the planet. But the plague mutated, feeding off spiritual energy and spreading even faster every time a cultivator died. So the survivors pivoted to a brand new strategy, the Great Migration Plan. They packed all the mortals into giant ships, banished them to barren, magic dry pocket dimensions, and sealed the doors. So basically, our entire world is just a massive forgotten quarantine zone, and over time, the trace elements of that plague in the mortals' blood became the barrier that blocks them from ever cultivating. Li Fan finishes reading this ancient document, and the reality of his situation starts to set in. There are barely any cultivators willing to risk entering this toxic wasteland, and at 70 years old, with only 16 years left on his biological clock, his chances of running into another god are practically zero. The thought of being trapped in an infinite loop of mortal old age makes his blood run cold. So he marches back into the dungeon to confront his only lead. Ko Hong is chained to the floor, looking like a discarded boss fight, and mockingly asks him if he's still chasing fairy tales. But Li Fan doesn't flinch. He looks him dead in the eye and asks if he wants his cultivation back. Ko Hong calls him a treacherous snake, but you can see the desperate hope in his eyes. Li Fan plays him like a violin, asking if he'd rather rot in this damp cell or take one last shot at survival. Ko Hong cracks and reveals that the ancient cultivators used massive flying arcs to move the population. But those ships became incredibly rare after a massive world-ending cataclysm befell the heavens. Li Fan asks if he's talking about the plague, but Ko Hong shakes his head. No, the plague was just a side effect. The real disaster was the fundamental collapse of cultivation itself. Remember how the Golden Core secret can only have one master? It turns out that rule applies to everything now. In the modern era, no two people can cultivate the exact same technique at the same time without losing all efficiency. In ancient times, sects were massive, and disciples would openly share and practice together. But one day, the system glitched, and they discovered that the more people practicing a method, the slower it worked for everyone. Imagine finding out your magic school is a massive pyramid scheme where you literally have to uninstall your classmates to level up. Since you can sense the location of anyone running the same code, the entire cultivation world turned into a battle royale overnight. So today, modern cultivators only have a couple of terrible options. Option 1 is the Myriad Immortals Alliance, a giant corporate gig economy where you trade tasks for tiny, incomplete fragments of manuals. Option 2 is the Five Elders Council, which is basically signing your soul away to a cosmic government contract. Li Fan notes that this doesn't sound like methods are scarce, just incredibly controlled. Ko Hong confirms they are all heavily modified fragments designed to cap your progress, so you are forced to constantly change techniques. Li Fan is horrified. Starting over from scratch at every single major realm sounds like a complete nightmare. But Ko Hong reveals they use a specific cheat sheet called the Supreme Primordial True Scripture. It's not a cultivation method, but a secret patch that allows a cultivator to reset their level to 0 without losing their progress. Li Fan realizes this is an incredibly sinister system designed to keep the entire population weak and compliant. Then Kuhong drops the ultimate bomb. The scroll he stole from Dao Xuanzi wasn't just a core formation method. It's a legendary, pristine, true method that leads straight to the nascent soul realm without any restrictions. He also mentions a rumor that some mortals have secretly escaped this world over the millennia, though nobody has proof. That's all Li Fan needs to hear. A single sliver of hope is more than enough for him. Kuhong looks at him, absolutely baffled by the sheer audacity of this old man. Li Fan offers him a binding deal: help me find a path to the outside world, and I will set you free. Take you with me and return your stolen nascent soul scroll. Kuhong's eyes go wide, realizing this crazy old man might actually be his only ticket home. He screams his agreement, completely hooked by the deal. With a cultivator on his payroll, Li Fan unleashes the full power of his state empire, gathering historical records from every corner of the world. He mobilizes a massive army to excavate ancient tombs on an industrial scale, brutally silencing any political opposition. But 16 years flash by in the blink of an eye, and Li Fan is still standing in his underground vault with absolutely nothing to show for it. His final days are here, his body trembling like a candle flickering in a storm. Before he lets this loop end, he opens Kuhong's storage ring to inspect his prize. The Nascent Soul Scroll, Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, floats in front of him, mocking his lack of divine sense. He also pulls out Dao Xuanzi's rusted sword, which has lost all its magic since its master's death. But as his hand touches the blade, a brilliant blue notification screen pops up out of nowhere, offering to recharge his system using the damaged sword, where our guy is about to unlock a massive system upgrade. He immediately clicks yes, sacrificing the rusted sword to the system. The blade dissolves into light, and the screen reveals his anchor charge progress is now at 1%. The system explains that if he hits 100%, he'll unlock a second anchor point, allowing him to save and load from multiple timelines. He clutches his staff, realizing that if he can just escape this mortal prison, the cultivation world is packed with magic garbage he can feed to his system. He grabs the remaining spirit stones from the ring, takes a deep breath, and decides it's time to pull the plug on this run. He triggers his truth returning system, and the familiar blue menu of options materializes before him. He selects option 1 to carry over a physical item. The contents of the storage ring explode into the air as the system filters the data. He can only save one thing, so he grabs the legendary Nascent Soul Cultivation Scroll. He wakes up back in his 20-year-old body, and sure enough, the system has permanently bound the scroll to his soul. A slow, devious grin spreads across his face. In his last run, digging up tombs late in life caused massive political drama. But this time, he has a full 50 years ahead of him to brainwash the entire world into doing his dirty work from day one. By year 5, a mysterious ancient seeking school emerges, presenting legendary lost texts to the royal court. In year 6, the emperor falls deadly ill, and the school conveniently saves his life with a miraculous ancient elixir, making archaeology highly prestigious overnight. By year 11, a massive squad of tomb raiders is arrested in the forest. Instead of executing them, Prefect Li Fan arranges for them to be enslaved and sent to the capital specifically to dig up historical sites. By year 15, the desperate emperor sends 100,000 imperial troops to excavate the entire country, and when he dies, he hands the throne to Li Fan's puppet. By year 23, they piece together the history of an ancient magical dynasty called the Qi dynasty, and Li Fan offers a royal title to anyone who finds their graves. In year 25, they finally locate the tomb of the first Qi emperor, and Li Fan leads his personal guard into the dark stone depths. They walk down a massive corridor lined with ancient, vividly colored murals that have survived 1,000 years. They emerge into a gargantuan burial chamber, where tens of thousands of glowing pearls line the ceiling to mimic a starry sky above a permanent sea of clouds. Invisible magical paths connect the mountain peaks, and the soldiers look around in absolute awe. At the highest peak sits a humble thatch hut, but as they get closer, they realize the straw is actually woven from solid gold thread. Li Fan orders his men to open the door, confident that this hut is the emperor's final resting place. The doors creak open, and the torches illuminate a dusty interior. But when Li Fan looks inside, his face completely drops. There is no legendary immortal king here, just a simple wooden tablet that reads Tomb of Yi Xing, outer disciple of the Taihang sect. This legendary emperor was literally just a low-level, banished intern who was sent here to act as a prison warden. Even on his deathbed, he identified as a lowly disciple rather than a ruler, which means there is a much larger story hidden behind the Great Migration. But Li Fan doesn't care about the history, he just wants to know if the flying ship used to migrate the mortals is still here. They dig up the surrounding graves for days, and a scout finally reports a burial list that specifically mentions a flying ark. But then comes the devastating blow. That specific chamber was looted by grave robbers over 1,000 years ago. The scout trembles as the silence in the room turns absolutely suffocating. Li Fan completely loses his composure, screaming in rage and smashing the wooden table to splinters. Every single time he gets close to a breakthrough, the universe pulls the rug out from under him. He pants in the wrecked office, surrounded by ruined scrolls, trying to force his racing mind to calm down. He immediately declares a massive bounty, offering a lordship and 1,000 households to anyone who finds a single clue about the missing ship. 10 more years of silence pass, bringing us to year 35. Suddenly, a scout drops to one knee with urgent news from a recent excavation. A group of workers dug up an ordinary grave and were instantly blasted by a mysterious blue energy force field, suffering heavy casualties. A wicked grin returns to Li Fan's face as he commands them to pack up their barrels of toxic miasma. The troops throw the buckets of blood and miasma directly at the ancient magical barrier. The god-killing poison instantly corrodes the energy shield, shattering it like glass. Li Fan marches his troops inside, telling them to report the second they find anything resembling a boat. A moment later, a scout calls out from the darkness, his voice echoing with excitement. Li Fan runs down the dark stone corridor, his heart pounding in his chest. And there, floating in a brilliant beam of mystical white light, is a small, perfectly preserved wooden boat. It turns out this tiny wooden carving is actually the legendary escape vehicle he has been hunting for decades. According to the carvings on the wall, the tomb belongs to an ancient cultivator named Qian Hong. This poor guy got chased into this mortal prison 3,000 years ago and slowly starved to death when his magic batteries ran out. He spent his entire life trying to fix this damaged ship, only to realize he didn't have the crafting skills to repair the engine. He left a note saying future adventurers could take one of his treasures if they tidied up his grave. The first item is a celestial stele fragment, but Li Fan's toxic gas completely ruined its magical properties. The second items are 2 cultivation manuals, but when Li Fan checks them, his system shows they already have active users. This immediately triggers his gamer instincts because these items shouldn't be active after 3,000 years. He realizes this is a massive trap set by the cosmic corporations of the cultivation world. The sects are basically running an online digital library where they recycle dead users' accounts. Whenever a player dies, their manual is put back on the store shelf for the next sucker to buy. The level of capitalism in the afterlife is honestly impressive. But the third item is the golden ticket, the damaged Taihang arc. Li Fan can't fix it himself, but he knows 2 high-level mechanics who are scheduled to arrive in exactly 15 years. We skip ahead to year 50, right on schedule as the 2 fighting cultivators descend from the sky. They are screaming and throwing elements at each other like it's a standard rank lobby, but before they can start their usual city-leveling duel, a booming voice interrupts them from below. Li Fan steps out in his full silver-haired majesty, looking like a raid boss who has been waiting for them to finish their cutscene. He casually invites them inside his palace for some tea and a chat. He raises a glass and tells them his ancestor predicted their exact arrival date thousands of years ago. Ko Hong looks completely baffled by this old man's confidence. Our guy introduces himself as Li Fan, playing the role of a humble clan leader. Dao Xuanzi is immediately suspicious because predicting the future 1,000 years in advance is physically impossible. He points out that even the most powerful diviners in their world can't see past next Tuesday, but Li Fan drops a massive name, the Taiyan sect. Ko Hong's jaw drops because that legendary sect was famous for having a literal cheat code for predicting the future. Li Fan lets out a slow, dramatic sigh, letting his acting skills do the heavy lifting. He tells them his ancestor was a high-ranking member of that exact sect. He explains that his ancestor chose to lead the mortal migration to save his family from the Great Cataclysm, choosing to die as a mortal. Dao Xuanzi asks why he's sharing this family secret with 2 random intruders. Li Fan explains that the prophecy said they are the keys to repairing his family's damaged escape ship. The cultivators laugh, explaining that in the outside world, people murder their own brothers for a basic cultivation manual. They suggest that a mortal clan holding a legendary treasure is basically begging to be deleted, but Li Fan slam dunks a scroll on the table, claiming his family possesses a method that leads directly to the golden core stage. Both of them instantly forget about fighting each other, their eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated greed. Li Fan explains that his ancestors' calculations predicted a swordmaster and a crafting expert would arrive to help them escape. Ko Hong proudly admits that his secondary class is precisely artifact refinement, while Dao Xuanzi is a sword main. Li Fan offers them a tour of the vault to prove he's not bluffing. Dao Xuanzi pulls Ko Hong back, warning him to behave because this mortal might have trap cards. Ko Hong agrees to play nice, at least until they see the loot. Li Fan leads them deep into a dark, rocky cavern. Dao Xuanzi's senses immediately alert him to something dangerous ahead. He stops cold as he spots a cloud of toxic red smoke, the immortal mortal miasma. Li Fan explains he has to keep the vault heavily secured to prevent unwanted guests from stealing the family heirloom. He pulls out the real prize from the toxic fog. It's the Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden chapter, a pristine nascent soul method with 0 active users. Dao Xuanzi looks like he just saw a god, his entire body trembling at the sight of a forbidden S-tier scroll. Li Fan smirks internally because his legendary acting skills have worked flawlessly. He tells them he only claimed it was a golden core method earlier to avoid Ko Hong having malicious thoughts. Dao Xuanzi is deeply impressed by his strategy and promises Ko Hong will work overtime to repair the ship. Li Fan laughs, acting like a generous host who is completely at their mercy. But as soon as they step outside, Dao Xuanzi tells Ko Hong about the nascent soul method, and Ko Hong immediately decides that robbing this helpless old man is the best business decision he'll ever make. Ko Hong is fully ready to raid the palace, but Dao Xuanzi slaps him with some common sense. He points out that if Li Fan really has the art of deduction, he probably knows their search history and has set up a dead man's switch. The next day, Li Fan hands over the tiny wooden boat, and Ko Hong looks at it like a kid on Christmas. It takes them a full year of constant labor to repair the spatial engine of the tiny ship. They present the fully repaired core to Li Fan, proud of their hard work. Ko Hong explains that the ship can grow from 10 meters to a massive 1,000-meter carrier. But he mentions that piloting it requires a high-level mental network, which a mortal physically doesn't possess. He offers to steer it for him, but Li Fan casually waves his hand and activates the ship's massive golden energy field himself. Ko Hong's face turns pale as he realizes this mortal has been hiding boss-level mental power this entire time. Li Fan just laughs it off as a minor family trick, playing the humble old man card to perfection. He tells them everything is ready for their departure. 3 days later, the two cultivators come to bid him farewell before their power drains completely. Ko Hong throws him a map of the exit route, telling him to look him up in the outside world if he survives. They transform into 2 streaks of light and shoot up into the sky. As they fly away, Ko Hong remarks that Li Fan was a cool guy, but his biological clock is going to run out in a few years anyway. Dao Xuanzi sighs, reflecting on how brutal the pursuit of longevity is for both immortals and mortals. Ko Hong asks which manual Li Fan gave him, hoping they aren't about to become rival players in the same class. Dao Xuanzi promises that once he breaks through to the Golden Core stage, he'll fulfill his promises to Ko Hong. They dive headfirst into the abyssal ruins to begin their escape. Ko Hong laughs, completely fearless as he charges into the dark clouds. Meanwhile, back with Li Fan, he stands in the cockpit of his newly repaired flagship. He is 71 years old, and waiting 14 years for the fog to clear means he'll be dead of old age before he can launch. So he decides to run a live test of the planetary defense system today. The giant wooden ship roars to life, launching straight down into the black abyss. It hits the dense fog, and the entire hull begins to vibrate violently. He enters the astral wind layer where blades of compressed air threaten to shred the ship to pieces. But thanks to the defensive arrays, the ship pushes through the storm after 30 minutes of pure stress. The vibrations stop, replaced by a blinding, glorious light. And just like that, he successfully escapes the mortal prison and reaches the cultivation world. In just 100 years, he forms his golden core, ascends to the immortal realm, and becomes the absolute ruler of the heavens. He shatters the sky, climbs to the god realm, spends 10,000 years working his way up, and becomes the ultimate god king. But suddenly, his vision spins violently, and he finds himself staring at the floor. It was all a giant simulated hallucination from the barrier's defense system. He was completely unconscious while the ship automatically steered itself out of the illusion layer. He looks out the window and realizes they've reached the 3rd layer of the barrier. The ship's autopilot successfully rescued him from the mental loop. He decides to let the ship do all the steering while he just acts as the engine's battery. The ship accelerates forward, following the ancient autopilot route. They dive straight through the fourth layer, which is a literal wall of flowing fire. Li Fan realizes the ancient builders left a backdoor program in the ship's code specifically to guide mortals home. They plunge through the freezing ice of the fifth layer and dodge the massive purple lightning bolts of the sixth layer. Finally, they arrive at the seventh and final layer, pure, empty darkness. Li Fan gets incredibly excited, realizing 6 lifetimes of struggle are about to pay off. But as they approach the exit, a giant terrifying maw opens up in the dark and swallows the ship whole. He manually triggers the reset button, waking up back in his 20-year-old body drenched in sweat. He realizes that escape is possible, but that giant shadow beast is a major problem he needs to solve. For his 7th life, he returns to the ancient tomb at year 4. This time, he slowly corrodes the barrier so he can preserve the halting steel. He consumes the intact stone, boosting his system's anchor charge progress by 25%. He seals up the tomb and travels to the abyssal ruins in year 5. He stands at the edge of the cliff, looking down into the swirling mist. The clouds are thick, but he knows exactly what lies below. He has the fully repaired flying ship saved in his system memory. His eyes glow with absolute determination as he stares into the dark. He decides he is done waiting 15 years for the fog to clear. He's going to launch a solo escape attempt right now, and if that giant monster wants a fight, our guy is going to give it one. Where our guy is currently staring at the exit door with a massive boss monster blocking the way. We start Chapter 9 with Li Fan standing on the edge of the abyss, fully prepared to jump back into the meat grinder. He leaps into the pit, and a massive beam of light erupts from the depths. But as he descends, those creepy red letters on the wall start flickering again like a broken neon sign at a cheap motel. He barely pulls himself back, realizing some weird psychic voice was trying to trick him into jumping without his ship. 15 years later, his save state is fully charged, so he launches the ship and easily clears the first 5 layers of the barrier. He stops just above the pitch-black darkness layer, watching the thunderstorm fade. He fires a high-intensity light flare into the dark to scan the area for the monster. He finds absolutely nothing, but the moment he accelerates, a massive set of jaws instantly swallows the ship. He realizes this giant fish has a very personal grudge against mortals. He triggers the engines to full reverse, barely slipping out of the beast's throat. He guns it back up into the thunder layer like a high-speed elevator. The giant fish stops at the border of the dark zone, refusing to cross into the light. Using the lightning flashes as a flashlight, Li Fan finally gets a clear look at his neighbor. And let's be real, this thing looks like a whale that survived on a diet of pure nightmares and radioactive waste. He realizes that no matter where he steers, this massive leviathan always knows his exact coordinates. Over the next 15 years, he tries to brute force his way through the dark layer dozens of times, getting eaten in new and creative ways. By year 35, he notices the whale is slightly delayed when the white mist recedes. He decides to go for a speed run, pushing the engines past the red line. He flies down, ignoring the engine warnings, trying to cross the finish line before the whale wakes up. But the whale turns out to be a massive speed trap camera with teeth. It swallows him again. He sighs and hits the reset button once more. He wakes up back at age 20, but his system screen shows his mental age limit didn't increase this time. He has officially hit the level cap of his soul, leaving him with 700 years of playtime before his brain turns to mush. In Loop 8, he goes back to the ancient tomb to absorb the stale. His save state progress hits 51%. But 50% is basically a failing grade when you're dealing with a void monster, so he has to wait. In year 20 and year 35, he tries to pilot the ship past the whale again and fails miserably. By year 50, his physical body is too old to handle the high G maneuvers, so he decides to consult some local experts. He sets up the same old dual interruption trick, feeling a weird sense of nostalgia as they shout their dialogue. He gets them drunk on imperial wine and pulls out a highly detailed sketch of his favorite sea monster. He lies and says his ancestors told him to watch out for this specific fish in the dark. Ko Hong is completely flabbergasted, wondering how he missed a giant multi-story whale during his own escape. Dao Zhuanzi's eyes narrow as he studies the drawing, realizing what this creature actually is. He explains that it's a rift-splitting whale, an extinct summon from the ancient beast taming sect. Ku Hong suddenly remembers reading about this S-rank summon in his history classes. Li Fan asks how to bypass its AI, but they tell him the developers of that monster went extinct thousands of years ago. Li Fan sighs, realizing that if you want a job done right, you really have to do it yourself. He hands them the core method, sends them away, and resets for his 9th life. He tries again and again, but by year 65, his 85-year-old body is nearing its absolute limit. He decides to try something completely stupid. He lets go of the steering wheel. He turns off the engines, lets the ship drop, and decides to let the current take him. The ship slowly drifts through the fire, the ice, and the thunderstorms, floating like a leaf in the wind. He enters the dark layer, holding his breath as the shadow looms. The giant whale emerges from the dark, its massive eye gliding right past the ship. And it just keeps swimming. It completely ignores them. Li Fan is stunned, wondering why the monster's aggro range suddenly shrunk to 0, and then he figures out the mechanic. The whale is completely blind and only senses changes in velocity. It ignores anything moving at a perfectly constant speed. Li Fan starts laughing like a maniac because he just solved the most annoying puzzle in the game. The ship drifts peacefully past the giant jaws and crosses the border into the next realm. The spatial pressure is so intense that his nose and eyes start bleeding, but he doesn't even notice. He looks back at the barrier from his new vantage point, expecting a scenic view. Instead, he sees a sight that is going to keep him awake at night. It's not just one whale. There are thousands of them swimming in a massive coordinated school. They are actively carving out giant chunks of empty space from the void, and his entire hometown is just one of many tiny, isolated spheres floating in a giant cosmic aquarium, where our guy finally reaches the promised land, only to realize he needs to start grinding all over again. The ship shoots out of the spatial rift like a cannonball. He sees a breathtaking new world filled with floating mountains and lush green forests. Li Fan, bleeding out from every orifice, smiles like a proud gamer who finally reached the ending screen. He takes one last look at the sky and passes away, satisfied that this loop wasn't in vain. He triggers the save state and wakes up back in his 20-year-old body. He checks his menu, planning to speed up the charge progress, but he notices the halting steel fragment is available for extraction, and his inner scientist decides to run an experiment. In his 10th life, he goes back to the ancient tomb in year 3. He pulls the duplicated stele out of his inventory, and a weird reaction occurs. Since the universe can't handle 2 identical unique items, the copy automatically fuses with the original, doubling the strength of the barrier. He breaks in anyway and notices the stele looks much cleaner and more refined after the fusion. He stores the upgraded relic in his ship, saving it as a massive fuel battery for his next trip. By year 20, he realizes he needs money to deal with people in the new world, so he arrests every corrupt landlord and steals their gold. When the politicians protest his massive grain taxes, he casually expands his ship to its maximum size, hovering it directly over the capital. The sight of a 1,000-meter flying dreadnought instantly cures all corruption, and the officials eagerly start loading the grain. They fill the cargo bay to the brim, turning his escape ship into a flying warehouse. With his inventory packed with gold and food, he flies back to the abyss and sets the autopilot to a constant speed. The spatial transition is still painful, but he's starting to get used to the headache. He pops out on the other side, expecting a welcoming committee. Instead, he finds himself floating in the middle of a massive empty blue ocean. He checks the map Ko Hong drew for him, but this specific sea isn't even on it. He sails in one direction for a full week without seeing a single piece of land or another human being. By day 10, his ship is running low on fuel, but he spots a sinking vessel in the distance. He pulls out his telescope to inspect the wreckage, and the view leaves him speechless. It's a large transport ship that got blasted by a sea monster, leaving dozens of wealthy passengers drowning in the water. A young noble in the water tells everyone to stay calm because he already sent a distress signal to his immortal master. Li Fan hears this and realizes this is his perfect ticket into the local society. He immediately packs his giant ship back into his pocket inventory and dives into the freezing ocean. He swims over and blends in with the drowning crowd, acting like a helpless, gasping victim. Suddenly, a booming voice commands everyone to shut up, and a masked cultivator floats down from the clouds. He looks like a classic high-level player who is completely annoyed that he had to answer a support ticket. Li Fan tries to speak, but realizes his vocal cords are locked by some high-tier silence magic. The cultivator casually raises his hand, and the entire giant sinking ship is lifted completely out of the water like a toy. The massive hole in the hull is repaired in an instant by a wave of green light. He sweeps his sleeve, and all the drowning people are dropped back onto the wooden deck with a gust of wind. The masked cultivator lands on the ship, demanding to know who used the emergency signal. The passengers immediately drop to their knees, trembling under his aura. A young noble named Su Chengyu steps forward and bows, taking responsibility. The cultivator reminds him of the contract. Once they land, they have no association, and he will deny ever meeting them. Su Chengyu kowtows, confirming he understands the rules. The cultivator casts another spell, and the ship begins moving across the water at a ridiculous speed. Nobody dares to make a sound, and the ship sails in an eerie, quiet atmosphere. By nightfall, they approach a prosperous island lit up by hundreds of large vessels. But instead of heading toward the main harbor, their ship circles around to a hidden karst cave on the dark side of the island. A group of silent, black-cloaked guards boards the vessel the moment they park. The guards completely ignore the cultivator, treating him like a ghost, and herd the passengers off the ship. They lead them into a massive stone hall, telling them to rest and eat before their registration tomorrow. The young noble from earlier starts whining about how boring cultivation is compared to listening to music in his old palace. He complains that his family spent a fortune to buy him a spot on this smuggling route, only for him to almost drown. Another passenger tells him to shut up, pointing out that everyone in this room paid a massive price to get here. Su Chengyu tells them to be patient. Once they become real cultivators, they can go back and rescue their families. Li Fan listens quietly from the corner, realizing these people are also refugees from other quarantine zones. He is amazed to find out that the mortals in other zones know about the cultivation world and have built a highly organized smuggling network. But before he can process this, a heavy hand suddenly taps his shoulder from behind. He turns around, and a wealthy-looking man asks him which state he's from. We open with a flashback to a world where gods are fought and skies are shattered. But back in the present, a wealthy, chubby refugee is having a minor panic attack. He is remembering the terrifying silver-bearded giant from his nightmares, realizing the quiet guy standing right next to him is a complete monster in disguise. The next morning at dawn, the smuggled refugees are gathered in a dark room. Sun Jiang, their cynical smuggler guide, tells them it is time to get their new IDs. He gives them a friendly warning: keep your mouths shut if you enjoy being alive. Their official lie is simple: they are refugees whose island got deleted by a massive storm. They put on their worst tattered clothes to look the part and head out of the cave. They march through a bustling city to arrive at a massive, heavily guarded manor. A servant leads them through a side entrance, because illegal immigrants do not get the front door. Inside, the hall is packed with hundreds of other wealthy refugees playing the same game. When it is their turn, Sun Jiang approaches the official in charge. This is Steward Zhao, and Sun Jiang immediately whispers that these specific refugees are absolutely loaded. He plays it up, explaining they were the richest families back in the exiled lands. And then, the classic grease for the wheels, a bribe is slipped smoothly into the steward's hand. Steward Zhao acts naturally, talking about how bad the recent sea storms were. He praises the smuggler's dedication and promises him a fat cut of the immortal master's rewards. The registration starts, and everyone is getting processed like cattle. But when Li Fan steps up, Steward Zhao stops and stares at him intensely. He asks for his name: Li Fan. Zhao hands him a glowing green talisman and tells him to place a drop of blood on it. Our guy bites his finger without hesitation. As his blood hits the paper, Zhao tells him to keep this identity talisman safe at all costs. He explains very cordially that it is required for housing, food, and inspections. Sun Zhang is in the back sweating, wondering why this scary official is acting like a polite customer service representative to a random mortal. With their fake papers secured, the group is led to a small courtyard. Now that they are legal, Sun Zhang demands they sign the final contract. Su Chengyu pulls out the document, ready to pay the price. He bites his finger and signs his name in blood. He explains they will sign the permanent contract once they are fully settled. Sun Jiang complains about how annoying it is to deal with people from the exiled lands, claiming he is barely making a profit. He tells them they can claim a free room and basic grain rations for the first year. Su Chengyu immediately asks the burning question: how do they start cultivating? Sun Jiang laughs. He reminds them their bodies are completely saturated with toxic mortal miasma. To even touch spiritual energy, they have to purge every drop of it first. He lists the options. Method 1. The island's body-purifying spirit pool, which cleanses you in 24 hours. The catch? It only opens once every 3 years because the operating costs are astronomical. The next opening is in 2 years, and the competition among local families is fierce. Su Chengyu, desperate, asks for Method 2. Method 2 is cultivating a basic heart-cleansing script and buying cheap pills, which takes about 5 to 6 years. 5 to 6 years of doing nothing but detoxing. Su Changyu's soul is crushed. He asks for the final option. Sun Jiang smiles, and the vibe in the courtyard turns incredibly dark. Our guy has lived hundreds of years, so he already knows nothing in this world is free. Su Changyu asks what test subjects actually means. Sun Jiang explains that local immortal masters are deeply interested in researching mortal miasma. They will drain it out of you in a few months, but the pain is so excruciating most volunteers go completely insane. Su Changyu is horrified, asking if there is really no other way. Sun Jiang tells him that descendants of top-tier cultivators can use ultra-rare heavenly treasures to instantly rebuild their bodies, but even their island lord is too poor for that. He shrugs and tells them to think it over carefully. He acknowledges they all survived a brutal journey across the barrier just to seek the Tao, but then he drops some heavy truth. Most people can never sense spiritual energy anyway, so why not just enjoy being immortal? He advises them to stop chasing an impossible dream, find some hobbies, and live in the moment. Su Changyu clenches his fists so hard they bleed, refusing to accept a lifetime of mediocrity. The crowd disperses. Li Fan takes his registration card and has a local guide show him to his free housing. He is led through a massive slum of tightly packed, walled-in courtyard shacks. The guide hands him a key, tells him he is in row 6, house 7, and leaves. The room is a barren box with a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. Absolute luxury. Our guy lies down on the hard bed, completely unfazed. At least he is officially inside the system. He evaluates the other refugees, noting that besides Su Changyu, they are all weak-willed mediocrities. He starts planning. To get into the exclusive spirit pool, he needs a spot. He has a massive pile of gold inside his miniature ship, so bribing his way in should be easy. But suddenly flashing massive wealth as a broke refugee is a great way to get murdered by local thugs or corrupt guards. He needs a plan to clean the money. Suddenly, sharp footsteps echo outside, followed by a knock. A familiar silhouette appears behind the paper sliding door. It's me. Li Fan does not invite him in. Instead, he instantly draws a razor-sharp dagger, channeling silent focus. He opens the door slightly, staring at his unexpected guest. It is the chubby refugee, who immediately barges in and whispers, "You're not actually from the exiled lands, are you?" He demands to know who Li Fan is and why he snuck onto the island. Li Fan's eyes go cold. "How did you find out?" The chubby guy smugly explains that when their ship sank, he saw Li Fan swim up from deep underwater out of nowhere, and when they gathered at the cave, he realized this guy was never on their passenger list. Li Fan praises his sharp observation. The fat guy lets it go to his head, mocking the other idiots in their group for noticing nothing. Li Fan quietly steps behind him, checking his grip on the hilt. "Are you absolutely sure nobody else knows?" "Of course!" The words barely leave his mouth before Li Fan drives the blade straight through his heart. No monologue, no hesitation. The chubby blackmailer collapses into his own blood. Our guy pulls out a small, glowing blue soul flask, entirely disappointed by the kid's low IQ. A burst of spiritual blue flame erupts, completely dissolving the corpse, the blood, and the clothes into absolute nothingness. Li Fan wipes the floor, noting the irony of an illegal immigrant trying to pull a blackmail scheme on day 1. He realizes that hiding their origin is a massive deal for the local smugglers, meaning nobody will investigate this guy's disappearance. Without a body, there is no crime. Even if they suspect him, they have zero proof. Days pass, and indeed, nobody cares. Su Changyu drops by to ask a quick question, completely oblivious. Li Fan spends his time walking the streets, gathering intelligence on local economics. He learns they are in the Kongyun Sea, a massive ocean territory containing tens of thousands of islands. Liuli Island is famous for its abundance of liuli fish, which occasionally produce highly valuable pearls used by elite cultivators. Catching these fish is the main source of income. The rules are, standard exploitation, you give 70% of your catch to the government and keep 30%, but you need massive boats to go out to sea, and finding the fish requires a special tracking lure owned exclusively by the island lord. Private fishing is strictly outlawed, and the penalty for getting caught is immediate execution. Recently, a local fleet lucked out and salvaged a massive treasure shipwreck, keeping their 30% share. The port is in an uproar, and Steward Keon, the financial boss of the island, came down to personally inspect the gold. This gives Li Fan the perfect money laundering loop. If he can go out to sea alone, he can pull his hidden treasures out of his magical ship and claim he found a shipwreck. But getting a solo boat permit is almost impossible. The island is ruled by 3 powerful stewards. Zhao handles personnel, Qian handles finance, and Zhou handles security. Li Fan remembers how differently Steward Zhao treated him during registration. He decides it is time to pay the old man a private visit. Our guy is currently standing in his younger body looking at his past lives. His target is Steward Zhao, but since he is currently a nobody, he decides to go through Sun Zhang at the Heavenly Treasure Tower. The guard outside immediately tells him to scram, proving that customer service in the cultivation world is non-existent. Li Fan notices these guards are acting a bit too hostile, almost like they were pre-ordered to ignore him. He realizes something must have gone horribly wrong with the other refugees. After asking around, he gets the bad news. Su Changyu actually signed the final contract and volunteered as a miasma test subject. Xiao Heng, the young prince with the red headband, explains that with Su Changyu's signature, the contracts are complete, and the syndicate has washed their hands of them. Now it makes sense. The merchants got their payout, so the refugees are officially useless. Xiao Heng is furious at himself, wishing he could have stopped him from rushing to his doom. He explains that Su Changyu was desperate because his sister is terminally ill. Our guy stays silent, filing that information away. Sun Zhang might be ignoring him, but Li Fan knows the smuggler is just a business-first realist, not a monster. So, he walks right back to the front of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. The guard instantly gets in his face, asking if he has a death wish. Instead of fighting, Li Fan starts shouting at the top of his lungs, accusing the shop of treating paying guests like garbage. The crowd starts whispering. It is a textbook public relations disaster, and the guard has to cave. He is led inside to a private guest room where a maid serves him tea. Li Fan takes a calm sip and praises the quality of the brew. Sun Zhang walks in, explaining it is a super rare volcanic tea from an island that recently got wiped off the map. Li Fan puts his cup down, acting like a polite, humble guest. Sun Zhang gets straight to the point. Their business is concluded, so why is he here? Li Fan smiles. I came to offer you a massive deal. Sun Zhang scoffs. A broke mortal offering a deal to a major merchant syndicate? They lock eyes in a tense, silent standoff. Sun Zhang finally sighs. What business? Li Fan asks if the Heavenly Treasure Tower is interested in securing a spot in the island's seafaring fleet. Sun Zhang admits those spots are basically money-printing machines due to the rare fish and salvaged shipwrecks. But he points out that Steward Qian holds an absolute monopoly over those spots, and even Steward Zhao can barely secure 2. What makes a broke newcomer think he can grab one? Li Fan simply tells him that if he gets him a meeting with Steward Zhao, he will handle the rest. Sun Zhang stares at him, trying to figure out if this guy is insane or just incredibly stupid. Suddenly, a gorgeous female voice echoes from behind the screen, agreeing to set up the meeting. Out steps shopkeeper Jin, looking stunning in a form-fitting golden dress and high heels, though she casually adds that if Li Fan fails, she will chop him up to feed the fish. Sun Zhang immediately bows in deep respect, revealing she is the actual big boss. Li Fan does not even flinch, politely thanking her in advance. She sits down, resting her chin on her hand, fascinated by his absolute confidence. She asks what Heavenly Treasure Tower gets out of this high-risk gamble. Li Fan offers a ridiculous deal. The island rules allow you to keep 30% of your catch. He is willing to split that entire 30% between Steward Zhao and her shop. She is completely baffled. If he is giving away all the profits, what is he actually trying to get? Li Fan looked her dead in the eye. I only want a guaranteed spot in the body-purifying spirit pool once every 3 years. She stares at him, and her brain completely short-circuits. She bursts into absolute hysterical laughter, mocking his age and his delusional dream of cultivating immortality. She laughs so hard she can barely breathe, doubling over at the table. But Li Fan remains completely stoic, stating that his only goal is eternal life, and he will not regret dying for it. The laughter stops. She stares at him through her veil, completely stunned by the sheer, terrifying weight of his conviction. She finally gets serious, puts her hand over her heart, and agrees to the deal. Every deal is a chess game, and our guy just moved his first pawn. Shopkeeper Jin tells him to go home and wait for her messenger to notify him of the date. Li Fan drops his address and walks out, leaving them to process what just happened. Sun Zhang asks her if she is serious about securing a spirit pool spot, noting the competition is brutal. She smiles, explaining that if he actually secures the fleet, 5 years of profits will make the cost of a spirit pool spot look like pocket change. But then she hesitates. She admits that his eyes looked incredibly scary, almost like he has seen things no mortal should ever see. On his way back, Li Fan stops by a local pharmacy to buy a basic heart-cleansing manual and some cheap herbs to see if he can clear his miasma early. He spends the next few days in silent meditation, but before he can even meet Zhao, he receives a horrific piece of news. Su Changyu is dead. His body is sent back, but the experimental extraction of miasma has reduced him to a twitching, unrecognizable pile of bloody flesh and bone. The refugees are too broke to afford a proper burial, so Li Fan quietly pays out of his own pocket to buy him a decent headstone. Xiao Hong cries hysterically in the pouring rain, while Li Fan stands there, feeling nothing but a mild sigh. He remembers Su Changyu as a man of iron will who was highly likely to succeed. Yet, a man like that died silently before even reaching the starting line. The path to immortality is incredibly brutal. To make things worse, Li Fan's own attempt at cultivating the heart-cleansing script is going horribly. Normally, even a mediocre talent would see a spiritual glow and clear mind after 2 weeks. But after a full month, Li Fan feels absolutely nothing. His physical cultivation talent is officially bottom-tier garbage. He does not panic, treating it as a daily chore until a messenger from the shop finally arrives. He is led to a private courtyard where Steward Zhao is waiting. Zhao gets straight to the point, asking what kind of insane backing a broke newcomer has to demand a fleet spot. Li Fan tells him that regular fishing is boring. He is planning on salvaging chestloads of ancient treasure directly from the ocean floor. Zhao is highly skeptical, noting he has been here for 12 years and massive treasure harvests are extremely rare. Li Fan bows, confidently guaranteeing that every single voyage he commands will return with a massive haul of treasure. Steward Zhao narrows his eyes, activating his legendary ocular truth-detecting technique. He blinks in sheer disbelief. Li Fan smiles, asking how he figured out he was telling the truth. Zhao reveals his cheat code. His eyes can see a white spiritual light when someone speaks the truth, and Li Fan's body was glowing bright. Li Fan acts surprised, then asks why Zhao treated him so nicely during registration. Zhao chuckles, admitting he saw that Li Fan was filthy rich and had an ocean of blood on his hands, so he wanted to secure some good karma. Li Fan realizes Zhao knew the refugee list was fake all along. Zhao shrugs, saying they do not care about small lies as long as they get their cut. Besides, gathering refugees was in direct order from the island's supreme immortal master anyway. Li Fan brings the conversation back to business, asking for the fleet quota. Zhao sits down, explaining that if he hands a fleet to a newcomer with no track record, the local veterans will start a riot. He offers a compromise. Li Fan will join the next voyage as a regular passenger, and if he can actually locate treasure on his first try, the crew will naturally accept him as leader. Li Fan politely agrees, praising the old man's thorough thinking. Behind the screen, shopkeeper Jin is absolutely losing her mind. She cannot believe he convinced the legendary official so easily. She realizes this uncle is the real deal, and his backing must be truly astronomical. Sun Zhang is also sweating, realizing they almost threw away a legendary master. To secure his loyalty, shopkeeper Jin immediately orders Sun Zhang to gift Li Fan the title deed to a massive vacant courtyard on East Street. Sun Zhang's jaw drops. He reminds her they spent a literal fortune to buy that specific courtyard just to bribe Steward Qian. Why are they giving it away to a mortal for free before he even brings back a single coin? She crosses her arms, looking extremely smug. If they wait until he succeeds, a cheap courtyard will not be nearly enough to earn his friendship. Always invest early. So, shopkeeper Jin is looking incredibly pleased with her new investment. Our guy officially receives the title deed to his new luxurious inner-city courtyard on East Street and moves in immediately. The shop sends a flock of beautiful maids to help him settle in, but Li Fan has his priorities straight. Maids do not help you speedrun immortality. Scram. Women. The grind never stops. He sits down to wait for his sailing date, but the universe decides he has been relaxing for too long and unleashes a massive, apocalyptic windstorm. People are screaming and fleeing in the streets, but Li Fan remains perfectly calm inside his room. He runs out to his yard to assess the situation. The sky begins to warp as massive energy currents gather above the city. He looks up, witnessing a level of power that mortal eyes were never meant to see. A colossal wave of water and wind crashes down, threatening to erase the entire island. Suddenly, the Island Protection Grand Formation activates, covering the sky in a beautiful, pulsing blue dome. An announcer tells everyone to stay inside. The mortals immediately drop to their knees, weeping and praising the merciful immortal master for saving their lives. Li Fan stands alone in his yard, watching the display with a critical eye. The barrier turns, displaying massive, intricate glowing runes that completely shut out the howling wind and rain. Outside is total, screaming chaos, but inside is completely tranquil. He is genuinely amazed by the defensive scale of the immortals, but his admiration is cut short when his eyes widen in pure shock. A massive, violent bolt of pink heavenly thunder strikes the dome with the force of a tactical nuke. The sheer vibration from the collision travels through the ground, forcing Li Fan to his knees as he coughs up fresh blood. The weather in this world is literally trying to delete him. He struggles to his feet, gritting his teeth as the sky flashes again. Multiple bolts of cosmic lightning hammer the barrier, turning the sky into a purple war zone. Li Fan holds on for dear life, genuinely terrified his current run is going to end right here because of a storm. Fortunately, the barrier holds, and after several hours of constant hammering, the lightning slowly begins to fade. It takes a full 3 days of continuous wind and rain before the storm finally recedes. The locals tell him this was actually a minor storm. 15 years ago, a massive one shattered the barrier, permanently shrinking the island to 1/3 of its original size. It took 12 years of importing refugees just to rebuild the island's basic labor force. Li Fan looks at the quiet sky, realizing just how fragile mortal life is in this boundless ocean. A few days later, every household receives a blue glass talisman from the manor to inspect their sector of the barrier for damage. Even the top officials are out checking nodes, because if the barrier fails, everyone dies. Apparently, the Immortal Master's spirit stones were nearly drained from maintaining the dome, so he had to fly back to the main continent to restock. The talisman blinks repeatedly to check the local node. If it flashes red, you are in deep trouble, but a blue light means your house is safe. Li Fan watches the blinking talisman, marveling at the insane computerized complexity of this ancient defensive formation. Thankfully, the barrier is declared undamaged. The Immortal Master returns from his supply run, and the islanders celebrate like they just won the lottery. Over the next few months, refugees from destroyed islands slowly drift in. Cultivator protection is a luxury. Only resource-rich islands get a resident master. Li Fan does not waste time. He practices his basic script daily, and the system finally rewards him with a minor stat increase, boosting his lifespan. Another month passes, and Steward Zhao's messenger finally arrives. The storm is completely gone, and the fleet is ready to sail. 3 days later, Li Fan arrives at the pier, looking at the massive wooden ship, Kangyuan. The crew is in a full panic. The island lord has announced a new assessment. The ship with the lowest harvest will lose their sailing license forever. Why? Because Coral Island to the south was completely razed by the storm, and the tax quota they owed has been dumped onto Liuli Island instead. The crew is terrified, wondering how they are going to survive this sudden tax hike. Suddenly, a giant, muscular, shirtless captain walks up, yelling at his crew to stop crying like cowards. This is Zhang Haobo, captain of the Kangguan, and he points out that the first-place ship gets their profit cut increased to 50%. The crew tells him he is dreaming, pointing out they barely meet their minimum quotas anyway and should just become pirates instead. The captain smirks, telling them not to worry because a legendary expert has joined their crew. He points to Li Fan, who is standing there looking like a frail, quiet schoolteacher. Our guy might look like a gentle scholar, but his mental body count is in the thousands. The crew is completely unimpressed, muttering that this pale kid has probably never even seen a fishing net, let alone the ocean. The captain barks at them, claiming Li Fan is a rare talent personally invited by Steward Zhao to take over their ship. The crew instantly explodes in anger, shouting that they will never let a parasite using connections replace their beloved boss. Zhang Haobo smirks inwardly, watching his plan unfold perfectly. Some crew members even suggest throwing Li Fan overboard once they set sail. Li Fan watches silently, realizing the captain is trying to run a passive-aggressive office coup to get him killed. The captain feigns innocence, telling his crew to calm down and claiming he has no choice but to obey Steward Zhao's orders. He plays the victim perfectly, leaving the entire crew glaring at our protagonist with pure hatred. Li Fan looks at his smug face and thinks, a petty trick. He steps forward and speaks up, "Gentlemen, do you think Steward Zhao has bad eyes? I already promised him I will find treasure on our very first trip. I won't let you down." The crew hesitates. Steward Zhao's truth-detecting eyes are legendary. He has literally never made a mistake. Zhang Haobo's smug grin instantly vanishes, a vein popping on his forehead as Li Fan completely hijacks his authority. The captain points at him angrily, accusing him of using cheap connections and demanding to see how he will back up his big words. Set sail! Head out to sea! The massive ship moves out of the port, powered by spirit stone engines and carrying a tracking lure to locate Liuli fish. But the ocean is vast, and after a major storm, the fish have migrated, leaving the crew searching for a needle in a haystack. 2 weeks pass with zero results. They have caught nothing but common fish, and the entire crew is slipping into a deep depression. Zhang Haobo is sweating, terrified they are going to finish in last place and get their licenses revoked. Li Fan finally walks out of his cabin. The captain immediately sneers, asking if the expert is finally willing to show his face. He mocks him, claiming he thought Li Fan had died in his room. Li Fan remains completely deadpan. Prepare a small boat, I saw treasure. The captain's mouth falls open in pure shock. Wait, JT, he yells at him, demanding to know if this is a joke. Li Fan calmly repeats himself, claiming he saw jewelry shining with brilliant light under the deep water. He urges them to hurry, claiming the light is fading and he is about to lose the coordinate. Zhang Haobo barks orders at his crew to lower the rowboat immediately. Li Fan gets in the boat alone and tells them to stay back and wait for his signal. He deadpans that they are too noisy and will block his line of sight. Translation: please look away while I drop my own stolen gold into the ocean to commit tax fraud. The crew looks incredibly annoyed by his arrogance but has no choice but to watch him row away. One of the sailors asks if he is trying to escape, but the captain points out nobody is stupid enough to run away into the open ocean without food or water. 2 hours later, a bright red flare cuts through the night sky. The captain yells at his crew to steer the ship over immediately. They find Li Fan waiting patiently in his rowboat, pointing at the water. The treasure is right here. The captain yells for the divers to jump in and cast the nets. They haul up the load, and the hold is suddenly filled with 16 massive chests overflowing with glittering gold and silver. Zhang Haobo stares at the glittering wealth, completely paralyzed. The crew starts cheering hysterically, shouting that the new guy wasn't bragging and they are officially rich. The captain is sweating, his entire worldview shattering as he realizes Li Fan actually possesses divine treasure-finding abilities. He looks at Li Fan with deep terror, realizing this quiet scholar is an extraordinary being on the same level as Steward Zhao. He scolds himself mentally, realizing he was an absolute idiot for trying to play petty office politics against a literal god-tier noble. He runs to the deck railing, preparing to drop to his knees and beg for forgiveness the second Li Fan steps back on board. Our guy jumps onto the dock with style, looking like a man who just completed a flawless execution. The second his feet touch the wood, Captain Zhang Haobo runs over to bow and apologize for his earlier attitude. Li Fan politely waves him off and heads to his room. With 16 chests of pure gold in the hold, the Kangguan immediately cuts its voyage short and heads back to port. The captain orders a trusted crewman to slip into the water secretly and notifies Steward Zhao to personally inventory this haul. He wants their 50% cut locked down before the corrupt harbor inspectors can miscalculate the chest counts. Upon arrival, the crew forms a physical wall blocking the standard port checkers from boarding. A rival dock manager steps up, mocking them and assuming they came back empty-handed. He is smiling like a default NPC who is about to get his entire worldview deleted. The crew gets heated, but Li Fan steps out and tells them there is absolutely no need to argue. Li Fan observes the captain, noting that the muscular giant is actually quite competent, just limited by his lack of resources. Steward Zhao arrives in his official robes with a squad of heavily armed personal guards. The guards pop open the 16 chests, and the glittering golden light causes a massive, jaw-dropping sensation across the entire harbor. Over at the Heavenly Treasure Tower, a manager frantically bursts into shopkeeper Jin's room, catching her while she is polishing an antique vase. The manager can barely breathe, stammering about over 10 chests of gold on the Kangguan. She stays perfectly calm, noting that any massive treasure haul on this island still has to be liquidated through their shop's networks anyway. Then her brain catches up. Wait, did you say the Kangguan? Is that the ship where Li Fan is? The manager nods frantically, claiming this Li Fan has a divine treasure-seeking ability just like her. She drops the vase, ordering the manager to clean the top floor, invite Li Fan for a feast, and prepare the title deed for his new courtyard immediately. She is convinced he possesses the legendary spirit-channeling treasure physique, a passive ability that lets you sense hidden valuables within a certain radius. She remembers her older sister Yin Yueting, the legendary founder of the syndicate who possessed this exact same special constitution. Her sister single-handedly built a massive merchant empire spanning the seas because she was basically a human metal detector. Yin Yuzhen cannot believe another treasure physique has suddenly appeared on this backwater island. Meanwhile, Li Fan is sitting with Steward Zhao in a scenic pavilion. Our guy acts humble, claiming he got incredibly lucky, but it will be hard to replicate. Zhao agrees, but notes this single haul is enough to grant Li Fan his own independent fleet. Zhao looks at him closely. I heard you are trying to get into the body-purifying spirit pool? Li Fan confirms it. He states that without immortality, even the richest man just turns to dust in 100 years. Steward Zhao is deeply moved, admitting that most mortals lose their drive as they age, making himself look inferior to Li Fan. Zhao shares his own tragic backstory, admitting he was offered a spot to cultivate 10 years ago, but refused because he was past his prime and feared the agonizing pain of miasma extraction. Now that he is old, he lives with constant regret, praising Li Fan for his relentless drive before explaining how the spirit pool actually works. The local immortal master runs the pool and decides who gets in. A year before it opens, he demands a massive pile of rare resources, like 30,000 Liuli pearls, in exchange for contribution points. The families who submit the most materials get the points, and the points secure the entry quotas. But Zhao tells him not to worry. The Heavenly Treasure Tower has branches on every island, and their material gathering speed is unmatched. Our guy is shown a mental image of the beautiful golden shopkeeper smiling behind her veil. He realizes that to get into the pool, he needs her resources. As soon as he gets home, Sun Zhang is waiting at his door with a meeting invite. Li Fan agrees, but politely declines the free building deed to keep his leverage. He enters the private restaurant under Sun Zhang's guidance. A beautiful woman in a golden silk dress walks out on the balcony to greet him. She formally introduces herself as Yin Yuzhen, the official shopkeeper of the Heavenly Treasure Tower. Li Fan simply states his name. She giggles, mocking his bluntness and asking if he has anything else to say. She asks why he is hiding his legendary spirit-channeling treasure physique. Li Fan plays dumb, claiming he has absolutely no idea what a treasure physique is. She leans forward, asking how else he found 16 chests of gold on a random boat trip. Li Fan deadpans, I just had a feeling in my heart. She puffs her cheeks in a cute, frustrated pout. You still expect me to believe that? She walks down the stairs, explaining the mechanics of her sister's legendary physique. But the second she mentions her sister, Li Fan's eyes go sharp and he starts rapid-firing questions like a detective who just found a prime suspect. Our lady is sitting elegantly, completely unprepared for the sudden shift in energy. She gets so spooked by his intense questioning that she falls backward, asking if he is actually her long-lost father. They look at each other in chibi form, with Li Fan calmly explaining he is simply curious. She sighs, assuming he is just curious about another person who shares his special physique. She explains they were orphans from Yilan Island whose parents died when they were young. They were forced to beg on the streets, never knowing where their next meal would come from. But one day, her sister started finding rare, valuable treasures everywhere, eventually using that wealth to build the entire Heavenly Treasure Tower. However, she admits she hasn't seen her sister in several years. Li Fan asks where she went. 3 years ago, an immortal master took her away. At first, she sent letters saying she was safe. Li Fan asks if she was taken to cultivate because of her special physique. Yuzhen looks downcast, explaining that her sister's last letter contained a secret code warning her that she was in extreme danger and not to come looking for her. Li Fan wonders if her physique caused the trouble, but Yuzhen explains that her sister could only sense mortal gold, which high-level cultivators view as useless garbage, so she has no idea why the immortal master took her. She leans on the rail, declaring that even if her sister is gone, she cannot let the tower they built fall apart. She admits her own business skills are terrible, and she recently got scammed by some fake antiques, losing a massive fortune. The greedy elders of the syndicate immediately turned on her, plotting with rival merchants to carve up her family's assets. She was forced to flee her home island and lay low on Liuli Island under the guise of opening a new branch. She planned to lay low for a few years to rebuild her strength, but she never expected to run into another treasure physique holder like Li Fan. She begs for his help, promising they can reclaim control of the syndicate together. Li Fan rejects her cold. I am not interested in your business drama. My only goal is immortal cultivation. He demands to know if she is still going to honor her promise to get him into the spirit pool. She smiles, assuring him they always put integrity first, but then she pauses. Li Fan's eyes narrow. But what? She warns him that clearing mortal miasma is extremely difficult, and older people have a massive failure rate. You only get one shot, uncle. If you fail, your path to immortality is permanently closed. Li Fan states that even a 50% success rate is enough for him to risk his life, but he notices her confident tone. She smirks. Exactly. She pulls out a glowing purple pill, explaining it is a dust-leaving pill sent by her sister, which massively increases the miasma cleansing success rate. Li Fan asks why she hasn't taken it herself. She puffs her cheeks, complaining that not everyone is obsessed with magic like him, she just wants to be a successful businesswoman. Li Fan nods, accepting her choice. She smiles brightly, asking if they officially have a deal. Li Fan turns around, telling her he will give her an answer in 3 days. She watches him leave, hoping she didn't misjudge his character. Our guy verifies the pill's existence, meets her 3 days later, and signs the partnership. He will provide the gold, and she will buy the pill for him. To show her good faith, she officially hands over the deed to Tingyu Tower, a gorgeous, peaceful mountain-style villa in the center of the city. Over the next year, Li Fan completes 3 official voyages, bringing back mountain loads of treasure and completely securing the syndicate's local fleet quota. Under his guidance, the Heavenly Treasure Tower earns as much money in a single year as they previously did in 5. He establishes massive prestige, and the entire staff, including Sun Jiang, views him with a healthy mix of respect and absolute terror. But he doesn't slack off on his daily cultivation, and one night, a glowing blue system screen pops up. His reality reset system normally takes 20 years to charge to full, but after a year of meditating, the progress has suddenly jumped to 15%. He is shocked, realizing that practicing the basic mortal heart-cleansing script actually doubles the system's recharge speed. The system status screen shows his limits have expanded once again, raising his physical and mental lifespans. Time flies in silent cultivation, and with only 1 year left before the spirit pool opens, Yin Yuzhen runs into his room with the official list of required materials. But back in the real world, things are significantly more stressful. Our guy Li Fan is sitting down with Yin Yuzhen and their associates, trying to figure out what the hell Starseed Quicksand actually is. Because right now, this single material is the golden ticket to getting a spot in the spirit pool, and our MC is determined to get it no matter how much gold he has to burn. The problem is, the only people who supposedly have it are the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce, a massive corporate syndicate backed by an actual immortal master, hailing from a continent tens of thousands of miles away. Yin Yuzhen points out that they still have about a year to prepare, and the syndicate's merchant walker is scheduled to sail past their island in 3 months. But Li Fan is a 500-year-old veteran of this game. He knows that putting all your eggs in one basket is a one-way ticket to getting absolutely scammed. He suggests a much smarter play. Liuli Island is currently packed with desperate refugees who fled from all over the place over the last year. If the Starseed Quicksand exists in the mortal world, someone in the slums might actually recognize the name. And wouldn't you know it? Just a few days later, our loyal friend Xiao Heng shows up at Li Fan's luxurious mountain villa. He casually asks if Brother Li is currently looking for some weird sand. Li Fan plays it cool, admitting that as an old man, his only hope of surviving the cultivation transition is getting into that spirit pool. Xiao Heng smiles and drops a massive lore bomb. Back when the immortal master descended on their home empire of Dali, he demanded specific supplies in exchange for passage. Our guy's eyes instantly narrow. He's lived through this exact timeline multiple times, so why the hell doesn't he remember this? Xiao Heng explains that the list was heavily censored and distributed secretly among the high nobility. Li Fan doesn't waste time. He holds out his hand and asks the only question that matters: what are your terms? Xiao Heng looks down, feeling a bit guilty. He reminds Li Fan that paying for Su Chengyu's proper burial was a massive favor, but living in the absolute garbage slums of this island is actively breaking him. Li Fan completely gets it. In this world, survival is a luxury. He tells the kid to speak freely. If the info is real, he'll give him whatever he wants. Xiao Heng's eyes practically light up with pure joy. And then, he drops the absolute comedic truth of this entire arc. Starseed Quicksand isn't some divine star-condensed dust. It is literally just meteorite iron that falls from the sky. Li Fan's face is a masterpiece of pure, deadpan disbelief. He asks if any random chunk of sky metal will do, or if there are specific quality standards. Xiao Hong sits back and explains the specific rules. The surface can't be pitted or uneven, and each chunk needs to weigh at least 50 jin. Li Fan locks the specs into his memory and asks what the kid wants as payment. Xiao Heng, being the most reasonable and self-aware prince in history, just wants a decent courtyard, a low-stress job, and a few servants to keep the place clean. Li Fan literally laughs. He tells the kid he's being way too modest, he has major pull with the Heavenly Treasure Tower and can easily set him up for life. But Xiao Hong has seen what happens to rich mortals in this world. He knows that sudden, unearned wealth is basically an invitation for someone to murder you in an alleyway. After they finish their business, Xiao Heng gets up to leave. Li Fan asks if he has any plans to actually try cultivating. The kid just waves him off. Nah, trying to read that basic manual literally just makes me sleepy. Absolute king behavior. The second the kid leaves, Li Fan delivers the news to Yin Yuzhen. She is completely stunned. Meteorite iron? That's it? Li Fan tells her they still need to verify the info with the merchant walker, but if it's true, they can save an absolute fortune. But they have to act fast and buy up all the high-quality meteorite iron on the market before anyone else catches on. And here is where our guy's 500-year-old mastermind brain really shines. He tells her to mix the purchases with random garbage to hide their tracks and then release a massive wave of fake news to absolutely ruin the local market. Yin Yuzhen looks at him like he's a terrifying genius. Uncle, you really aren't simple. She leans in close, her eyes glittering with curiosity. What exactly did you do before you came to this island? Li Fan looks out at the sunset, his face completely blank. Oh, nothing special. I just taught people how to read. Yin Yuzhen immediately pouts. Yeah, okay, I don't believe you for a second. Our guy just turns around and heads back to his room to cultivate, telling her to handle the market manipulation and to make sure Xiao Hong gets his nice new house. But as he leaves, Yin Yuzhen looks down at her hands in complete confusion. Her passive luck-sensing ability is telling her that helping Xiao Heng is a moment of great auspiciousness. She thinks back to her family. She's never had her sister's ability to find physical treasure, but her radar for detecting destiny has never failed. And ever since she met this mysterious uncle, every single task he assigns her comes up as an absolute jackpot of good luck. She decides right then and there to back him with everything she has. Within days, the market manipulation campaign begins. The rumors are completely out of control. I heard Starsea Quicksand is actually just dog treasure. No, it's Liuli fish stones. The other factions are completely paralyzed trying to figure out what is real. But then, one greedy faction decides to buy literally everything just in case, triggering an absolute panic buy. Prices skyrocket, and the entire island's economy descends into pure, chaotic madness. And the mastermind behind all of this? He's just sitting quietly in his room, meditating like a peaceful saint while the world burns outside. 3 months later, a tiny boat cuts through the quiet ocean waters. Our duo is standing on the wooden deck, waiting at the coordinates. Suddenly, the clouds part and a massive, dragon-headed flying ark descends from the heavens. The merchant walker shouts down to them with a massive grin. #, Chapter 20. Now, look at this dramatic pose of our MC. He's standing there holding a model boat, looking like a god. But in reality, they are standing on a glorified wooden raft as this massive flying fortress slowly lands on the water beside them. Yin Yuzhen is super excited, expecting Uncle to be absolutely blown away by the sight of a flying ship. But our guy has literally piloted one of these through a cosmic meat grinder in his previous lives, so his face is completely deadpan. She is so annoyed by his lack of reaction. The merchant walker, Wu, steps off the ramp with a massive smile, greeting Yin Yuzhen warmly. He looks at Li Fan, and she quickly covers for him, introducing him as an esteemed elder hired by their tower. Wu bows politely, but then his smile fades a bit. He drops some serious news. This might be the last time they ever meet. Yin Yuzhen's heart drops. Wu explains that the headquarters suddenly issued an emergency order. All merchant walkers in the Kongyan Sea must pack up and pull out immediately. He says if this trade hadn't already been locked in, he'd already be halfway across the ocean. They need to hurry up and finalize the transaction. Yin Yuzhen is spiraling. If the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce pulls out, her tower's main sales channel is completely dead. And more importantly, why didn't her luck-sensing radar warn her about this? Wu calls out to her, noticing her zoning out. She quickly snaps back to reality, plastering on her professional merchant smile, and leads him inside to inspect the goods. They walk into the ship's holding bay, which is packed with rare corals, jade discs, and glowing pearls. But then, Lifan steps forward and points to 3 massive raw gray boulders sitting in the corner. Starseed quicksand. 3 pieces. Wu walks over and casually lifts one of these massive 50 Jin sky stones with a single hand like it's a styrofoam prop. Our MC is silently impressed by how jacked this cultivator is. Wu stares at the stones, his face slowly transforming into pure, unadulterated joy. He laughs out loud, telling Yin Yuzhen that her luck is absolutely legendary for actually finding real, unrefined starseed quicksand. Yin Yuzhen looks back at Lifan, her eyes wide with relief. The information from the prince was 100% real. Wu is so incredibly pleased with the trade that he decides to invite them up to his personal vault on the flying ark for a celebratory feast. After they eat and drink, he leads them into the ark's private warehouse. It's packed with a wild assortment of bizarre trinkets he collected from various islands. He tells them to pick a few items as a parting gift. Yin Yuzhen's eyes instantly turn into literal slot machines. She thinks she's hit the jackpot. Lifan, however, is completely unimpressed, viewing all of this as useless mortal garbage, but he decides to tag along to keep her company. She instantly runs over to a jewelry box, showing off a jade bracelet. Our guy just nods politely. Yeah, cool bracelet. He casually walks over to another shelf, picking up a glowing blue orb, thinking about how 500 years of loot-based existence has completely ruined his ability to care about pretty rocks. But then, his eyes suddenly widen. A massive blue holographic system notification violently flashes in front of his face. Detected chargeable item. Wondrous item of heaven and earth. Kanghai Pearl, charge? Our guy is holding the glowing blue sphere, and his soul is practically screaming. According to the system, this isn't just a pretty rock. It is a legendary natural treasure that is still incubating, a literal newborn ocean condensed into a single bead. But he has to play it cool. If he shows even a hint of excitement, a veteran merchant like Wu will instantly realize its true value. He slowly, carefully places it back in its box. He turns around, pretending to be completely uninterested in it. Yin Yuzhen walks over holding a scroll and tells him he's being way too polite and needs to pick something. Wu walks up behind him, slapping him on the back with a giant laugh, telling him to stop holding back. Lifan sighs, acting like he's just picking random junk to be polite. He points to a green jade tree statue and the little blue orb. Wu explains that the tree statue was worshipped by a primitive tribe and is great for calming the nerves. Our guy casually asks about the blue sphere, and Wu just waves his hand. Oh, that? Just some weird glowing ball I bought off a random fisherman on Luyan Island. Lifan's brain instantly files that name away. Luyan Island. Got it. With the transaction complete, the massive flying ark takes to the skies, sailing away into a beautiful crimson sunset. But on their small boat ride back, the mood is incredibly heavy. Yin Yuzhen is staring out at the water, her face filled with anxiety. She tells him she has no idea why the Manhwa syndicate is suddenly fleeing the Kangyan Sea, but without them, the local economy is going to absolute hell. Our guy just stands beside her, looking calm. Don't worry, when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will appear. We'll handle whatever comes next. Late that night, back in the safety of Tingyu Tower, Lifan holds the Kanghai Pearl in his hand, letting its soft blue light illuminate the dark room. He is quietly ecstatic. He came out looking for sand and walked away with a literal cosmic treasure. He stares deeply into the orb, wondering what kind of immense power is hidden inside this tiny sphere. Suddenly, HUD, HUD, HUD. Loud, violent banging echoes from the main entrance of his villa. Our guy's face instantly turns cold. It is the middle of the night, long before dawn. No one should be at his door. He slowly reaches into his robe, pulling out a razor-sharp silver dagger, his eyes burning with absolute, deadly intent. Who is it? Lifan pulls his dagger, but turns out the suspicious stalker outside is just our boy Xiaoheng, looking completely terrified. Lifan quietly slips his blade away and tells the kid to get inside before the neighbors start asking questions. Xiaoheng is practically vibrating with fear. He tells Lifan that the absolute worst-case scenario just happened. The news that they are illegal, smuggled mortals from the mortal realm has leaked to the entire island. Worse, Everyone knows they came through the heavenly treasure tower, and rumor has it the island guardian is absolutely furious and planning a mass execution. Our guy just stands there, casually stroking his chin like he's deciding what to have for breakfast. He tells the kid to relax. Don't sweat it, this isn't actually a problem. Xiao Heng's brain literally short circuits. Li Fan explains the logic. If the island guardian actually wanted them dead, their heads would have been off shoulders hours ago. Since the news is spreading instead of execution squads, this leak is just a coordinated corporate blackmail targeted at Yin Yuzhen's shop. He heads straight over to the Heavenly Treasure Tower where Yin Yuzhen confirms the situation. The other local factions realize they got played by the fake news about the Star Sea quicksand, so they leaked the smuggling rumor to force her hand. Li Fan tells her this is an easy fix. They want a piece of the pie? Perfect. We have plenty of meteorite iron. Throw them a few chunks and watch them fight over it like dogs in a dumpster. 3 days later, they set up a meeting. The deal is simple. Heavenly Treasure Tower hands over a portion of the sky metal, but the other factions have to pay equivalent value for it, and they have to figure out how to divide the loot themselves. And the non-negotiable term? They must guarantee Li Fan's spot in the upcoming body-purifying spirit pool. The other factions agree instantly. Just like that, the terrifying rumor vanishes overnight. Xiao Heng is completely amazed by how easily Li Fan neutralized a death sentence with some literal space rocks. The day of destiny finally arrives. Yin Yuzhen excitedly hands him a purple dust-leaving pill, and our guy is finally ready to wash away his trash-tier mortal roots. He joins 12 other candidates inside the massive teleportation array in the city center. Except for him, the entire lineup looks like a high school field trip. The array flashes, and they are instantly warped out of the dirty city and into a jaw-dropping misty mountain holy land. They start climbing a massive stone staircase. 4 hours of continuous hiking, and these teenage monsters aren't even panting. Meanwhile, our MC, who is biologically in his 40s in this body, is absolutely wheezing in the back, barely clinging to life as they finally reach the summit above a sea of clouds. A voice suddenly echoes behind them. How do you like the view? The speaker is the local guardian, immortal master He Zhenghao, looking incredibly elegant and serene. The teenagers instantly start brown-nosing, calling it a holy paradise. He Zhenghao smiles and points out that when he first arrived here, the peak of this mountain was actually at the very bottom, hidden deep beneath the clouds. Mountains can grow taller gradually, just like people. The teenagers look at him like he's dropping the deepest wisdom they've ever heard. He continues his poetic speech, pointing out that some massive peaks have already hit their ceiling and can never climb another inch. He glances right at Li Fan, and some are just small dirt mounds right now, but they possess infinite potential to touch the heavens. He points to Shaowei Mountain, explaining how it was once completely unremarkable but now towers over everything. It's a beautiful atmospheric scene of the rolling clouds. If mountains are like this, then what of people? Honestly, this is a top-tier cultivation speech. He tells them that entering the pool to wash away the miasma is their golden ticket. Whether they actually succeed depends entirely on their own destiny. He wraps up his speech telling them to go all out. Then, one eager kid in the front speaks up. Immortal Master He? Where actually is the spirit pool? He Zhenghao casually points right off the edge of the sheer 1,000-foot drop. It's right down there. The kid laughs nervously. Haha, Immortal Master, you're joking, right? The master sighs, raising his hand as blue spiritual energy begins to hum on his fingertips. In a fraction of a second, the kid's head is instantly severed, flying through the air in a clean arc of blood. The head bounces onto the stone floor, and the remaining teenagers instantly lose their minds in absolute terror. They drop to their knees, weeping and begging for mercy. He Zhenghao looks down at them with a bone-chilling expression. Let me teach you another lesson. In the world of cultivation, having good judgment is survival. Learn what you can say, and when to keep your mouth shut. While the kids are crying, Li Fan calmly steps forward, bows, and says, I have been taught. No panic, no hesitation. He knows exactly how brutal this world is. He walks right to the edge of the absolute abyss alongside the master. He lifts his foot and takes a literal leap of faith off the cliff. As He Zhenghao stands enveloped in glowing blue runes, Li Fan's boot steps out into the empty sky, landing on a soft ripple of magical force. He dives headfirst into the swirling cloud vortex below, completely composed. Top-down view of the jump. While the teenagers are still crying on the ground, our guy is already descending into the unknown. He Zhenghao watches him fall, silently impressed. Incredible mental fortitude. It's a shame he's so old. Li Fan disappears entirely into the white abyss. The master turns back to the crying teenagers and barks at them to move. First one in gets the most liquid. Go! Down in the pool, the clouds condense into a glowing white fluid. Li Fan floats peacefully, feeling incredibly warm and relaxed, like he's resting in a womb. And then, the trap activates. The gentle warmth instantly morphs into scorching heat, and then into a roaring purple-hot fire. Our guy screams as the purifying flame begins to tear through his body. The pain of magma-like heat drilling into every single nerve is so unbearable he almost manually triggers his Huanzhen system to reset the loop. But he grits his teeth, his eyes turning blood red with pure obsession. 300 years of searching for this exact moment, he refuses to give up. He wants immortality, and he is going to take it. His soul is sliced into 1,000 pieces, but his sheer, unyielding stubbornness keeps him from pressing the panic button. As his consciousness begins to fade, his body instinctively runs the profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation. The script acts as a mental anchor, holding his shattered mind together. 3 days pass. He Zhenghao is standing on the cliff, checking the roster. Out of 12 candidates, 11 have already crawled out. 4 succeeded, 7 failed. Only 1 is still inside. You see, the older immortal is, the more fused the miasma is with their flesh. The pool has to completely destroy and reshape you from scratch. The agony is literally unimaginable. He Zhenghao is actually sweating. To survive 3 days of this at his age requires a terrifying level of willpower. He realizes if this old man actually succeeds, his future potential will be insane. Another 3 days pass. 6 days total. The master is genuinely stressed now, checking the life signals to make sure Li Fan hasn't dissolved into soup. Another 3 days pass. 9 days total. He Zhenghao is now literally sitting on a rock, bored out of his mind. This pool was built by an ancient grandmaster, so it shouldn't be broken, but this is getting ridiculous. He chews on a blade of grass, realizing the magic materials powering the pool are about to run out. If the array shuts down now, the kid is cooked. But if he survives, he's going to be a monster. He decides to make a high-stakes bet. He throws his own personal, highly valuable blue spiritual crystals into the array to keep the machine running. You better not let me down, kid. Another 2 days pass. 11 days total. The clouds suddenly burst, and Li Fan floats up into the sky, his body completely cleansed, refined, and radiating pure energy. He Zhenghao practically runs over, laughing and congratulating him like they are best friends. You did it! The shackles are gone! Li Fan is completely baffled by how enthusiastic this guy is being. The master explains that he stayed inside for 11 whole days, and that he personally had to spend a small fortune out of his own pocket to keep the machine from shutting down. And then, Li Fan opens his system screen. His physical lifespan cap broke past the 100-year mark, and his psychological soul cap nearly doubled, reaching over 2,000 years. But his jaw almost hits the floor when he looks at his active technique. The basic mortal heart-cleansing incantation somehow evolved into an immortal-grade profound yellow heart-refining incantation. He quickly hides his shock, bows deeply, and promises to repay He Zhenghao's generosity. The master is absolutely thrilled. He Zhenghao hands him a manual called 5 Spirits Qi Sensing Method and a green jade dust-leaving talisman. He explains the talisman will block out mortal miasma for 5 years since Li Fan still has to live in the mundane city. He tells Li Fan that once he breaks through to the Qi condensation stage, he can return, and He Zhenghao will personally sponsor his entry into the Myriad Immortals Alliance's headquarters on Wangxian Island. After explaining the basics of Qi cultivation, He Zhenghao sends him on his way, and Li Fan quietly walks down the mountain. The master watches him go, muttering that Shaowei Mountain's potential is completely exhausted, and it's time to move to a new peak. And here is the hilarious reality behind He Zhenghao's generosity. His core technique, the sitting mountain art, allows him to gain cultivation base whenever his mountain grows, or whenever someone he helps makes a breakthrough. If Li Fan becomes a true cultivator, He Zhenghao gets a massive spiritual kickback. It's literally a cultivation pyramid scheme. When a man attains the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The more he invests in high-potential juniors, the more power he reaps later. Li Fan returns to his quiet sanctuary at Tingyu Tower. He sits in meditation, running the newly evolved heart-refining incantation for the first time. The difference is night and day. The old cleansing method took nearly an hour of tedious meditation just to quiet his thoughts. With the new refining method, his heart becomes like a crystal clear mirror in literally a single second. He can feel his spirit strengthening with every breath. But a massive question remains. Why did a basic mortal script evolve into a non-monopolized immortal technique? Does it bypass the Great Tao's anti-duplication code? This detail is going to matter later. File it away. Our guy is feeling incredibly good about himself, thinking he's a strategic genius who is one step away from becoming a true immortal. But a few days later, a letter arrives. He opens it, and his face instantly twists into pure, unadulterated shock. The letter says that Xiao Hong, the kid who said cultivation made him sleepy, just casually guided qi into his body and has already departed for the elite Wangxian island. And our MC reading a letter, completely losing his mind over how Xiao Hong, the kid who literally said cultivation was too boring, speedran the entire tutorial. Turns out, after seeing the island guardian casually decapitate a kid on the mountain, Xiao Hong went home so traumatized he couldn't sleep. To calm his anxiety, he started chanting that basic mortal cleansing incantation our guy gave him. And wouldn't you know it, within a month, his body naturally purged all the miasma and successfully guided qi into his meridians. No pool, no agonizing pain, just pure, unfair talent. He only realized he had become a cultivator when he went to hug his mate at home and accidentally squeezed her so hard she nearly met her ancestors on the spot. When he Zheng Hao met the kid and realized what happened, he literally started tearing his hair out. He spent his entire life savings to upgrade our MC, only to pull an absolute SSS tier meta character on a free single summon right after. Xiao Hong ends the letter writing how incredibly grateful he is, promising that once Li Fan arrives at Wangxian Island, he'll do anything for him, even if it means 10,000 deaths. Li Fan is just sweating, realizing he has encountered a literal protagonist-level genius. But after a second, our guy just smirks. So what if the kid has natural talent? With his Huanzhen system, he has infinite retries. He will eventually outgrind and outlive every single genius in the cosmos. He opens He Zhenghao's guidebook, 5 Spirits Qi Sensing Method, to figure out how to start his own engine. The book explains that in ancient times, mortals needed rare spirit roots, like metal, wood, fire, or thunder to cultivate. It was a genetic lottery, and if you didn't win it, you were destined to die immortal. The vast majority of people were completely locked out of the system. But then, an ancient immortal venerable looked at the unfair sky and decided to change the rules of the entire universe. He famously declared, "Why beg the heavens for immortality? If they don't give it to us, we will take it by force. Obeying the heavens makes you immortal, defying the heavens makes you an immortal." He taught mortals how to literally reverse the laws of nature to steal longevity. Li Fan's mind is completely blown. The cultivation philosophy of this world is the exact opposite of the peaceful ascension he imagined. He suddenly realizes why the world is so hostile, the co-cultivation monopoly, the exploding cultivators, the miasma. It's all the heavenly Tao actively trying to murder humanity for stealing its energy. He reads on. The book explains that to cultivate without a spirit root, you must nurture your 5 spirits, which are actually 5 negative human emotions: greed, fear, rage, hatred, and ego. These emotions are endless in the human heart. By using these dark emotions as fuel, you can condense a magical root of heaven and earth in your dantian to forcibly vacuum up the spiritual energy around you. If you're a genius, it takes a day. If you have garbage talent like our MC, well, 3 years pass, and he still hasn't guided a single wisp of energy. And here is the ultimate cosmic irony. Why is he failing? Because he spent years practicing that heart-cleansing incantation, keeping his mind perfectly calm and empty. He has zero greed, rage, or fear to use as fuel. Our guy is literally too zen to cultivate. Frustrated by his lack of progress, he decides to leave his villa and go for a walk. Suddenly, a deep voice calls out, "Elder Li?" It's our rugged, shirtless Captain Zhang Haobo. He smiles, greeting our MC warmly. Zhang Haobo says the fleet has made massive profits thanks to Li Fan's previous treasure finding, but then his smile fades. He reveals that he and his crew are preparing to leave Liuli Island permanently. Liu Fan is confused. Why leave when things are going so well? Zhang Haobo looks out at the sunset. He says they've been seeing some highly unnatural things out at sea. Every single time they cast their nets, they pull up thousands of pounds of fish. It's as if every sea creature on the ocean floor is in a state of sheer panic, fleeing from some unseen impending doom. Worse, hidden reefs that have been underwater for generations are suddenly fully exposed. The sea level is dropping at an alarming rate, and the absolute scariest part? For 3 whole years, not a single windstorm has occurred in the entire Kongyan Sea. Li Fan looks sharp. The windstorms have gone extinct? Zhang Haobo nods. In his entire life, they've never stopped. Some idiots on the island are celebrating, thinking it's the local immortal master's blessing, but his crew of sailors knows better. Something cataclysmic is about to happen. Li Fan tells him that leaving your home is a major decision, but agrees that caution is smart. The conversation ends, and another year flies by. Yin Yuzhen successfully takes over as grand shopkeeper at the main headquarters on Yelan Island and sends him a celebratory letter. Xiao Hong also writes, casually mentioning he's already reached the mid-stage of qi condensation. Our guy is sweating bullets at this point. True to his word, Zhang Haobo eventually packs up his crew and sails away, leaving the island behind. And finally, in the 7th year of his patient, quiet grind, a golden glow wraps around Li Fan. The second Li Fan breaks through, a massive shockwave of spiritual energy surges through his body. The wrinkles on his face completely vanish, his skin becomes smooth, and he is fully rejuvenated. He raises his hand, casually molding the air into a razor-sharp sword of blue energy. His system screen updates, showing his new realm and a massive lifespan jump to 199 years. With his new power unlocked, our guy eagerly pulls out the ancient scroll he's been holding onto. Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. The second he touches it, a massive tide of ancient runes and cosmic imagery floods directly into his brain. Fortunately, his 500-year-old soul is strong enough to handle the data dump. He analyzes the lore. This was the core cultivation method of the ancient heavenly mystery sect, who believed that heaven and earth possess their own conscious thoughts. When heaven has killing intent, stars fall and forests rot. When Earth has killing intent, oceans dry up and massive disasters rise from the ground. The technique allows the cultivator to tap into, refine, and weaponize these natural currents of cosmic killing intent. Once mastered, you can borrow the raw power of nature to destroy your enemies and even calculate future events with flawless accuracy. But it is incredibly dangerous. Tapping into the raw, angry forces of the earth can easily backfire and tear a normal cultivator's soul to pieces. If you somehow max it out, you can merge with the universe itself. But in 10,000 years, the highest anyone in the sect ever reached was just the nascent soul stage. Li Fan smiles. With his reset system, he doesn't have to worry about the technique blowing him up. But he's in no rush to lock it in as his main method yet. First, it's time to see what the elite Wangxian Island looks like. He walks up the mountain to find He Zhenghao, who instantly senses the breakthrough. Well, it took you long enough, but you finally made it. He Zhenghao asks if he's ready to head out, and our MC nods, stating he has no more worldly attachments on this island. The master grabs him by the shoulder, and they blast off into the sky, flying high above the mountains at breakneck speed. He Zhenghao raises his hand, pointing his fingers toward the sky, and utters a single command, guide. A blinding beam of pure white energy shoots down from the heavens. A massive, glowing white portal sphere opens right in front of them. They fly directly into the beam, ascending at bullet speed, straight toward the actual sun in the sky. And then, the sun literally splits in half like a giant golden orange, revealing a spinning golden wormhole inside. Li Fan is completely stunned. What the hell? The sun cracked! He Zhenghao just grins and drags him straight into the golden split. They fly out the other side, descending through a swirling vortex of energy. They land in a massive plaza before a colossal stone statue of the ancient immortal venerable, with thousands of miniature cultivators kneeling below it. He Zhenghao explains this is the Dharma Transmission Square, the arrival point for every Myriad Immortals Alliance station. The master points up at the statue's face, delivering a critical warning: you can fly here, but your altitude can never exceed the head of the statue. If you do, the defense formation will instantly vaporize you. They walk through a giant vine-wrapped forest tunnel as He Zhenghao quietly explains the strict rules of survival on the island. They emerge in a clearing containing a giant gold-rimmed mirror floating in the air. Cultivators are flying in and out of its reflective surface. This is the Tiangshuan mirror. He Zheng Hao explains the lore. It was once a normal mirror, but after reflecting the image of the immortal venerable, it gained a soul, learned to cultivate, and became a semi-divine entity. The mirror handles almost all alliance affairs, but the master warns our guy to watch his tongue. This thing is incredibly petty and holds massive permanent grudges. He pushes Lifan forward, sending him flying straight into the glowing purple surface of the mirror. Our guy passes through, finding himself standing in an endless, quiet, pitch-black void. Zheng Hao's voice echoes as he registers him as a new chi condensation recruit. A system display pops up, awarding the master 50 contribution points for his successful MLM recruit. Zheng Hao waves goodbye, telling our guy he has to get back to his island duties. If you have questions, just ask the mirror. See ya! The dark void suddenly speaks in a robotic echoing tone. Divine sense recorded. Please state your name. Our guy answers, Lifan. The system welcomes him, gifting him 20 free contribution points and explains how to trade points for techniques, treasures, or post-bounty quests. The mirror adds that as a newbie, he gets 30 days of free lodging inside the mirror. After that, it's a rent of 10 points every 30 days. The system continues, explaining he can also buy permanent caves on the island. Lifan gets a highly sinister look on his face, looks up at the ceiling and asks, "Hey, if I decide I don't like it here, can I quit and join your mortal enemy, the Five Elders Council?" The dark void goes completely, utterly silent. We open with this beautiful illustration of our boy looking majestic under the full moon. But back in the real world, the Tiangshuan Mirror's AI instantly hits him with the ultimate terms of service warning. Defecting to the Five Elders Council means both sides will hunt you down. Lifan, being a complete legal menace, immediately points out, "Hey, I don't recall actually clicking agree to join your alliance." The mirror deadpans back. "By entering this space and letting us record your divine sense, you voluntarily accepted the terms." Basically, he got hit with the classic auto-renew scam. He asks if he can just opt out and become a rogue cultivator. The mirror tells him sure, but they'll forcibly reclaim literally everything he's earned since joining. Our guy spends the next several hours tirelessly grilling the AI for loopholes. Once the Q&A is done, the mirror tells him he can control his personal pocket dimension using his mind. He raises his hand, focusing his divine sense to manipulate the void. And instantly, the dark space warps, transforming into a flawless replica of his old Grand Tutor's manor back in his previous loop. Every desk, brush, and chair feels completely real. Our guy is genuinely impressed by this high-tech setup. But then he checks the shop. Even the absolute bottom-tier chi condensation manuals cost 1,000 contribution points. He checks the job board and realizes standard newbie missions only pay 5 to 10 points. He wanted to be a god, but the system just signed him up to be a corporate wage slave. Suddenly, a system notification pings, "Incoming video transmission." Our guy is confused. Who is calling him already? A blue hologram of Xiao Heng pops up, smiling warmly. "Big Brother Li, you finally made it!" The kid explains that since buying a manual takes years for a newbie, he wants to repay the favor from their Liuli Island days. He casually mentions he already hit the peak of chi condensation and is currently heading to some ancient ruins in the deep sea to hunt for rare materials. Before he goes, he drops a massive parting gift, a water attribute cultivation manual, and warns Lifan not to leave the island until he's stronger. The hologram drops a scroll, Lesser Amplification Water Art. This kid is an absolute angel. Lifan smiles. Xiao Hong's talent is terrifying, but his character is incredibly solid. He decides to keep this kid close. He also left a copy of the Supreme Primordial True Scripture fragment. Our guy remembers Ko Hong saying this technique lets you reset your cultivation base to 0 without losing your foundation. This is the ultimate loop hack. He can practice the water art to blend in, then disperse it and switch to his secret S-Rank manual once he's in a safe, unsupervised spot. He starts cultivating the water art and decides to activate the mirror's assisted cultivation mode by spending some of his free points. The spiritual energy in the room instantly multiplies, putting him into a state of spirit enlightenment. The comprehension boost is so insane it almost gives him the illusion of being a natural genius. But then, his paid timer runs out, and he is rudely yanked out of VIP premium mode back into free-to-play peasant mode. The premium mode was 30 times faster. The emotional damage of the drop is so real he's deeply tempted to buy another day, but he only has 10 points left and stops himself. He stares at his hands, his eyes glowing. A treasure like this mirror should belong to me. Absolutely wild ambition. He runs his heart-refining incantation to calm down. He's too weak right now, he needs to farm points first. He realizes the mirror's business model is pure evil. Once a cultivator gets a taste of the premium speed, they will do literally anything for more points. The Myriad Immortals Alliance has every cultivator locked in a financial chokehold. He realizes if he turns in his halting stealth fragment, it should exchange for thousands of points. But doing it under the mirror's direct surveillance might look suspicious to high-level elders. If some powerhouse freezes his mind before he can trigger his reset system, it's game over. Caution is always his first rule. He scrolls through the mission board and spots a targeted quest, Liuli Island. The medical department needs someone to collect 20 Liuli pearls. It is the perfect excuse for a business trip back to his home turf. To hide his inventory capacity, he spends 5 points on a tiny decoy storage ring, teleporting back to Liuli Island, and immediately orders Steward Qian to gather the pearls. Steward Qian bows, sweating profusely. "My lord! We only have 23 pearls left on the entire island." He explains that due to massive overfishing, the Liuli fish populations have completely plummeted, and they need a year to recover. Li Fan immediately connects this to the captain's warning about the fish fleeing the seafloor. Something apocalyptic is brewing. He goes to his villa, opens his hidden ark, and transfers all his hoarded gold, silver, and the stellar fragment into his new storage ring. He steps back into the teleportation circle, ready to head back to the main hub. But just as the portal activates, He Zhenghao flies down, shouting, "Little friend, wait!" Our guy freezes, his face instantly turning dark. Back on the island, He Zhenghao lands and says, "Relax, no need to be nervous. Would you be interested in a job as an island guardian?" He specifies Taiyan Island, just west of here. He explains the current guardian hit a cultivation bottleneck and wants to travel to find a breakthrough, but needs a substitute to cover his shift. Li Fan is skeptical. "Don't you need to be a Foundation establishment master to guard an island? I'm just a beginner." He Zhenghao laughs it off, explaining it's a private contract. Taiyan is tiny, and with the island's defense array active, a beginner can easily handle it. The master adds that as the middleman, he'll get a nice cut of the commission. Our guy asks about the rules, the array cycles every 5 days, so he can leave for up to 5 days at a time. He Zhenghao points out, every year on duty, you can trade your points for 5 days of assisted cultivation. Those 5 days are worth more than half a year of hard grind. He's literally selling the premium subscription. Li Fan agrees but says he must turn in his pearl mission first. The master tells him to meet up in a few days. He returns to Wangxian Island, hands over the pearls, and gets 21 contribution points. And now, the main heist. He puts the hoarded gold, silver, and the stealth fragment up for exchange. The gold nets him 235 points. But the stealth fragment? A whopping 1,968 points. Suddenly, our guy is absolutely loaded, but instead of spending it on gear, he asks the mirror a critical question. Are there any natural disasters expected to hit the Kongyan Sea recently? The mirror is silent for a long moment, and then, the AI text flashes, "Do not worry, these are normal movements. Calculations show no major disasters will happen in the next 10 years. Li Fan's suspicion levels are off the charts right now. He decides to drop the subject and asks about Liuli pills instead. The mirror explains that Liuli pills are rare elixirs that boost comprehension, and crucially, the effect stacks with the mirror's assisted cultivation mode. They are highly sought after, with a standard price of 6 points per pill. Li Fan smirks. Since the fish are going extinct, the price of these pills is bound to skyrocket. He immediately spends 2,100 points to buy 350 pills. Absolute market manipulation. Then, he casually adds, "Oh, by the way, the schools of Liuli fish at Liuli Island have nearly vanished." The mirror pauses, verifies the info, and displays, "Important intelligence verified." Li Fan is granted 1 contribution point. Our guy is completely dumbfounded. 1 single pity point? He realizes the mirror knew he was hoarding and gave him a tiny reward as a petty warning. This AI definitely has an attitude. But the market reacts instantly. The price of Liuli pills surges from 6 to 9 points within hours of the news leak. As panic buying pushes the price to 12 points, Li Fan decides to dump his entire stock directly back to the Tianshuan mirror. The mirror buys them back at 10 points per pill. Our guy prints an absolute fortune, netting 3,500 points, bringing his total to 3,629. Meanwhile, the other cultivators are crying in the background as the bubble pops and the price stabilizes back to 8 points. Our guy then buys back 100 pills for himself at the stabilized price. He basically got 100 premium pills for free and made 600 points of pure profit. He goes on a massive shopping spree, buying manuals on formations, alchemy, refinement, protective robes, and hidden chi talismans. His points drop back to 346, but his bag is full. He pops a Liuli pill, activates the premium mode, and starts grinding the water art. In just 5 days, he effortlessly breaks through to the peak of the chi condensation midstage. No bottlenecks, just pure dopamine-filled speed. He Zhenghao knocks on his door, and Li Fan quickly equips his new hidden chi talisman to hide his massive power jump. The master enters and hands him a gray token. Everything is set up. Remember, when we meet the island guardian, let me do all the talking. Li Fan looks at the token, and his face instantly goes pale. Wait, this is a prestige talisman. He knows exactly what it is because he literally just bought one. It's a tool used to disguise your aura and pretend to be a cultivator of a higher realm. He instantly realizes Zhang Hao's entire plan, the chi condensation substitute story, was a complete lie. He wanted Li Fan to disguise himself as a Foundation establishment master to trick the Taiyan Island Guardian, letting the master pocket the massive fee difference. Our guy realizes Zhang Hao is a deeply scheming, dangerous con artist. He decides he can never trust him. But with no other choice, Li Fan puts on the disguise and meets the Taiyan Island Guardian, Zhou Qingang. Zhou Qingang is highly satisfied with the Foundation establishment substitute and issues a targeted commission for 800 points a year. Zhang Hao accepts it and then passes a tiny, pathetic cut to Li Fan. The Guardian hands over the green jade control token and leaves impatiently. They arrive at Taiyan Island, which looks like a bustling, crowded medieval city. But suddenly, the illusion warps. The citizens on the street turn around, revealing horrific, decaying, zombie-like faces staring directly at Li Fan. What the hell is going on with this island? Well, it turns out Zhang Hao has some local specialties to show us on Taiyan Island. He calls them Taiyan fruits, but they look exactly like pale, depressed peasants walking around a depressing town. These things are basically organic batteries. If you eat a mature one, it adds 5 years to your lifespan. The Alliance requires 30 fruits a year, and the Guard gets to keep the surplus to sell for 90 points each. It is a literal MLM scheme where the product has bills to pay. Li Fan plays the humble junior, thanking his senior for the opportunity to skin this weird, flesh-based economy. Zhang Hao plays the cool boss, telling him it is all about mutual growth. Then Zhang Hao actually looks at Li Fan's spiritual signature and his face completely drops. Our guy broke through to mid-stage chi condensation in record time, and he has to blame it on the kid who speedran cultivation earlier. Zhang Hao smiles, realizing Li Fan was wearing a chi-concealing talisman to hide his gains. He loves the paranoia. It is very professional. He praises Xiao Heng's boundless future as a generational genius. Li Fan just nods along. Flattery is free, and it keeps the scammers happy. Suddenly, a low, eerie wailing echoes from a nearby building. Perfect timing. A fruit just matured. They walk inside a house where a group of relatives is kneeling on the floor, weeping. It looks like a completely normal funeral. The grief is heavy, raw, and painfully real. In the coffin lies a dead man, surrounded by a thick, sweet-smelling red mist. The sweet scent is the mature fruit. Li Fan watches, trying to process the spiritual mechanics of this. Zhang Hao steps forward, completely ignoring the crying family, and presses 2 fingers to the dead man's forehead. The corpse instantly dissolves into a swirling vortex of red energy. The mist condenses, hardening into a bright crystal red apple, and right on cue, a strange pale green fire flares over the kneeling family. They stop crying. They look around, completely confused, like they just woke up in the middle of a room and forgot why they walked in. The family quietly packs up and leaves. The grief is completely gone, erased by the island's grand formation. Zhang Hao tosses the freshly harvested red apple to Li Fan and tells him to take a bite. The second the fruit touches his hand, a primal, overwhelming hunger takes over his mind. Li Fan doesn't hesitate. He takes a massive bite, and the unnatural hunger instantly vanishes. His system menu pops up, confirming his maximum physical lifespan just shot up by 5 years. Easy money. And then, Zhang Hao casually drops the punchline, "They look like humans because they are transformed from humans." Li Fan immediately starts gagging. He just ate a person, or at least a very high-quality simulation of one. Zhang Hao explains the lore. 500 years ago, Taiyan Island was a completely normal mortal island, but one day, the locals stopped leaving. Every rescue crew sent to investigate disappeared into thin air. A Golden Core Guardian finally went down to investigate, and what he found broke his sanity. The entire mortal population had vanished, replaced by a massive, twisting primeval forest, and hanging from every single branch were human-faced fruits, smiling chillingly in the wind. The Alliance sent specialists, cut down the giant trees, and restored the island back to its original state. Then they built a massive mental matrix formation over the island, forcing the remaining human-faced fruits to live, work, and die in a simulated loop so cultivators could farm them. Li Fan looks at the red apple. So, they are definitely just people, right? He Zheng Hao waves it off. No soul, no intellect, just lingering human vibes. Don't overthink it. Li Fan processes this. He realizes the horrifying truth of this world. It doesn't matter if they are people or not. In a world of immortal sociopaths, if eating a baby added 5 years to your life, there would be a market for it by Tuesday. So, our guy settles into his relaxing new job as the temporary guardian of a simulated human farm. He spends his days in deep meditation, studying his stolen S-Rank nascent soul scripture, Thousand Mysteries Jade Cosmos. A year passes. He collects his 800 contribution points and buys the next tier of his basic water art. With the Tianquan Mirror's pay-to-win assisted cultivation mode active, he is right on the cusp of late-stage qi condensation. He feels the power surging through his veins. But then he hits a massive wall. His manuals call it Heaven's Bane. It is a hard mechanical bottleneck. You cannot grind your way past it with raw power, you need to find an intuitive breakthrough. Since his basic water technique is stuck, he switches back to his S-Rank scripture to unlock a secondary divine ability, Discern Mechanism. Another year of slow grinding passes. He runs back to Wangxian Island, collects his pay, and spends it all on ancient technical insights to speed up the process. He boots up the mirror's assisted mode, and suddenly the obscure ancient texts make perfect sense. He rushes back to Taiyan Island to lock himself in closed-door cultivation, his mind completely immersed in the flow of spiritual energy. A golden, burning mist erupts inside his dantian. The second layer of the ancient scripture is mastered. He finally unlocks Discern Mechanism. Time to see what the energy of heaven and earth actually looks like. He flies up into the sky, opens his newly upgraded eyes, and looks down. His heart freezes. The entire island, which should be basking in bright daylight, is completely swallowed by a massive, swirling vortex of Black Death Qi. He blinks, channeling more power into his eyes, hoping it is just a visual glitch. No glitch. The Black Storm of Doom is massive, blocking out the sky. He casts his water mirror technique to check the surrounding sea. His reflection stares back at him, sweating bullets. This is the central region of the Alliance. Who could possibly generate this much death energy without triggering a defensive response? Our guy decides he is not paid enough for this. He runs to the local teleportation array to flee back to the mainland. He steps onto the platform. Nothing happens. The array is completely dead. He pulls out He Zheng Hao's communication talisman, screaming into the receiver. Only static answers. He is officially locked in. Can he escape by boat? It takes 2 to 3 months to sail back to Wangxian Island. He has plenty of spirit stones, but he stops. He looks past the island's protective barrier. The sea looks calm, but his spiritual radar is screaming. The ocean is packed with a dense, invisible killing intent. If he steps outside the bubble, he is instantly shredded. He is trapped. Since he can't leave, he decides to ask the local simulated mortals what the hell has been going on while he was practicing his breathing exercises. He bursts into the island lord's manor, and the fat lord instantly drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Li Fan's eyes glow with cold gold light. What happened? Speak! The lord weeps, claiming it hasn't rained for 6 full months. The fresh water is gone, the crops are dead, and the people are starving. No rain for half a year? This matches Captain Zhang's warnings perfectly. The global weather system is actively being shut down. The Lord continues crying, saying the fish have vanished and the rescue boats never returned. Li Fan looks down at him, his eyes narrowing. If everyone is starving to death, why haven't you lost a single pound? I checked your kitchen, fat man. It is loaded with food. The Lord's face goes pale. Immortal Master, spare me. Too late. A clean, brutal slash of blue light, and the corrupt lord's head rolls across the floor. Our guy does not do negotiation arcs. He gathers the remaining island officials in the courtyard, his voice echoing across the estate. Your lord has been executed. Kneel and report. The terrified stewards tremble, spilling everything. The famine was real. 1/3 of the island's population died in a single month while the lord hoarded the remaining rations. Li Fan looks at his miniature dimensional boat, the Taiyan Ark. Back in Great Xuan, he packed it to the brim with grain. And thanks to the ship's preservation runes, it is still perfectly fresh. He summons the grain, dropping massive bags of rice from the sky. The starving locals fall to their knees, kowtowing to their savior. A week later, he uses his basic formation knowledge to build a giant seawater desalinator, restoring fresh drinking water to the colony. But while building the array, he notices something terrifying. The island's protective barrier is decaying at a rapid rate under the pressure of the raging external energy. The barrier is going to pop, and when it does, everyone on this rock dies. He has fulfilled his duty, but he has zero intention of dying with the crop. He zooms in, his analytical gold eyes scanning the spiritual vectors of the raging energy outside, and then he notices the ultimate blind spot. The violent spiritual storm outside isn't targeting mortals at all. It is specifically designed to shred and consume spiritual energy. The fishermen didn't die from the energy, they died because they ran out of water. A brilliant, unhinged smile spreads across his face. He pulls out the supreme primordial true scripture. If he willingly dissolves his entire cultivation base back to zero, he temporarily becomes a regular mortal. Our guy is currently floating in a vortex of green wind, only to realize he has hit a massive mechanical skill cap. The system calls it Heaven's Bane. It is a literal built-in bottleneck that blocks you from grinding unless you find a rare, intuitive breakthrough. Since his basic water spells are soft-locked, he switches back to his S-Rank ancient manual, but a whole year of training nets him absolutely zero progress. So he takes his proxy salary, runs to the library, and boots up the Tianshuan Mirror's assisted mode. Instantly, the pay-to-win cheat code hits his brain like a massive lightning bolt of pure enlightenment. He runs back to his cave to lock himself in seclusion, the ancient runes floating around his head. A golden, burning mist condenses inside his dantian. He finally masters the second layer, unlocking a high-tier ocular ability called Discernment of Mechanism. He steps outside, activates his new gold-glowing eyes, and looks up at the sky. He looks down at the town below, and his jaw completely drops. Despite it being broad daylight, the entire island is enveloped in a massive, swirling vortex of black death energy. He rubs his eyes, hoping it is just a visual glitch in his system. He casts his water mirror technique to get a clean, panoramic view. But the reflection is clear. The doom cloud is very real, and he is right in the center of it. This is supposed to be the safest, most heavily guarded sector of the Alliance. Who could possibly generate this much death chi without triggering a defensive fleet? Our guy decides he is not paid enough to find out. He jumps onto the local teleportation platform to run away. He presses the button, but the array is completely dead. It is like trying to use a broken vending machine while the building is on fire. He pulls out his emergency communication talisman to call his corrupt boss, He Zhenghao. Only static answers. He is officially locked in. Can he fly out? It takes 3 months of constant sailing to reach the mainland. Luckily, he hoarded plenty of spirit stones. But then he pauses. He looks past the barrier. The ocean looks calm, but his spiritual radar is screaming. The atmosphere outside the shield is packed with an invisible, absolute killing intent. The second his spiritual energy crosses that line, he is minced meat. He is completely trapped. Since he can't leave, he decides to visit the local simulated mortals to see what has been happening while he was meditating. He bursts into the island lord's manor, and the local ruler instantly drops to the floor, begging for his life. Li Fan's eyes glow with cold gold light. What happened? Speak! The lord weeps, claiming it hasn't rained on the island for a full 6 months, and the freshwater supply is completely dry. No rain for half a year? The ghost of Captain Zhang Haobo's warnings instantly flashes in his mind. The global weather patterns are actively collapsing. The lord continues crying, saying the fish have vanished and none of the deep-sea fishing fleets ever returned. Li Fan looks down at him, his face darkening. If everyone is starving to death, why haven't you lost a single pound? I checked your pantry, fat man. You are hoarded up. The lord starts sweating cold. Immortal master, please. Too late. A clean, flash-cut slash of blue light, and the corrupt lord is split right down the middle. Our guy does not do trial arcs. He gathers all the island's minor officials in the courtyard under a bloody orange sky, announcing the old management has been permanently retired. 3 trembling stewards kneel before him, finally explaining the true scale of the disaster. The drought was a slow-motion execution. 1/3 of the island's population starved to death in a single month while the Lord watched. Li Fan looks down at his miniature wooden toy boat, the Tai Hang Ark. Back in Great Xuan, he loaded it to the absolute brim with emergency grain. He tosses the toy, and massive sacks of white rice rain down from the heavens, landing before the weeping crowds. A week later, he uses his basic magic to build a giant seawater desalinator, restoring fresh drinking water to the colony. But while building the array, he looks up and realizes the island's protective barrier is crackling with orange lightning. It is decaying fast. If he stays on this rock when the shield pops, he is dead. He has fulfilled his contract as guardian, but he needs a way out. He zooms in, his analytical gold eyes scanning the spiritual frequency of the raging storm outside. And then, the ultimate realization hits him. The violent spiritual storm outside isn't targeting mortals at all. It is specifically designed to seek out and shred cultivators. Before he triggers the reset, he looks back at the glowing portal, remembering his previous loop. When he first arrived in the cultivation world in his last life, he was surrounded by high mountain ranges. But in this life, he arrived above a vast, boundless ocean. He looks down at the dry, cracked canyon floor, and suddenly, it all clicks. It is the exact same location. In his previous run, he arrived in the year 65 where the Kongyun Mountains stood. But in this run, he arrived in the year 20, when it was still a vast sea. The ocean didn't just vanish, it literally dried up into dry canyons over 45 years. He smacks his forehead. If he had connected the dots from Captain Zhang's warnings earlier, he could have predicted this entire geography rewrite. But a smile creeps across his face. If the ocean dries up into mountains, that means there is a hard temporal deadline for this disaster to pass. He remembers that in year 50 of his last loop, the cultivators he killed claimed they came from Lingtian City in the Kongyun Mountains. That means by year 50, the drought is over and the mountains are green again. He calms his mind and floats back down to the island. He transmits his voice across the colony, promising the weeping peasants that this apocalypse has a hard expiration date. With the locals' morale restored, he retreats to his cave and pulls out his most valuable loot, the blue Kanghai pearl. He tries to link with it, but his mind slips off the smooth surface. Without the Tianshuan Mirror's pay-to-win interface, he is basically trying to hack an alien computer with a rock. He tries everything: spiritual pressure, physical force, even dripping his own blood onto it. The pearl just sits there, completely unresponsive. Finally, he remembers his ocular skill, mechanism analysis. He channels the golden energy into his eyes and stares directly into the core. The pearl erupts with a deep, cosmic blue water vortex. Inside lies a dormant, condensed copy of the vast ocean itself. His vision flashes, and suddenly his soul is ripped from his physical body, launching him high above the 9 heavens. He looks down and sees a colossal, swirling black void sphere descending over the blue sea. The sky itself is trying to boil the planet, and the ocean is powerless to stop it. He breaks free of the vision, gasping for breath as he clutched his head in blinding pain. He looks down. His hair has turned gray, and fine wrinkles have appeared around his eyes. Connecting with the source code of the ocean is a fast track to the retirement home. He pulls up his system menu and gasps. In a single second of spiritual contact, his physical age jumped from 54 to 89. He just traded 35 years of his life for a quick peek. He shivers. If his system hadn't forcibly disconnected him, his consciousness would have been completely dissolved and absorbed by the ocean's will. He realizes the scale of his mistake. Trying to force a planetary tier artifact to obey a mortal's mind is like trying to download a petabyte of data onto a floppy disk. Meanwhile, the weather outside gets hotter, and the simulated mortals grow too weak to even pray to his statues. Feeling his own mind growing restless under the oppressive heat, he circulates his long-neglected heart-refining incantation. A cool, silver mist washes over his thoughts. The anxiety, impatience, and fear dissolve into raw nourishment for his mental focus. And in that quiet moment of absolute mental clarity, a realization hits him. He has been stuck at his cultivation bottleneck for years, unable to advance an inch. The breakthrough doesn't lie in ignoring the pearl, it lies in risking his mind to link with it again. but this time with his emotions completely silenced. He closes his eyes, circulating both S-Rank manuals simultaneously. His mind enters a deep, silent trance as the stars spin above him at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Centuries seem to pass in a single breath. A cold, ancient aura flows into his forehead, and when he opens his eyes, his wrinkles are gone. His hair is dark, and his mind is completely clear. A colossal, glowing blue projection of his soul rises over the island. His divine sense has been amplified 10,000-fold, spanning across the entire region. His consciousness ripples outward, scanning the surrounding dead islands. He sees erupting volcanoes, boiling oceans, and a few desperate high-tier cultivators hiding in dark caves, trying to survive the heat. But he doesn't care about them. He raises his massive spiritual hands, mobilizing a tiny sliver of the pearl's power to pull the residual moisture from the air, and a heavy, beautiful rain downpour floods Tayan Island. The locals dance in the streets, weeping with joy. He programs the pearl to automatically trigger this rain once every 2 weeks. With the island secured, his soul floats back to his body, cross-legged in a galaxy of purple stars, quietly observing the flow of natural laws. 1 year, 2 years pass. Time completely loses its meaning to him as his understanding of the universe deepens, but on the 3rd year, his golden eyes open. The killing intent in the sky hasn't decreased, it has reached a boiling point. The dark clouds above the boiling sea split open, and a colossal, burning giant composed of solar fire descends from the heavens. So, the literal fire god of the apocalypse is hovering right behind our guy, and the second Lifan looks at it, a massive wave of system lore drops directly into his brain. This entity is the soul of heaven and earth, Qian. It is a mindless walking reset button sent by the universe to wipe out greedy cultivators. But there is a catch. If you can somehow sacrifice and eat this thing, you instantly reach God-tier integration with the Tao. The system is basically screaming, "Eat the spicy Terminator" to unlock God mode like a sketchy mobile game ad. Suddenly, Qian turns his massive flaming head, locking eyes with Lifan. Inside his hand, the seawater within the Kanghai Pearl instantly begins to boil. Lifan immediately cuts his gaze, frantically circulating his heart-refining incantation to dissolve the overwhelming greed clawing at his mind. Fortunately, Qian views him as nothing more than a speck of floating dust, turning back to continue cooking the ocean. Desire and logic tear at Lifan's soul. Half of his brain wants to run up and try to consume the sun, while the other half is desperately trying to keep his head from exploding. Eventually, the mental storm subsides, leaving him drenched in cold sweat and too terrified to look up again. But when his consciousness returns to his physical body, he realizes he has a major problem. He stayed in the trance for too long. He now has a long silver beard, gray hair, and wrinkles. He looks like a wizard who lost a fight with a hairdryer. His physical vessel is completely failing, but our guy is built different. He doesn't panic. He saw the fire god and learned the truth behind the ocean's collapse. To him, this run is already a massive W. He decides not to trigger the reset yet. Since he is already trapped in the pearl, he might as well squeeze every drop of data out of this timeline. He uses a sliver of the pearl's water energy to seal his decaying body in a protective bubble, estimating he can stretch this dying run for another 12 years. 5 years pass in the blink of an eye. He floats over the wasteland, watching the stars spin and the remaining life in the Kongyan Sea slowly wither away. By year 40, the entire ocean is gone, replaced by a massive, silent range of dry canyons. Only the mortals on Tayan Island survive, huddled under the quiet protection of his rain spells. With his mission complete, the giant fire god finally dissipates into the sky, leaving Lifan alone with his thoughts. 2 years later, several cultivators wearing green robes descend from the heavens, casting massive weather spells to bring the long-awaited rain. Lush green vegetation erupts from the dry canyon floor. Forest trees rise from the ground in a matter of months. The ocean is officially gone, completely transformed into the Kongyun mountain range, with floating sky cities being built above the peaks. In year 48, a Foundation establishment cultivator flies down to the former Liuli Island, looking down at the new green valley with deep sorrow. Lifan opens his glowing golden eyes. Hold on, I know that face. It is Captain Zhang Haobo. Over 20 years have passed, and the rugged sailor who fled the sea has actually managed to claw his way into becoming a Foundation establishment master. Seeing his old friend alive and strong brings a sudden wave of genuine emotion to our cold-blooded MC. But his time is up. The memories of this loop begin to fade, swirling through his mind like smoke. His physical consciousness retreats back to his ancient, decaying body. And right there, on the brink of death, the sheer decades of watching the cosmos finally break his bottleneck. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth floods his fading body. He achieves late-stage chi condensation on his literal deathbed. Peak irony. His body turns into glowing blue stardust. Time to reset. The blue system menu flares to life. He wakes up back in his youthful physical body, choosing option 2, retain cultivation realm. He smiles. He already knows exactly where the Kanghai Pearl is located in this timeline. Suddenly, 2 massive streams of water and fire energy erupt inside his dantian. The toxic mortal miasma in his blood is instantly vaporized, completely purged by the sheer weight of natural laws. His decade of watching the stars has given him a level of control that shouldn't even be possible for a chi condensation cultivator. He realizes the truth. If the miasma is the universe's way of separating mortals and immortals, this raw cosmic energy did the absolute opposite. He looks at his hands, thinking of Su Changyu, the brave refugee who died a horrific death trying to purge his miasma the hard way. The path of cultivation is a meat grinder. He thinks of Xiao Heng, the genius kid who speedrun Foundation establishment, and how everyone thought he was destined for greatness. But in the end, the genius died, the fire god boiled the sea, and only the rugged sailor Zhang Haobo survived to reach the mountains. He understands now. The Tianshuan mirror's predictions failed because the global reset was a secret locked away by the heavens themselves. The mirror calculated no disasters because it was looking at human metrics, completely blind to the fact that the universe was preparing to drain the ocean. And then there is the Manhwa Chamber of Commerce. They withdrew years in advance without warning anyone, letting millions of people drown or starve. There is a massive shady conspiracy under the surface, and Li Fan is going to dig it up. But first, he needs to play it safe. His heart-refining incantation is boosting his system's charging speed. He smiles, his eyes glowing with gold light. With 40 years of absolute foresight, this timeline is about to become his personal playground. But our story cuts back to the Great Xuan Nation, on the misty cliffs of Jieli Mountain. 2 mortal teenagers are currently dragging themselves up a steep, rocky path. The muscular big guy, Xuanba, collapses onto a rock, wheezing that he has been walking all day and physically cannot move another step. The kid in the bamboo hat, Erlong, tells him it is not safe to rest. This mountain is crawling with wild beasts and tigers, but there is a hidden cave just ahead. Xuanba looks up, completely exhausted. Erlong, be honest with me. Are there actually immortals on this mountain, or are we just climbing rocks for fun? Erlong pauses, his face serious under the shadow of his hat. I saw one, Erlong says, with my own eyes. Xuanba groans, complaining that Erlang has been acting like a possessed man for 5 years, dragging him up mountains when he should just be practicing martial arts like a normal person. It is like trying to stop your friend from falling down a crypto rabbit hole. Erlang sighs, telling Xuanba he is starting to sound exactly like his nagging mother. He tells him to shut up or go down the mountain alone. But before they can argue, a colossal glowing white python slides silently out of the mist. Xuanba points and screams, "Giant python!" The massive beast lunges, and Xuanba leaps into the air with a battle cry. He lands a heavy, bone-shattering punch right onto the snake's nose. Erlang doesn't stand by. He points 2 fingers forward, channeling his focus. A volley of sharp wooden spikes flies from his sleeves, slamming into the python's thick white scales. But the beast is too strong. With a swift whip of its tail, the python swats Xuanba through the air. Erlang leaps backward, dodging a massive snap of the jaws. Cornered against the rocks, Erlang watches the snake lunge again. Xuanba screams his name in terror. Erlang grabs the python's giant fangs with his bare hands, desperately trying to keep the jaws open. He is spitting blood, his muscles tearing under the immense pressure of the beast's bite. With a violent shake, the snake flings Erlang across the clearing, slamming him hard into the stone. Bleeding and broken, Erlang looks up at the looming shadow of the python. Damn it, is this where we die? He flashes back to 5 years ago. He remembers seeing a peerless immortal floating effortlessly through the sky above Jieli Mountain. That single image sparked an unshakable obsession to seek the Tao and become his disciple. He spent 5 long years braving cold winds and dangerous valleys just to find that master. He spits blood, his heart heavy with the realization that he is going to die before he can ever learn the immortal path. Suddenly, the air splits. A flock of eagles and cranes swoops down from the clouds. talons extended. A massive red-eyed bear and a pack of wild wolves sprint out of the forest, lunging at the python. Xuanba's jaw drops. What is happening? Why are the local predators forming an alliance to jump this snake? Erlang's eyes light up with sudden hope. It's the immortal method, master! You are here, aren't you? High above the cliffs, Li Fan stands floating in the clouds, his dark sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looks down at Erlang, analyzing his structure. Not bad. A special constitution, and his mental drive to seek the Tao is exceptionally firm. He smiles. But I haven't even secured my own base yet. I cannot take a disciple. I will leave you a massive fortune once the time is right, kid. Li Fan turns and glides away into the mist. 9 years of grueling research into the laws of nature have finally paid off. His formless killing intent is absolute perfection. To avoid the mortal miasma of Jieli Mountain while retaining his late-stage chi condensation power, he lived in complete seclusion, dedicating all his time to mastering this silent conceptual magic. The spell is terrifyingly simple. It disguises his intent as the literal will of heaven, driving every wild animal within a mile to attack the target until it is dead. He doesn't even have to get his hands dirty. It is basically weaponized animal control. Ordinary cultivators can't detect it because there is no active spell signature. It is just pure, invisible intent. A must-have tool for casual robbery and murder. He smiles as his system menu updates. His void transformation charge is at 99%. It is time to return to the sea. A sleek blue ship splits the azure waters of the Kongyun Sea. Li Fan stands on the deck holding a small, dark clay jar. He opens the lid and scatters the ashes of Qianhong into the waves, fulfilling the ancient cultivator's dying wish. A golden, warm light radiates from the sea as the ancient soul finally returns to its native land after 3,000 years of wandering. Our guy is back on his min-maxing grind, only to realize something inside his soul has shifted after scattering Qianhong's ashes. He has no idea what it is, so he decides to file it away for later. Instead of summoning his massive 1,000-meter arc, he rides the wind to head toward Liuli Island. He has a solid game plan, play the role of a lucky rogue cultivator who reached late-stage chi condensation by chance and just wants a safe guild to join. But as he glides peacefully over the blue water, a massive, terrifying surge of killing intent suddenly locks onto him out of nowhere. It is at least Foundation Establishment tier. The threat is closing in way too fast. He has no choice but to drop his low-profile act and summon the Taihang Arc. A blinding beam of blue light cuts across the sky as the pursuer dives straight toward him. Even at maximum engine output, the distance is slowly closing. The pursuer is a relentless dog. Li Fan doesn't hesitate. He points 2 fingers and triggers his conceptual weapon, Formless Killing Mechanism. But the second he releases it, a chilling side effect hits his brain. 100 bloody, demonic eyes stare at him from the void. He gasps, realizing he just borrowed the mandate of heaven way above his current tier. Fortunately, since he only crossed one major boundary, the soul of heaven only glances at him before going back to sleep. Outside, his conceptual intent manifests. The ocean splits as a massive, glowing blue tornado erupts directly in the pursuer's path. The storm strikes the pursuer squarely, and Li Fan uses the window to accelerate. But the guy breaks free immediately, flying even faster. Li Fan's aggro is completely maxed out. Suddenly, a giant crocodile shark leaps from the sea and swallows the pursuer in one massive bite. The relief lasts all of 2 seconds before a fiery explosion tears the shark to pieces from the inside out. The guy is still coming. The sky darkens, and a massive bolt of purple tribulation lightning strikes the pursuer directly, cooking him to a crisp. Liuli Island is finally in sight. Li Fan heads straight for the central defensive barrier. The charred, half-dead Terminator screams from behind, "He Zhenghao, help me kill this little thief!" Li Fan looks back and his eyes go wide. It is Protector Wan, the supreme guard who protected him in his previous loop. Why is he spawn camping him? Realizing he is completely out of options and about to get pulverized, Li Fan yells the ultimate safe word, "Truth returning." Blue system screen, this simulation has ended. He sighs, realizing he just achieved the record for the shortest run in his entire career. He sits in his room trying to process the data. Why would an Alliance protector travel 1,000 miles just to execute a random rogue cultivator? How did the Alliance even track his location? He checks his system inventory, analyzing his assets, and his eyes lock onto the culprit, his water manual. This world is a hyper-capitalist MLM monopoly. The water spell he learned from the kid in the last loop is registered. The second he cultivated it from memory without buying a license, the system flagged a digital piracy leak and sent a strike team. Imagine getting a copy strike on your literal soul. Without a second thought, he circulates his scripture to dissolve his water cultivation back to absolute zero, wiping his digital footprint. Anchor Year 9. He arrives in the cultivation world again, this time with a clean record and no piracy alerts. Flying near Liuli Island, he remembers a secret from his previous decades as the ocean's consciousness. He stops, looking down into the deep, dark water. His golden eyes pierce the ocean floor, revealing a school of Liuli fish dragging fresh mortal corpses to feed a massive golden Liuli fish. The giant beast chews them up, spits out the bones, and looks completely unsatisfied with the quality. Li Fan points his fingers downward, whispering a quiet command. His formless killing intent drives the ordinary Liuli fish into a rabid frenzy. They turn on their golden leader like angry chat members during a bad stream. Golden blood floats to the surface as the giant is torn to pieces by its own minions. Li Fan retrieves a massive glowing orange Liuli pearl from the carcass. It is not a wondrous item, but carrying it gives him a permanent passive focus buff. Easy loot. Satisfied, he flies up to the gates of Liuli Island. He releases his late-stage chi condensation energy, and right on cue, Zhenghao flies up. Which fellow Taoist comes to my island? We open with some incredible cover art of the fire giant and the cultivators. Li Fan delivers his perfectly rehearsed pitch, claiming he is a lucky rogue cultivator who wants to join the alliance to find a breakthrough method. Zhenghao lights up like a proud MLM recruiter who just found a high-value affiliate. Li Fan praises him, calling him the legendary Timely Rain. Zhenghao is confused but thrilled because a good reputation directly buffs his specialized art. Zhenghao runs off to process a travel permit. If a powerful cultivator tries to fly around here without a pass, the island's automated defense lasers will vaporize them. Zhenghao returns, handing him a green pass spirit talisman. Li Fan prints his spiritual signature onto the metal slate, while Zhenghao warns him not to lose it or he will face a massive fine. They travel together to Wangxian Island and enter the portal of the Tianshuan Mirror. And right on cue, Zhenghao's system updates. Sponsoring a late-stage chi condensation talent nets him a massive 300-point referral bonus. His face is pure gold. He looks at Li Fan, asking him how old he is. Li Fan replies, 29. Zhenghao's jaw completely drops. A 29-year-old late chi condensation rogue? That is a cracked, generational prodigy talent. He instantly gets incredibly warm and helpful, offering to answer any question and hold nothing back. He practically begs Li Fan to ask him for help if he ever gets into trouble. Zhenghao leaves through a glowing portal, practically skipping with joy. Li Fan smiles. This is much better than his last run. Since his raw stats are officially cracked, the local scammer is treating him like a golden ticket. The mirror welcomes him to the system, gifting him a free 100-point starter pack. But he notices the pay-to-win rates have gone up. His late-stage realm gives him 30 points a day, but the assisted cultivation mode now costs 30 points a day to run. He runs his exact same gold laundering loops from before, trading his hoarded treasures to net a cool 2,800 points. The mirror offers to buy his giant Liuli pearl for 850 points. He declines, choosing to keep the permanent passive focus buff instead. He is a min-maxer, not a cheap seller. He scrolls through the public bounty board to look for quick profits. One specific mission catches his eye. Elder Chen of the Medicine Hall needs blue blood coral, offering 1,000 points for valid intel. Li Fan submits a detailed map of the exact coordinates he saw while linked to the ocean's consciousness, throwing in a fake story about a terrifying sea snake to make it look authentic. The mirror verifies the data within half a day, dropping 1,000 contribution points directly into his balance. But he notices the bounty remains active. The Elder is mass-producing whatever medicine needs this coral. That detail is going to matter later. File it away. He focuses on the most eye-catching bounty on the server, Cloud Water Map Record. Reward: 100,000 contribution points. The bounty has been sitting on the board for 10 years. No one has any idea what it even refers to. The publisher is an absolute mystery, hiding behind a heavy cloak, refusing to explain a single detail. But Li Fan smiles. He knows exactly what it is because of the messages Xiao Hong left behind. The record is inside the legendary Cloud Water Heavenly Palace ruins. It was the most powerful ancient sect in the region. During the Great Calamity, the disciples lost their sanity and slaughtered each other until only a fraction survived. They sealed the floating island temple behind a massive barrier, hiding it from the cosmos. But in Anchor Year 11, the formation will break and the ancient ruins will reappear. Over 100 cultivators will rush inside, only to be slaughtered by the anomalous environment. Less than 10% will make it out alive. And among them will be a lucky, completely average late chi condensation cultivator named Sikong Yi. Sikong Yi will be the one to retrieve the map record, claiming the massive 100,000 point payout. He will instantly use the long-distance array to flee the region, never to be seen again. Li Fan opens the mirror shop, purchasing a copy of the Survival Guide to Sect Ruins. The book explains that all valuable ancient ruins are divided into two distinct categories. The first category is normal ruins. As long as you avoid the physical traps and defense arrays, you will survive. But the second category is ruins with anomalies. Our guy has been studying up on anomalies, the bizarre, logic-defying entities that haunt ancient ruins. And when I say they defy logic, I mean it. Some of these things are so specific that they will literally execute you on the spot if you try to use a pirated cultivation method. The universe is literally running a copyright check with a death penalty. Now, Li Fan knows that in his previous loop, a lucky rogue named Sikong Yi retrieved a god-tier map from the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace and claimed a casual 100,000 contribution points. No one knows how he did it. But Li Fan has a plan. He's going to find Sikong Yi, tail him like a toxic ex, and spawn camp him right before he retrieves the treasure. The palace doesn't open for another 2 years. That gives our guy just enough time to grind his stats and get some actual offensive spells. Right now, his only real move is Formless Killing Intent, which is great for starting wild animal riots, but terrible for actual direct combat. So he opens up the Alliance shopping app. He finds the Nether Spirit Illusion art. It lets you visualize a terrifying phantom spirit inside your mind to physically drill into an enemy's brain and turn their thoughts to mush. This is basically custom made for him. His soul is already over 500 years old, and he's been running a mental gym routine for centuries. His brain is a weapon. He decides that if he has to visualize a phantom spirit, he might as well use Qi Yan, the godlike giant of pure fire that boiled the entire ocean in his previous run. Go big or go home, right? Then he checks the price tag. 2,500 points. That is almost foundation establishment pricing. No wonder nobody buys this stuff. He grits his teeth, clicks purchase, and just like that, his bank account is looking like mine after a Steam sale. He is down to 1,300 points. He sits down, pulls out his permanent Liuli Pearl focus buff, and starts the grind. He locks his mind onto the memory of the Giant of Fire, trying to summon that ocean-boiling heat into his sea of consciousness. The second he conjures the flame, his actual body starts cooking. Sweat pours down his face like a waterfall. He tries to use his mind-calming spell to suppress the heat, but the temperature spikes, and he literally pukes blood. Okay, maybe trying to visualize a literal walking nuke on day 1 was a bad idea. He wipes his mouth, realizing he can't just copy-paste a god of fire without triggering the natural laws of the universe. He starts analyzing the theory. Qi Yan means red flame, which represents the law of fire. What if he tries a different color palette? He shifts the flame to green. The phantom forms successfully, but it's completely hollow. It's basically a green screen effect with 0 damage output. He tries black. It doesn't even take shape, and it has no heat. Another complete miss. He runs through every color in the spectrum, charting the results like a true math major. He's got red, which cooks him, green, which is an empty shell, and black, which is just a dark cloud. Then he tries blue. Suddenly, a massive, freezing cold phantom of the fire giant materializes. The temperature in the room drops to absolute 0, and Li Fan enters a state of deep, emotionless logic. It is the ultimate form of post-nut clarity, but for cultivation. The blue fire giant fully solidifies. Instead of burning him alive, it fills him with a massive surge of vital energy. The cold fades, and he opens his eyes. The blue flame phantom is officially unlocked. He has a functional mental attack. The only problem? His points are practically gone. Rebuying spells and long-term training has left him absolutely broke. He went from middle class to poverty in 5 minutes. Left with no options, he shoots a text to his favorite MLM sponsor, He Zhenghao. Hey bro, any fast ways to make money? He Zhenghao replies instantly, ha ha ha, the alliance is tough, right? Usually, you'd have to slave away for 10 years, but since you're my boy, let's meet up at Liuli Island. I've got a deal for you. Li Fan travels to the Grand Formation at Liuli Island, climbing the stairs to meet his sponsor. Zhang Hao is waiting on the edge of a cliff, smiling like a salesman who just saw a credit card. Look at you, so impatient. He claps his hands together. The entire mountain range starts sinking. The physical earth literally drops. Li Fan looks up, completely thrown off. The massive chunks of mountain are now floating in the sky like a constellation of dark stars. Zheng Hao calls this the Mountain and River Star Formation. Our guy is genuinely impressed. Zheng Hao proudly admits he personally rebuilt this defensive barrier himself. Li Fan is surprised his shady sponsor is actually a genius formation master. Zheng Hao laughs it off, saying he had a little help. He explains that his foundation wondrous item was a legendary formation diagram. When it comes to arrays, even some nascent soul masters can't match his raw talent. Li Fan looks around. So, why did we need to come to a private, high-security floating island to talk about a business deal? Zheng Hao leans in with a dark smile. It's nothing major. Our guy is mentally calculating the risks. Why does this man want me to go to a mortal world? What is the play here? Zheng Hao explains. Mortal worlds are trash, but they have rare raw materials that sell for a premium back at the Alliance, but mining them ourselves is too slow and boring. However, the kings and nobles in those mortal worlds are desperate to escape their dying little realms. They want a ticket to the cultivation world. Li Fan raises an eyebrow. So, we use those escape tickets as leverage. We make the mortal royalty do all the labor and mining for us. The departed realm just happens to have a massive supply of starseed quicksand. A light bulb goes off in Li Fan's head. In his previous loop, he knew there was a high-tier cultivator running a massive smuggling ring with the heavenly treasure tower. It was Zheng Hao the entire time. The corruption is coming from inside the house. Zheng Hao shows him a chunk of the quicksand. 50 jin of this stuff is worth 600 points. One sweep every 10 years nets us thousands of free points. It is literal passive income, bro. He holds up a finger. And since you are doing the delivery run, we split the loot 50-50. Li Fan doesn't even hesitate. Deal. Smuggling with the guy who's supposed to arrest smugglers? That is a certified W. Zheng Hao hands him a budget flying boat and a top-tier form-hiding talisman that can mask his presence from anyone below nascent soul. Li Fan flies into the departed realm. The center of this mortal world is dominated by a colossal active volcano. The volcano's eruptions are getting faster and deadlier. The local empire is terrified the entire world is going to turn into a lava field, which is why they are selling everything they own to get their kids smuggled out. Our guy lands his ship, and the entire royal court, including the emperor, drops to their knees. Welcome, immortal master! Li Fan plays the role of the cold, demanding God perfectly. Have you gathered the materials? The emperor bows so low his crown is scraping the dirt. Yes, everything is ready. Please, let me show you. Li Fan inspects the mountain of black rocks and gold, vacuums it all into his storage ring, and smiles. Easiest delivery job of his life. He hands over the cheap flying boat to the kneeling emperor, but as he does, he remembers someone from his previous run, Xiao Heng, the legendary kid who accidentally speedran cultivation. Where is the heir to the Prince of Zhenin? The emperor tells him the kid is being raised at Scholar Su's residence. Li Fan heads there, and the entire Su family immediately hits the floor. Which one of you is Xiao Heng? Scholar Su points to a small kid with messy hair and a red headband who is casually scratching his head, looking completely clueless. Li Fan looks at the boy, visualizing the absolute beast of a cultivator this kid is destined to become in the future. Yep, that is the one. He walks over, touches the kid's head, and injects a tiny thread of spiritual energy to give him a permanent level-up boost. This kid is a genius. Keep him safe. In 10 years, I'll come back to claim him. He's pre-ordering his future top disciple. The family bows in gratitude, promising to protect him with their lives. But then, another young boy, Su Changyu, steps forward and drops to his knees. Immortal Master, I beg you, save my sister! He bangs his forehead against the stone floor so hard it starts bleeding. The father panics, grabbing the boy and yelling at him for disrespecting a cultivator. The boy is crying, begging for mercy but refusing to back down. The entire family is trembling in terror, waiting to see if the cultivator is going to vaporize them for speaking out of turn. But Li Fan remembers a detail from his past life. Xiao Hong once mentioned Su Changyu had a sister who died of a tragic, mysterious illness. "Take me to see her." They lead him to a dark basement. The baby sister is lying on a bed of solid ice, but her tiny body is radiating a scorching, visible heat wave. Li Fan reaches out and places his hand over the child. His eyes go wide. There is absolutely zero immortal mortal miasma in her system. A mortal born in an exiled pocket dimension with perfectly pure, clean blood? That is biologically impossible. He sends a wisp of energy into her body. The moment it enters, it is instantly amplified, returning to his hand with a burning, aggressive heat. He pulls back. This isn't fire. This is a violent, raw, spiritual energy generated entirely by pure rage. This baby is literally powered by anger. Li Fan stares at the crying child, realizing he just stumbled upon a natural immortal physique, a cheat code of a human, born to defy the heavens. And he just found her first. We start with our young future speedrunner, Xiao Hong, chilling in a tree, completely unaware that he's the future savior of our guy's manual collection. Meanwhile, back in the basement, Li Fan is reading the system's breakdown on the baby's natural immortal physique. No miasma, insane cultivation speed, and passive stat buffs from birth. This is basically starting a new RPG character with all legendary traits unlocked. But there's a catch, she also has the Envy of Heaven trait. When you are born with this much raw power, the sky literally tries to strike you down with purple lightning. If you survive the childhood boss fights, you become invincible. If you don't, you're just another statistic. Li Fan is staring at this baby like he just pulled a 0.01% drop rate item on his first pull. Both of these legendary 1 in 10,000 traits are in a single infant. The lack of miasma confirms the natural immortal body, and that burning rage inside her is her innate divine power. But without a cooling system, she's basically a computer running with no fan. Her own fire is cooking her from the inside out. No wonder in the previous timeline her brother was so desperate to join the experimental miasma trials just to find a cure. He ended up as a pile of bones, all for a cure he never found. Luckily for them, they met Li Fan. Our guy smirks and summons his newly upgraded Blue Flame Phantom Spirit. Even a Golden Core Master couldn't cure this, but my cold blue fire is the perfect liquid cooling setup. He sends the freezing blue flame inside the baby, wrapping her vital organs in a protective icy shell. And just like that, the baby stops crying, her fever breaks, and she looks like she just had the best sleep of her life. He seals her inside a protective blue fire egg. This ice firewall will keep her stable for 10 years. Once I finish looting the Cloudwater Palace, I'll come back and collect my high-tier disciple. Talk about pre-ordering a character. He heads upstairs and asks Scholar Su about the baby's mother. The scholar hesitates, then drops a classic main character origin story. The baby isn't his daughter, she's the child of his younger sister, Su Yuking, who got pregnant at 16. The crazy part? She wasn't married, and she literally could not tell anyone who the father was. This is either immaculate conception or a god-tier cultivator was running a side quest in this mortal world. The family wanted to get rid of the baby, but she refused, dying shortly after giving birth because her body was too frail. And soon after, the baby started turning into a literal heater, forcing them to stack ice blocks around her just to keep her alive. Li Fan walks away, thinking about the mystery of her birth. Born sensing heaven's mandate? No wonder her stats are broken. But it makes you think. In the original timeline, without him stepping in, this legendary genius died as a baby in a cold basement. How many god-tier talents in this world get deleted before they even get to level up? With the smuggling run finished, he heads back to Liuli Island and hands the storage ring to He Jianghao, but his sponsor is completely zoned out, staring at a mirror screen like a degen looking at his portfolio. The screen shows Spirit Miss Grass, 15 points, and He Jianghao is literally whispering, "Rise, please rise." Li Fan asks what's going on. He Jianghao sighs and explains that some beast supposedly destroyed the main island producing this grass, making it extremely rare. "I heard the news early and bought the entire dip. I stockpiled a massive batch to corner the market. But who knew the price would suddenly crash from 25 points to 13? I'm ruined, bro. My portfolio is cut in half." Li Fan looks at the chart. It just rebounded to 15. Shouldn't you sell now to recover some capital?" He Jianghao starts crying. "No way! 100 years of my savings are tied up in there. I have to hold with diamond hands until it hits 25. Li Fan's expression is priceless. This guy is a certified market degen. And then the screen flashes green. The price starts dropping. 12, 10, 8. It is a complete rug pull. Our guy mentally shakes his head. He did some digging later and found out the whole thing was a massive market manipulation trap set up by a high-tier lord to liquidate the retail cultivators. It turns out the Alliance had just discovered a hidden pocket dimension filled with endless fields of spirit mist grass. The scarcity was a lie. The supply was now infinite. Li Fan smirks. The market is truly a treacherous place. Classic pump and dump. At least he got 1,100 points for his delivery run. Instead of training, he goes searching for a broker named Zhao Shuan. This guy has black market connections, and Li Fan wants to use him to track down Xikong Yi. He heads to the 1,000-mile hall in the commercial district. Inside, he finds Zhao Shuan screaming at a communication talisman. "I don't care if the market crashed, we agreed on the price!" "What do you mean you're canceling the trade?" He smashes the talisman on the desk, furious. "Damn it! Another cancellation! Do they think I'm a joke?" The broker is holding his head in despair, staring at a massive pile of unsold stealth talismans. Li Fan steps in. "How much for those?" Zhao Shuan instantly switches to peak customer service mode, his eyes shining. 10 points each! Buy 10 and get 20% off! Buy 100 and I'll give you a 50% discount! Li Fan, who is currently wearing a high-grade disguise, just looks at him. "Why would I need 100? 5 or 6 is enough, and 10 points is a scam. The premium ones on the market go for 20, yours are clearly cheap knockoffs." The broker sweats, raising his hands. 8 points! Lowest I can go! Making these things costs raw materials, bro! Li Fan tosses some medium-grade spirit stones onto the counter. "Fine, give me 6. Keep the change. By the way, do you do intelligence gathering on other cultivators?" The merchant's face lights up. "Absolutely! My shop is bleeding cash. I'll take any side hustle. Who is the target?" Li Fan leans in. "Xikong Yi, mid-stage qi condensation." Zhao Shuan smiles. "A measly qi condensation cultivator? Easy money. I'll get you his entire background. It's just that the price," Li Fan raises his hand. "Since he's low tier, it shouldn't cost much." The merchant wiggles his finger. "Hey, this line of work has risks. 80 points? 40, not a point more." Zhao Shuan clutches his chest like he's been stabbed. "Ouch! 60! Otherwise I'm losing money again." 50. "Take it or I walk." Zhao Shuan sighs and holds out his hand. "Fine, fine. 10 points deposit. I'll ping your talisman when I have the data." Our guy leaves the shop, heads straight to the Alliance cultivation chamber, and enters closed-door training. Spends a whole month grinding until his nether spirit illusion art is maxed out for his level. 1 month later, he travels to the Flame Crystal Maritime region to test his new spell. His target, a pack of scarlet flame sharks. Stalking them underwater, he notices the sharks are currently gangbanging a solitary scarlet seat whale. Li Fan raises his hand. "Blue flame phantom spirit, go." The massive blue fiery giant swims through the water at terrifying speed. It crashes directly into the entire group of sea beasts. The freezing energy explodes, instantly turning the sharks into frozen blocks. They drift in the water, completely paralyzed. The crowd control on this spell is actually insane. Suddenly, the water grows dark. A massive shadow looms over him. It's a colossal dragon whale. Li Fan's eyes widen. Wait, is that the legendary beast with a 2,000-point bounty? He remembers the details. This massive whale destroyed He Zhenghao's favorite spirit grass island. Back then, even his sponsor couldn't handle it. It took a late-arriving Golden Core Master's hit to heavily injure it, sending it fleeing into the deep sea. A wild, maniacal smile creeps onto Li Fan's face. A Golden Core Master couldn't finish it off, but I can. It just stole my shark prey, so now its life belongs to me. He points his finger. "Formless killing intent!" The massive, creepy red eyes of the universe manifest in the background. Ah, that feeling of being watched again. But my soul is so strong now, the mental backlash is basically nothing. He unleashes the conceptual killing intent, driving the local sea monsters mad, while he pops a stealth talisman to follow the chaos. Over the next 20 days, the whale is repeatedly attacked by deep-sea beasts, fleeing until its health bar is at 1%. Our guy swoops in with his blue flame spirit and lands the final hit. Easy kill. He cuts open the corpse, vacuums everything into his storage ring, and discovers the whale's stomach is literally full of rare Liuli pearls. It's a walking loot box. He returns to the Alliance, turns in the bounty, and his balance spikes to 2,700 points. Beautiful. Now I have enough to buy a stealth manual. I still need a way to completely erase my presence so I can stalk my target without triggering their spider senses. Chibi Lee Fan going invisible is too cute. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, a group of cultivators is having a complete meltdown. A chi condensation late-stage kid named Lee Fan killed the dragon whale that survived a golden core hit? Who is this guy? Is he a hidden god? How did he do it? Does he have some legendary cheat item? A cultivator named Zhou Peng waves his hand, laughing. Calm down, guys. The latest inside scoop is that this kid just got incredibly lucky. The crowd looks at him. Lucky? How is that possible? Zhou Peng explains. The autopsy by Elder Gongsun proved that before Li Fan even touched it, the dragon whale was gangbanged by 3 other massive deep-sea monsters. Its health bar was basically at 1%. Even without him, it would have died in a day. He literally just got the last hit. The cultivators sigh in relief. Wow, what a lucky degen, 2,000 points for doing a kill steal. The plan worked perfectly. By framing it as a lucky kill, he completely hid his true power from the Alliance. Back in his room, Li Fan purchases the shadow following art for 1,800 points. Excel in tracking and concealment. Hide in shadows like a ghost. Perfect. Just as he's preparing to enter closed-door training, he Zhenghao pings his communication talisman. Brother Li Fan, I didn't expect the legendary whale hunter to actually be you. Good, good, good. You've completely avenged my portfolio. Ever since that grass crash, every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing my savings dropping to 0. You're a hero, bro, Li Fan plays along. Oh, it was just luck. The whale was low health. I just got the last hit. He Zhenghao laughs. Luck is part of your strength. Your future is incredibly bright. By the way, I have a little favor to ask. Are you willing? Li Fan. What is it? He Zhenghao. Can you act as the temporary island guardian of Liuli Island for me? Ever since I lost half my savings on that crash, my nascent soul method is getting further away. I can't accept this, L. A few friends of mine found an ancient cave sealed before the Great Calamity. It's full of treasure, and I'm going to go loot it to recover my losses. I need to take a gamble. Li Fan looks at the glowing screen. How long do you need me to substitute? But our guy doesn't have time to get sentimental. His sponsor, He Zhenghao, is still on the phone trying to beg him to babysit Liuli Island for just 3 or 4 years. Li Fan politely tells him to screw off, claiming his cultivator's intuition says a breakthrough is coming. He Zhenghao is disappointed, but wishes him luck anyway. Easiest boundary set. With no more distractions, Li Fan sits down, fires up his system's assisted cultivation mode, and starts digesting his new stealth manual. Thanks to his permanent Liuli Pearl buff, it takes him less than 10 days to completely master the shadow following art. He spends 100 points to load up a custom chase battle simulation inside the mirror. His movement speed is absolutely cracked now. He is literally teleporting through the shadows on the floor like a high-ping ninja. It takes him about 3 seconds to catch up to his simulated target. He shuts down the simulation, highly satisfied. His stealth and speed are maxed out. Now he's just waiting on the intel report from Zhao Shiyuan. 2 months later, he walks into Zhao's shop on Wangxian Island. Bro, how does your business stay open? It's been 2 months and you're still tracking a basic chi condensation rogue? Zhao Shiyuan jumps over the counter and tells him to shut up. Keep your voice down! There was a massive complication! He tries to sneakily adjust the price. 50 points is way too low! I had to hire a late-stage foundation establishment senior to do the actual tracking. Li Fan's face goes instantly dark. You trying to break our contract? Our guy turns to walk out, and the broker immediately folds. Okay, 50 points is fine! I was just checking. Li Fan hands over the blue points, and Zhao passes him a green jade slip. It wasn't easy making this pocket change. Verify the data. Li Fan opens the scroll. Wait, 2 people? The report says Xikong Yi is a massive recluse, but he has a shadow partner named Baili Chen, a blindfolded, mid-stage chi condensation master who is basically glued to his side. They never leave Wangxian Island unless they are doing a highly specific mission. But during the investigation, they somehow bypassed all security and completely disappeared off the grid once. Li Fan ponders. Who is this Baili Chen? Why have I never heard of him in any of my past lives? Did he die early inside the ruins? He walks out of the shop. A 2v1 is slightly annoying, but I still have a year to prepare. I can adjust my build. Zhao Shiwan watches him fly away. One is a mysterious guy with hidden cards. The other is a shady buyer. I'd love to see what you two are actually planning. The broker is highly suspicious, but he's already paid, so he doesn't care. 1 year later, central region of the Kangyan Sea. A massive, glowing white spiral vortex tears open the sky. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is officially spawning. Thousands of cultivators gather, and right in the middle of the crowd are Sikong Yi and his blindfolded partner. Even our favorite merchant, Zhao Shuan, is in the crowd, probably looking to sell overpriced health potions to the survivors. The vortex flares up, releasing a blinding wave of spiritual energy. Before anyone can react, the light swallows them whole, dragging them down into the void. Li Fan hears a creepy historical voice echoing in his head. The war on the front lines is brutal. Our sect has suffered heavy losses. When he opens his eyes, he realizes he's wearing a blue and white Cloudwater outer disciple uniform. The other cultivators are panicking. Where are we? Why am I wearing these clothes? Suddenly, a gorgeous cultivator with pale blue hair and a massive wine gourd appears. Oh, the kids are awake. Good. Keep quiet while I explain the rules. A loudmouth cultivator steps forward. Cut the crap! Who are you and where did you bring us? The blue-haired guy's eyes glow with freezing energy. The new batch is always so disobedient. Before the guy can even blink, the air splits as several blue energy blades pass through him, instantly chopping him into bloody pieces. The crowd gasps, staring at the sudden pile of limbs on the floor. Welcome to the ruins. The blue-haired guy smiles like nothing happened. Perfect. Now that it's quiet, my name is Chin Tang, Chief of the Dharma Transmission Hall. You will refer to me as Senior Brother Chin. You are all outer disciples I recruited during my trip. Over the next few months, if you pass my tests, you can officially join the sect. He walks back into the hall. Rule number 1. You must show absolute respect to me, Senior Brother Chin. Whatever I say, you do. Rule number 2. He points to the sliced corpse. See rule number 1. The cultivators start whispering via secret voice transmissions. Is this a rules-based anomaly? Is this guy a ghost? Or is he actually alive? As long as we follow his rules, we should be safe for now. Li Fan looks over at Sikong Yi and his blindfolded buddy. They are completely calm. They look like they already have the walkthrough for this game. They definitely knew what to expect. Chin Tang claps his hands together. It's getting late. I'll take you to the dorms. Tomorrow morning, we start the tests. Follow me. The smart ones follow him. But 3 absolute geniuses decide to run. Staying here is suicide! Let's slip away and explore the other parts of the ruins for treasure. Chin Tang doesn't even turn around. His eyes just flash with a cold blue light. The air splits, and the 3 runners are instantly shredded into bloody rain. Li Fan looks at the bloodstains. Idiots! An anomaly is an absolute zone of rules. Standard logic is dead here. If you run, you get deleted. They follow Chin Tang into a greenlit Chinese courtyard dormitory. Everyone sleeps here tonight. Tomorrow morning, gather in the square. Pick your rooms. He smiles darkly. And remember, sleep early, okay? Li Fan picks a room right next to Sikong Yi. He lies down, runs his mind-clearing spell to force his brain to shut down, and instantly falls asleep. Seeing him doze off, the other cultivators in his room panic and force themselves to sleep too. But in the other rooms, people are too terrified to sleep. They stay awake, whispering and planning. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, the lights go out. Total darkness. Chin Tang's voice echoes through the hallways. Oh my, the newcomers really aren't very obedient. I told you, sleep early. The air splits, and blue energy blades slash through the rooms of anyone who was awake, painting the walls red. Since you can't sleep, let me help you. Terrifying screams ring out. The survivors realize sleep early wasn't friendly advice, it was a literal rule of survival. Chin Tang walks through the blood, sighing. Man, this job is so tiring. If the sect leader and all my senior brothers hadn't gone missing, I wouldn't be stuck doing this. Boring. Truly boring. Might as well go drink. He walks away. Now imagine you're a cultivator who hasn't slept in 100 years because you replace sleep with meditation. Forcing your brain to enter a deep sleep while people are getting butchered next door is basically a psychological nightmare. In the second half of the night, Chin Tang does another patrol, executing anyone who woke up from the screaming. Absolute administrative horror. The next morning, Li Fan steps outside. The courtyard is a literal slaughterhouse, and right in the middle of the corpses is Zhao Shiwan's severed head. Wait, is our favorite broker actually dead? A guy with that many connections getting sliced on night 1 is wild. Unless this is a clone or a trick. File that away. The survivors gather in the square. Less than 2/3 of the crowd is left. Everyone looks completely traumatized except for Sikong Yi and his blindfolded partner, who remain totally blank. Chintong appears, casually drinking from his gourd. Ah, good wine! Awesome! Looks like everyone who is supposed to be here is here! Let's begin the first test. My master once said that seeking immortality requires 3 things: talent, temperament, and luck. Master believed talent was most important, but I think temperament is the most important, so my 3 tests are all about your temperament. He leads them into a massive 3-story library. The shelves are packed with thousands of glowing manuals. The cultivator's eyes light up. We hit the jackpot! Just memorizing a few of these would save us 10 years of grinding. But nobody dares to move because of Chintang. The first stage tests your concentration. There are 36,541 cultivation methods here. You will stay here and transcribe them. The limit is 3 months. After 3 months, I'll grade you on quantity and quality. The cultivators are ecstatic. We get to copy them freely? Even if we fail, this trip is totally worth it. Chintang walks away. You may begin. Don't disappoint me. A blue magical writing desk manifests in front of everyone. He yawns. I need to go sleep. Last night truly exhausted me. He leans against the wall, crosses his arms, and immediately dozes off. Loud snoring fills the silent room. The second his eyes close, the cultivators go completely feral, sprinting toward the bookshelves like it's Black Friday. Quick! Find the strongest manual! Meanwhile, the other cultivators are flying around the shelves like kids in a candy store, losing their absolute minds over high-tier nascent soul manuals. But look at our guy. He sits down, grabs a random book, and just starts copying it word for word without reading a single sentence. Why? Because he knows a secret. In his previous loops, cultivators figured out that no matter what kind of cheat code method you use to write down these manuals, they turn into completely blank books the second you exit the palace. The library is a trap, but the other cultivators can't resist. They read, they analyze, and they slow copy because they are completely intoxicated by the mysteries. Time passes. The task is incredibly boring. Since Chintang is literally executing anyone who cheats with magic, nobody dares to take shortcuts. Some start falling asleep on their desks. Our guy, however, does not rest for a single second. While a few other top-tier geniuses are holding on, Li Fan is surviving purely on raw, unfiltered willpower. Because he knows the hidden metric, Chintang is grading them on consistency. The duration from the moment you pick up the brush to the moment you put it down. To pause for a quick nap is to fail the focus parameter. He suppresses all physical fatigue. And right on cue, Chintang finally stretches and wakes up from his 3-month nap. Ah, what a great sleep. He looks over their tables. Time is up. Let's see. Man, the quality of students is getting worse every single year. But then he stops right in front of Li Fan's desk, staring at a stack of copied books that looks like a high school textbook tower. Chintang's eyes glow with a chilling blue light. Okay, this is actually interesting. First trial is officially over. Take tomorrow off. The second trial begins the day after tomorrow. He claps his hands, and in a flash of blue light, everyone is instantly teleported back to the dormitory. Chintang is nowhere to be seen. The cultivators immediately start gossiping. Bro, I memorized 15 high-tier spells. What's the point if we don't survive? Hey, even if I die tomorrow, glimpsing those secrets was worth it. Some of the sleazier guys try to loot the corpses of the dead, but they quickly realize that Chintang's attacks completely vaporize all storage rings and gear along with the targets. No free loot here. Li Fan walks down the hall and notices Zhao Shiyuan's corpse, but instead of rotting, the head has turned into a block of dried wood. A cultivator walks up to him. Don't trip, fellow Taoist. That's just a puppet. Zhao Shiyuan never risks his true body. Li Fan plays dumb. Oh, is that so? I am Li Fan. Are you familiar with him? The guy introduces himself as Chen An. He explains that Zhao Shiyuan runs a general store on the island and handles black market intelligence. But he is absolutely terrified of dying, so he always sends these wooden puppets to do the dangerous exploration for him. Li Fan mentally smirks. The merchant really is the ultimate cockroach. He basically paid 50 points to watch a wooden block get decapitated on night 1. Chen An laughs. The words greedy and afraid of death were literally invented for Zhao. Then Chen An looks at Li Fan. By the way, during the library phase, everyone rested. But you wrote non-stop for 3 months. I highly respect that. But what was the strategy? Physically and mentally, you should be completely exhausted compared to those who slept. Li Fan looks at him. No strategy, just intuition. Qin Tong said the test was focus. To focus means having zero distractions. Physical and mental exhaustion are just external distractions. To stop because of them is to lose your focus. Chenan just stares at him, completely speechless. Our guy just dropped an absolute masterclass in philosophy. Early morning of the third day, Qin Tong shows up, chugging from his gourd. Good wine! All right, kids! Today, the second trial begins. This time, we are testing your courage. The path to immortality is long and brutal. Do you have the guts to face the hardships? He waves his hand, and they are instantly teleported to a vast, endless ocean. I'll be waiting on the other side. Use your courage to cross this sea. One brave cultivator steps out, and the water immediately freezes into ice beneath his feet. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd rushes onto the water. Bai Li Chen steps onto the ice too, but Sikong Yi stays at the shoreline, hesitating. Li Fan steps onto the water. The ice solidifies under him, and suddenly the other cultivators vanish. It's a solo instance. Completely alone on the vast sea, he walks step by step. Days and nights pass, the sun rises and the moon sets, and he loses all track of time. The scenery never changes. A deep sense of helplessness and doubt starts crawling into his chest. And then, he feels the ice beneath his feet getting thinner. It's starting to crack. He forces the fear out of his heart and takes another step. The ice instantly freezes thick and solid again. This tests courage. Not just facing monsters, but the courage to face your own inner doubts. He keeps walking. No shore in sight. You start asking yourself, am I going the wrong way? Is there even an end to this ocean? He lets go of everything, walking through the mist. The path to immortality is exactly like this. Unseen, distant, and seemingly endless. Years pass inside the illusion. Li Fan is shown turning into a frail, hunched old man with long gray hair, struggling to take his next step. While Li Fan is out there playing hardcore survival mode on the ice, Sikong Yi and his blindfolded partner are chilling in their room, looking entirely too composed. Back on the ocean, Li Fan's hair is completely white, and his body is bent double, but his feet never stop moving. Every time he wavers, he forces himself to take another step, until finally, his simulated body is too old to carry him. He collapses weakly onto the freezing ice. His vision starts to fade, but right before his consciousness slips away, he sees it. Just a few meters ahead, Qin Tong is standing on the coast, watching him. The chief smiles and raises his wine gourd toward him in a silent toast. Boom. In a flash of blue light, Li Fan is snapped back to the dormitory hallway, perfectly young and healthy again. Qin Tong turns to the survivors. It's easy to cross a physical river, but crossing the ocean inside your own heart, that is where most fail. The second trial is officially over. The day after tomorrow, we begin the final test. Day 3. Qin Tong arrives, but this time, he isn't drinking. He looks completely sober and focused. Today is the final layer. On the path of cultivation, you will face endless temptations. Can you stay true to your original intention? He waves his hand, and everyone blackouts. Li Fan wakes up in a small mountain village as a child. He spends 15 years living a simple, peaceful mortal life, feeling like he forgot something important. His mother calls him inside for dinner. Fanner, come eat! But there is a constant throb in his chest. I should absolutely not live such an ordinary life. He sits on the roof, watching the vast sky all night, feeling completely insignificant. At dawn, he runs into the house. Mom! Cancel my arranged marriage with Ernu next door! Classic Ernu meme. You love to see it. I'm not getting married! I'm going to seek immortality! He leaves the village, but half a year later, he gets eaten by a tiger. Instant death. That path to immortality was short-lived. He wakes up in another illusion, this time as a senior disciple at a burning temple. A junior sister is crying. Eldest brother! Master is dead! What do we do now? Li Fan looks at the fire. What else? We split the assets and head down the mountain. The other disciples are complaining. We thought Master was a true immortal who knew the old priest was just a dirty liar. How could a real immortal die? Li Fan stands silently. Master was a liar? The disciples loot the temple and leave. He stays behind, studying the fake manual left by his master. He never makes an inch of progress and dies of old age with deep regret. He blackouts and wakes up in a third illusion. Now, he is a legendary swordmaster standing beneath a massive tribulation cloud. His disciples are shaking. Why hasn't the lightning fallen yet? This tribulation is 10 times stronger than when our founder ascended. Another replies, of course! In terms of raw combat, Martial Uncle Lifan is the #1 cultivator in our sect for 1,000 years! Why fear a basic storm? Illusion Lifan flies into the sky, drawing his blade and slashing a massive arc of energy. He literally splits the clouds in half, opening the immortal gate. He ascends. But when he arrives, he finds all his predecessors have been slaughtered by unknown enemies. He spends 100 years searching for the killer, finding nothing. Until finally, while exploring a secret realm, he is backstabbed by his best friend and dies in a pool of blood. He blackouts again. Now he is Heavenly Emperor Fan. He has unified the entire immortal domain, standing on a literal mountain of skulls. He has executed 5 emperors and 16 kings, and in this illusion, Qin Tong is his loyal subordinate. My lord, why do you never stop? What is your ultimate goal? Now that you rule the world, what plans do you have next? Heavenly Emperor Fan smirks. What I seek is nothing but longevity. Qin Tong looks confused. Longevity? With your current power, living a few million years is easy. Isn't that enough? Heavenly Emperor Fan's smile goes cold. 1,000,000 years is longevity to you? He stands up, dark red energy erupting around him. What I want is to step above the immortals and live as long as heaven and earth itself. The illusion version of Qin Tong looks completely paralyzed with shock, and back in the real world, the real Qin Tong's mouth curls into a genuine smile. He reaches out his hand, snapping the illusion and waking everyone up. Our guy Lifan is just chilling, casually admiring his newly condensed blue flame phantom. Meanwhile, Qin Tang is standing there looking like a server admin who just realized the database is corrupted. He is looking at Lifan and thinking, yeah, I could throw 1,000,000 more illusions at this man, but his ambition is so massive it's basically a system crash. He genuinely wishes his dead master was here to see this absolute unit of a recruit, but unfortunately, rules are rules. He turns to the crowd and announces that the 3 trials are officially over. Then he hits them with that classic terrifying anime smile and says they value quality over quantity, so only half of them get to leave here with their pulses still active. Naturally, the side characters immediately start panicking. This guy was too busy memorizing textbooks, that guy failed the ice walk, and the third guy got lost in the sauce during the illusions. Basically, they're the professional complainers of the cultivation world. Realizing they're doomed anyway, the mob decides to do the absolute dumbest thing possible and jump the admin. They launch themselves into the air like a flock of highly aggressive, very stupid birds. Qin Tong doesn't even blink. He just casually raises 2 fingers and introduces himself. Suddenly, the air shatters, and a horde of glowing blue mirror clones of the attackers flies out. The first guy gets absolutely wrecked by his own reflection. Qin Tong explains very politely that if they can survive a 1v1 against themselves, he'll let them pass. The entire platform turns into a chaotic, multicolored elemental firework display. The problem with fighting your mirror image is that they don't get tired, they don't feel pain, and they have the exact same kit as you but with infinite mana. It's a total balance issue. As the body count rises, one desperate cultivator screams the truth to the sky. Wake up! The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was destroyed ages ago! Qin Tong freezes. A massive green question mark practically pops up over his head. He laughs it off, scratching his head. Destroyed? No way! We're a big, happy family here. We'd never turn on each other. Then, the reality-shattering realization hits his brain like a blue screen of death. His entire model starts glitching out, his eyes widening as his reality denial system completely collapses. The sky turns pitch black, and massive, ominous dark columns shoot up from the platform. The friendly blue mirror clones suddenly turn into terrifying ink-black shadow wraiths. The friendly sparring match is officially over. The shadows start tearing the remaining cultivators apart. It is a complete bloodbath, and Qin Tong is just standing in the middle of it, clutching his head and chanting Great Calamity like a broken record. The cultivators who were safe in the back realize the safe zone has been deleted and the immortal shadow monsters are coming for them next. Qin Tong is in full system collapse mode now, completely paralyzed by existential dread. Suddenly, a hand casually reaches out and taps him on the shoulder. He looks back, totally stunned. It's Lifan, looking completely unbothered, holding out a massive gourd of wine like they're at a Friday night pregame. Our guy just smiles and walks beside him, telling him there is absolutely no calamity and everything is completely fine. Qin Tong stares at him, his broken brain processing this incredibly bold lie. He repeats the words to himself, desperately clinging to the delusion. He takes a massive swig from the gourd. And just like that, the admin's logic loop is restored. He starts laughing happily, completely cured by the power of high-grade alcohol. With his sanity restored, the terrifying black shadow monsters immediately freeze and shatter into harmless blue light. The surviving cultivators don't waste a single second. They immediately fly up to escape this literal horror game. Li Fan watches them go, thinking about how lucky it is he had the meta-knowledge from his previous run to patch Qin Tang's brain. But his victory lap is cut short. He feels two faint, icy streams of killing intent lock directly onto his back. He glances over and spots Sikong Yi and the blindfolded Bailey Chen staring him down. The hunt is officially on. Li Fan pretends not to notice the threat and quietly deploys his formless killing mechanism to reverse lock onto the two targets. Qin Tong waves his hand and tells the remaining survivors they are free to leave the trial grounds. Then he looks at Li Fan and tells him it's time for him to go as well. Li Fan just smiles and reminds him, "Senior brother, you still owe me a pot of good wine." Qin Tong freezes, his icy eyes softening for a brief, genuine moment of connection. He laughs heartily and taps Li Fan on the forehead, transmitting his ultimate original creation, the S-Rank Cloudwater Illusory Dream Art. Blue fire sparks flare around Li Fan's head as he accepts the inheritance, bowing deeply to show his respect. Qin Tong stands alone on the massive, empty platform, watching his star disciple leave. He looks up at the dark sky, quietly calling out to his long-dead sect family. He takes one final, quiet drink from his gourd, ready to fade back into his peaceful dream. Li Fan's consciousness fades out, and when he opens his eyes, he's standing in the real, physical ruins of the palace, staring at a giant stone statue. The statue is Qin Tong, heavily scarred, with a massive, tragic hole pierced right through his stone chest. Our guy stands before the silent monument, a heavy silence hanging over the ruins. He looks down at the cheap wine gourd in his hand. He gently places the gourd at the base of the statue. It's a quiet gesture of respect for a man who died centuries ago, but still managed to teach him how to dream. He turns his back on the statue and steps through the towering, misty gates of the real ruins. The interior is choked with thick, disorienting mist, but Li Fan immediately activates his shadow-following art to track his targets. He easily spots Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen. They're moving through the ruins with zero hesitation, clearly possessing a detailed map. Suddenly, the two targets split up, sprinting off in opposite directions. Li Fan slips behind a rock, wondering if they've detected him or if they're just running a basic bait and switch. He hesitates for a split second before deciding to tail Sikong Yi, letting the blindfolded wildcard go for now. Sikong Yi flies straight toward a massive, incredibly sinister-looking pagoda. As he reaches the entrance, he looks back with a smug, highly punchable grin. Li Fan sees the provocation and flies in anyway. If you think you can use some environmental hazard to cheese me, you're going to be very disappointed. The massive, heavy stone doors slam shut behind him with a resonant thud. The floor is covered in a mountain of ancient human bones. This is the Demon Refining Tower, a historical death trap where 0 cultivators have survived. Li Fan heads straight to the top, where a freezing wind carrying the stench of decay is blowing. He spots a green-haired figure clutching his head. The figure is muttering to himself about how he needs to refine more elixirs to keep his martial brothers alive on the front lines. He laments that all the demons in the tower are dead, meaning he has completely run out of raw materials for his experiments. Then the camera pans, and we see 3 cultivators, including our smug friend Sikong Yi, bound tightly with glowing green ropes like ready to be shipped cargo. Before Li Fan can even process this, green spiritual ropes whip out from the darkness and bind him instantly. One of the captured side characters starts sobbing, crying about how he already chose to leave the palace but still got teleported back into this nightmare. The green-haired alchemist slowly turns around, showing a face straight out of a horror manga holding 2 glowing green pills. He looks at his 4 newly captured bugs and starts deciding which one gets to be the first test subject. The prisoners are sweating bullets. Sikong Yi tries to keep a straight face, but his smug confidence is completely gone. The mad alchemist slowly points his pale, creepy finger directly at the lineup, and the lucky winner of the first lethal medicine trial is Sikong Yi. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. So, We're back in the creepy, green glowing basement of the demon refining tower. Our guy Lifan is currently wrapped up like a Christmas ham, quietly observing Sikong Yi to see what kind of game-breaking cheat code the man is hiding. The bug Taoist doesn't waste any time, pointing a bony finger and levitating Sikong Yi over like a magnetic grab tool. The secondary rules of the tower immediately kick in, violently compressing Sikong Yi's physical model into a creepy, translucent winged insect. He is now the size of a common household pest, hanging out between the alchemist's dirty fingernails. Sikong Yi's tiny bug face is absolutely screaming for mercy. The bug Taoist ignores the feedback and brings out a glowing green elixir that is easily 3 times the size of the bug's entire head. He literally starts jamming it down the tiny bug's throat. This is not a gentle process. It looks like trying to feed a bowling ball to a goldfish. Sikong Yi's abdomen instantly balloons out, cracking under the sudden physical expansion of the medicine. The other captured cultivators are completely losing their minds, while Li Fan is just calmly analyzing the battle data, wondering why the incredibly cautious Sikong Yi didn't run a single defensive spell. And just like that, the bug version of Sikong Yi completely dissolves into a glowing puddle of toxic green sludge. The bug Taoist sighs, looking disappointed that his recipe was way too strong for his test subject. Li Fan's eyes narrow as he watches the puddle. He's genuinely confused. Did he cause a butterfly effect in this timeline that got his target killed early? It makes zero sense. Sikong Yi is a survivor. Why would he lead Li Fan here just to commit a mutual suicide pact? Suddenly, the formless killing mechanism pings his mental radar. The targeting lock has just re-established itself on a coordinate signal outside the tower. Our guy realizes the play. The thing that just melted wasn't the real Sikong Yi. It was a high-grade external avatar or a highly convincing puppet proxy. Li Fan's mouth curls into a sharp, predatory smile. If the tracker is still active, it doesn't matter where Sikong Yi runs. But first, he needs to deal with this green-haired chemist. The bug Taoist turns his attention back to the remaining prisoners, wondering who gets to be the next guinea pig. He counts his fingers, trying to calculate which recipe to run next, completely indifferent to their suffering. The guy next to Li Fan is crying, wishing he had just taken the quick death from Chintong instead of being processed into a smoothie. The alchemist's hollow, dark eyes lock on to the remaining captives. He points his finger. The next unfortunate side character is dragged into the air, compressed into a human-faced bug, and forcefully stuffed with a dark, heavy elixir. The medicine takes effect. The bug's body shrinks, and hundreds of tiny black parasites crawl out of its shell, greedily devouring the host from the inside out. Once the bug is gone, the alchemist casually inhales the swarm of black dots, muttering that the batch was another complete failure. Then comes the third test. The next victim is fed a pink elixir that causes their insectoid body to swell up like a giant water balloon. The bug pops with a wet sound effect, leaving behind a thick cloud of pink smoke carrying the agonizing faces of the dead. The bug Taoist inhales the screaming pink smoke to clear the air, completely unfazed. Now, Li Fan is the only person left alive in the room. Instead of screaming, he looks at the monster and calmly says, "Junior brother bug, I heard you're running low on materials?" The alchemist freezes mid-step. He slowly turns, his tattered mind trying to process the familiar voice. "The materials are gone. I haven't made a good batch in so long." He leans in, his massive hollow eyes staring directly at Li Fan's face. The recognition hits his broken brain like a flash of lightning. "Senior brother? I thought you were just another bug! I'm so sorry. Let me get you down." The green binding ropes instantly dissolve, and Li Fan steps down, completely free. The bug Taoist immediately starts clutching his head in a panic, crying that he messed up again and is holding everyone back from the front lines. Li Fan puts on his best, most comforting older brother smile. "Don't talk like that, junior brother. Everyone absolutely loves the elixirs you make." The alchemist's eyes light up with literal stars. "Really? They really like them?" Li Fan nods smoothly. "Of course. Would your senior brother ever lie to you?" The kid is practically crying tears of joy, his tattered self-esteem temporarily restored by the master manipulator. But then he drops his shoulders, looking sad again. "But I don't have any more ingredients left to cook for everyone." Li Fan's smile turns incredibly sharp, his eyes reflecting a cold, calculated light. He puts a hand over his own heart and says with complete deadpan sincerity, "It's fine. You can just refine me into an elixir. That way, the sect will have food again." The bug Taoist is standing there, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, tragic nobility of his beloved senior brother's offer. While the kid is processing his emotions, Li Fan is already analyzing the movements of Si Kongyi and Bai Li Chen. They've reached the inner sanctuary of the ruins, the Taiyi Hall, but their speed has suddenly dropped to a crawl, moving through the coordinates like they're wading through wet cement. Our guy immediately understands why. The entire path in front of the Taiyi Hall is guarded by thousands of massive, vertically floating swords, creating a literal minefield of sharp steel. Si Kongyi and his blindfolded partner are cautiously stepping from one sword hilt to the next, looking incredibly sweaty as they try not to trigger the security system. Si Kongyi missteps, and a brilliant blue blade of energy flares up, nearly taking his head off. The floor is indeed lava, but with extra steps. We get a brief, beautiful memory of the past. Qintong and the Bug Taoist, young and healthy, resting peacefully on a sunny green hill before the calamity ruined everything. This is what they're trying to return to. Back in the tattered tower, the Bug Taoist is sobbing, completely unable to accept Li Fan's sacrificial proposal. Li Fan double downs on his Oscar-worthy performance, sighing about how his own talent is trash and how he hates being too weak to help on the front lines. He tells the kid that being turned into a pill is the only way a useless trash cultivator like him can actually support the family. The kid is weeping openly now. He looks at Li Fan like he's a saint, comparing his own cowardice to his brother's absolute selflessness. The purple aura of his mental instability starts flaring up as his brain fights the tragic scenario. No, I can't let you die. Then, his eyes go wide as a brilliant, terrible idea hits his broken logic loop. He gasps, looking ecstatic. I've got it! I can just make elixirs for you! If you eat my medicine, you'll become super strong and you can go to the front lines with everyone else. He starts jumping around like an excited toddler who just solved a math problem, chanting about how much he wants to cook. He proudly presents 2 glowing golden spheres of condensed energy. Li Fan reaches out, ready to claim his reward. But then, the kid pulls back his robes, revealing a hollowed-out, bloody chest cavity where his ribs and spine are completely exposed. He's literally carving out his own divine flesh to make these pills. Our guy's analytical eyes turn cold. He realizes the absolute tragedy of these anomalies. They are just ghosts caught in an eternal loop of their final desperate obsessions. The kid is still smiling that creepy, innocent smile, holding out the golden flesh pill. Li Fan gently declines. He explains that his constitution is too poor to process such high-grade medicine and that it would be a total waste. It's better to save it for someone who can actually carry. However, Li Fan says, leaning in with a friendly smile, there is one small thing you can help me with. The kid is practically vibrating with excitement, eager to please his favorite sibling. Li Fan points a finger and says, I want to learn that neat trick you used to catch those bugs earlier. Here's how anomalies actually work. If you break their rules, you die. But if you play their rules perfectly, you can bypass the hazard and extract their core skills. With Qintong, a perfect score and a gourd of wine earned you a high-tier cultivation guide. With the Bug Taoist, eating the golden pill would give you his forbidden alchemy method, but at the cost of slowly turning your body into a hollowed-out bug nest. So, Li Fan chose the safer, meta-optimal alternative. The kid is a bit confused, wondering why his legendary brother wants to learn a silly bug-catching net. Li Fan puts on his noble face again. He explains that since he's too weak to fight on the front lines, he can use the net to play support, clearing out the annoying trash-tier bugs that harass their heavy hitters. The kid is completely blown away by his brother's tactical genius. You're so smart, senior brother! I'll teach you right now! He turns his back, and his tattered skin violently splits open as 4 massive, bloody, transparent wings burst from his spine. He grunts, reaches back with a clawed hand, and grabs his own wing. With a wet, tearing sound, he literally rips his own wing out of his back, blood splashing across the stone floor. He hands the dripping, glowing wing to Li Fan with a smile, and the system immediately registers the transmission, innate divine power, bug binding acquired. The wing dissolves into beautiful waves of green light, entering Li Fan's network. He sees an intersecting web of green laser lines. As long as the target's level is lower than his, he can instantly lock them down. No saving throw allowed. Li Fan bids his tragic junior brother farewell, promising to head to the front lines immediately. The kid waves him off, praying for his safe return, completely unaware that the war ended centuries ago. Our guy steps out of the demon refining tower, casually testing his brand new green laser net. Meanwhile, Si Kongyi and Bai Li Chen are in the middle of a high-stakes game of the floor is lava outside Taiyi Hall. Sikong Yi takes a step, and a blue energy sword shoots straight through his chest. It doesn't do physical damage, but the psychological pain is a solid 10 out of 10. He has to sit down and catch his breath after every single hilt, desperately trying to push through the agony to reach the temple gates. But then, they hear a high-speed rushing sound behind them. They look back, and their jaws collectively hit the floor. It's Li Fan, standing there completely unharmed, looking like he just strolled into a casual business meeting. Sikong Yi screams, completely unable to comprehend how anyone could speedrun the demon refining tower and walk out alive. Li Fan takes a step onto a hilt, and a massive blue blade shoots straight through his lungs. He grunts, quickly analyzing the mechanics, fall off the hilt and you get reset to the start, try to fly over and you get turned into a pincushion. So, he does what any sensible speedrunner would do. He activates his blue flame phantom spirit to freeze his nervous system. He starts sprinting. He tanks sword after sword, closing the gap like a literal Terminator. The duo is absolutely losing their minds. Sikong Yi is screaming, desperately jumping forward as Li Fan looms right over his shoulder. They finally crash through the massive gates of Taiyi Hall. Bai Li Chen hits the floor covered in blue blades and frantically holds up a glowing jade token to request an audience with Ancestor Taiyi. Li Fan slides in right behind them, surprised to hear the blindfolded kid claiming to be a legit personal disciple. Suddenly, the entire temple starts shaking violently, the floor splits, and a massive green reptilian snout bursts through the stone. It is Ancestor Taiyi, a colossal dragon turtle hybrid wrapped in a giant purple-eyed serpent. The beast is so massive it literally coils around the entire palace complex. It roars, staring down at the tiny intruders like they're dust on his carpet. Li Fan stands there, still impaled by 3 blue energy swords, calmly observing the giant snake turtle to see if it's a real living legend or just another glitchy anomaly. Since there were 0 rumors about this boss in his previous loops, our guy decides to play it safe and watch from the sidelines. The giant dragon turtle head lowers, asking if Bai Li Chen is indeed a descendant of the Fuyun lineage. Bai Li Chen bows low, sweating profusely as he confirms his ancestry. The turtle takes a slow sniff, confirming the kid carries the actual spiritual signature of his old friend. He asks why they woke him up. Bai Li Chen begs the giant turtle to hand over the legendary Cloud Water Map record. The turtle looks up, his tattered memory trying to process the name. Map record? What's that? Let me think. The giant snakehead nudges him, and the turtle suddenly remembers. Oh right, that junk. Hanhai said only give it to a disciple. The duo is already celebrating, thanking the ancestor for the free legendary loot. But then, Li Fan's voice cuts through the temple. Hold on a minute. The giant turtle blinks in confusion, while the 2 rogues slowly turn around with pure dread in their eyes. They are sweating buckets, realizing their perfect heist is about to get completely derailed. Li Fan steps forward, hands clasped respectfully, and announces that he is also a personal disciple of the sect, and he'd like to submit his bid for the map record. The giant dragon turtle looks down at the new challenger, his lazy snakeheads coiling. Sikong Yi immediately starts pointing and screaming, calling Li Fan a dirty fraud who snuck into the temple. Bai Li Chen joins in, begging the ancestor to see through the imposter's lies. The giant beast leans in, his massive yellow eyes staring straight into Li Fan's soul. He sniffs, detecting the distinct blue aura of the cloud water illusory dream art. Well, look at that. Brat Chin actually managed to leave a successor. Li Fan grins smoothly, confirming that his techniques were indeed passed down by senior brother Chin Tong, making him a legit heir. Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen look like they just saw a ghost, their faces pale with shock. The giant turtle scratches his chin. 2 personal disciples claiming the same item, what a massive headache. Standard rules apply, you 2 fight, winner takes the map. He shakes his massive body, and a shower of stone swords falls from his shell, slamming into the floor to form a perfect arena ring. The turtle tells them to keep it clean, remember their sisterly love, and avoid permanent injuries. You may begin! Li Fan bows politely, reassuring the ancestor that he will absolutely spare junior brother Bailey's life. Bai Li Chen's face turns dark. He knows he's in serious trouble. He instantly triggers his sea-calming sword art, summoning a massive, glowing blue, runic seal carrying 21 spiritual blades. Li Fan doesn't even move. He just raises a finger, his eyes flashing neon green. Bug binding. Boom. Glowing green spiritual ropes wrap around Bai Li Chen, freezing his mana flow instantly. Sikong Yi is watching from the side, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. He recognizes that move. It's the exact same conceptual divine power used by the absolute monster in the demon refining tower. He realizes Li Fan didn't just escape the anomaly, he literally stole its power. Li Fan stands there smiling like a smug anime villain who just entered a low-level lobby. But then, Bai Li Chen shows why he's a professional survivor. With a sudden distortion, his body swaps positions with Sikong Yi. Li Fan's eyes widen. A tactical body swap. The real Bai Li Chen, now safely outside the green ropes, immediately drops to his knees and screams, "I surrender! I gracefully concede the map record to senior brother! Ancestor, please teleport me out of here immediately!" The giant turtle, completely indifferent, nods lazily. "Leaving is good! Leaving is very good!" Blue spiritual flames wrap around Bai Li Chen as he starts to dissolve into safety. Meanwhile, the real Sikong Yi, who is now trapped inside the bug-binding ropes, starts screaming in pure agony as the alchemist's leftover energy dissolves him into black smoke. He vanishes completely, leaving behind a pile of dark ash. Li Fan just smirks at the ash. "Faking death again? You really think a puppet trick can escape my targeting lock?" He looks up at the giant turtle, casually asking if he remembers what kind of miraculous swap technique the blindfolded kid just used. The turtle looks incredibly lazy. "My memory is trash, kid. Can't remember. Anyway, before I forget again, here is your map." He spits out a beam of pink light. Li Fan catches it, looking at the glowing miniature floating island in his palm. He's honestly a bit underwhelmed. This little souvenir is worth 100,000 alliance points? He clasps his hands, requesting the ancestor to send him out too, since he still has some unfinished business to settle with his junior brother. The turtle grunts, wrapping him in blue flames, and teleports him out of the ruins. Li Fan bursts out of the spatial rift like a comet, soaring above the vast blue waters of the Kongyun Sea. Below, Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen are flying at maximum speed, but they suddenly feel the heavy weight of the formless killing mechanism drag them down. Li Fan uses his shadow-following art to close the distance. Sikong Yi screams, "Who are you? We gave you the map! Why are you still hounding us?" Li Fan dives from the clouds, throwing out massive dark purple chains, soul-locking chain. The heavy iron wraps around both of them, physically linking their spiritual network so they can never separate. Li Fan floats in front of them, holding a glowing purple paper talisman, his face lit up with a demonic grin. "With this chain and the cyan wood purple fire formation I bought, you two are officially dead." Bound together like a toxic duo in a co-op game, they scream in pure terror, "Just who exactly are you?" Li Fan puts a single finger to his lips, his eyes glowing with a dark, ruthless intent. "Who I am doesn't matter. But since you like faking your deaths, I'm very curious to see exactly how many times you can resurrect before your souls completely collapse." Our guy Li Fan is currently holding a glowing purple paper talisman, preparing to run a very expensive experiment. He throws the talisman, triggering the cyan wood purple fire formation. A massive purple runic array flares up beneath the fleeing duo, instantly roasting Sikong Yi in a pillar of violent purple lightning. Bai Li Chen is caught in the heavy iron chains right next to him, forced to watch his partner get turned into charcoal. Li Fan hovers calmly in the sky, watching the damage numbers roll in like a professional tester. The soul-locking chain spins in the air, keeping their souls physically anchored together. Sikong Yi gasps for air, his body magically reforming from the ashes. "Ha! Ha!" Li Fan looks down with a cold, analytical gaze. "So, you can actually respawn. Let's see if you have infinite lives." He triggers the purple fire ray again. Sikong Yi screams as he gets cooked for the second time. After a few more rounds of literal torture, the system notices start popping up. Sikong's level has dropped from late chi condensation to mid, and finally to a sad, useless initial chi condensation. He begs Li Fan to stop the spawn camping. He breaks down completely, crying that his resurrection pool is empty and if he gets cooked one more time, both he and his avatar will die permanently. He explains the mechanics of his core cultivation method, the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, which allows him to create a unique avatar with its own independent soul and level. To build this avatar, he had to raid the tomb of a dead Cloudwater Heavenly Palace disciple, grafting the corpse's talent and providence onto a proxy body named Bai Li Chen. Through this proxy, he was able to learn the Sea-Calming Divine Sword and uncover the 100,000-point bounty location. Sikong Yi looks up, completely defeated, asking Li Fan how he was able to track them down through their high-grade illusions. Li Fan just smirks. "You don't get to ask the questions." He triggers the fire formation one last time to finish the job. The system notice flashes across the screen. Qi condensation cultivator Sikong Yi cultivated the Tao for 35 years. Body perished and Tao vanished, returning his mana to the heavens. A second notice pops up confirming Bai Li Chen is also officially dead. A glowing, dark red jade token drops into Li Fan's hand. He holds the red token, admiring its intricate dragonclaw borders. This is the heaven-stealing sun-swapping token, the supreme, ancient artifact of a highly secretive lineage. As Li Fan links his mind to the token, the lore Bible of the sect is directly injected into his brain. It was created thousands of years ago by the 38th generation leader, a beautiful woman named Sikong Yue. The utility is absolutely broken, it serves as a massive storage unit, and it allows the master to transfer items instantly between their main body and their avatar, completely ignoring spatial boundaries. Most importantly, it serves as a soul anchor. As long as the token is intact, even if the main body and the avatar get wiped out, they can construct a brand new body using the essence blood stored inside the token. But it has a classic balance flaw. The main body and the avatar cannot be too far apart, or their cultivation levels will automatically tank. Also, the remnant souls of the sect's previous leaders are bound inside the token, retaining their memory fragments. Li Fan sends his divine sense into the empty space, finding the remnant soul of Sikong Xuan and another blurry figure wandering around. He grabs their memories to see why this once mighty sect fell into such a sad state. The decline started with Sikong Bo. Centuries ago, the Foundation establishment master Sikong Bo met a 5-year-old kid with a natural immortal physique who was already a peak Qi condensation cultivator. The kid possessed absurd, god-tier luck, constantly finding rare heavenly materials in the mountains. Sikong Bo wanted to steal his blood to create a legendary, overpowered avatar. One night, Sikong Bo crept into the child's room to harvest his blood, but unexpectedly, the kid was already marked by a dying nascent soul powerhouse. The powerhouse had transformed his soul into a glowing green willow wondrous item, waiting for the kid to reach Foundation establishment so he could hijack his body. Furious that some low-level thief was trying to ruin his investment, the green willow attacked Sikong Bo. A massive, destructive duel erupted between the weakened nascent soul willow and Sikong Bo's secret arts, leaving both of them heavily injured. Suddenly, the little 5-year-old child stood up in the dark. His eyes were completely cold and empty, showing the cold gaze of a grandmaster. While the two powerhouses were busy fighting, the kid had quietly prepared complex restriction seals around the room, which he now activated. With a single gesture, the 5-year-old kid literally inhaled the green willow into his body, refining it to break through his bottleneck on the spot. The kid stands there like a puppet master, holding the souls of both the nascent soul willow and Sikong Bo in his tiny hands. Sikong Bo was absolutely terrified and ran for his life, but the child immediately chased him down. Even though the kid had just entered Foundation establishment, his combat maneuvers were so precise and ruthless, he looked like an ancient martial god. Cornered, Sikong Bo sacrificed all the remnant souls inside his token to buy time, escaping all the way to the Kongyun Sea while a purple bolt of heavenly lightning vaporized his pursuers behind him. His injuries were too severe, so on his deathbed he quickly took a random kid named Sikong Yi as his disciple, passed down the token, and died. Back to the present. Li Fan is holding the token, realized how close Sikong Yi was to claiming the 100,000-point bounty and escaping. Wait. Did he even leave the sea? He understands the play. Sikong Yi used the avatar swap to trick the alliance on the mainland, while his main body was safely hiding somewhere in the Kongyun Sea all along. An excellent strategy, Li Fan smiles. I think I'll steal this setup for my current run. He stores the red token away. He also notes a crucial piece of lore from the memories. A dead cultivator can be refined into a wondrous item of heaven and earth. When a cultivator's body perishes, their remaining Tao transforms into incredible magical artifacts that reappear in nature. The universe literally recycles dead players to maximize utility. This trip was a complete goldmine, Li Fan thinks, flying back to Wangxian Island. I need some downtime to digest all these new builds. Back on Wangxian Island, the news of the floating palace's appearance has caused a massive market frenzy. Scrolls are being sold everywhere. Our favorite corrupt dealer, Zhao Shiwan, is laughing hysterically, making a massive fortune by selling basic information about the first trial for 30 points a pop. Li Fan logs into his private terminal and counts his massive loot screen: S-Rank illusory dream art, bug binding, map record, sea calming divine sword, sun swapping art, and the sun swapping token. He decides to focus on the cloud water illusory dream art first since its utility is too good to ignore. He checks the sea calming divine sword. It's a top tier killing method that lets him condense 108 swords in his core, but there's no rush to grind it yet. It's currently Anchor Year 12. Since the giant fire demon Chi Yan doesn't boil the ocean until Year 31, he has plenty of time to stir up trouble in the sea using his new avatar while keeping his main body safe. The only problem is the cloud water map record. The item is way too hot to turn in directly as himself. I need to craft a burner account first. He flies to the uninhabited island where Sikong Yi refined his proxies, only to spot Zhao Shiwan's wooden spy puppet lurking around. The puppet flies up, mistaking Li Fan for Sikong Yi. "What are you doing here, fellow Taoist Sikong?" Li Fan quickly plays along, putting on Sikong's smug voice. "Previously, you sent spies to follow us just so you could loot my cave while I was away, didn't you?" The merchant puppet quickly waves his hands, claiming it's all a misunderstanding and asking where Bai Li Chen is. Li Fan doesn't feel like talking. He shoots a purple flame blast, vaporizing the puppet instantly. He smells the burnt wood, confirming it was indeed just a cheap proxy. He flies to a completely ordinary-looking coconut tree on the beach and touches it, activating a hidden spatial seal. He slips inside the tree portal, entering a crude cave abode. He sits cross-legged and pulls out bones, crystals, and organs to assemble his avatar. He doesn't need this avatar to have S-rank talent. Its only purpose is to act as a distraction and submit the map record. The bones, organs, and skin slowly merge together under the red spiritual light, forming a tall body with long dark hair and a vacant expression. Li Fan inspects the proxy. "For my first build, not bad at all." He snaps his fingers. "Sever!" He cuts the spiritual connection between the proxy's destiny and his main body. The body flares with golden energy as the proxy becomes an entirely independent entity. The avatar blinks, staring at his hands. Having a second screen to play on is honestly a wild experience. The avatar bows to the main body. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Li Fan smiles. "From now on, your name is Lin Fan." The proxy is set to mid-stage chi condensation. Li Fan hands him the map record, and they travel back to Wangxian Island separately to make sure they have zero public connection. The proxy Lin Fan enters the central hall, presents the cloud water map record to the Tiangshuan mirror, and submits the 100,000-point mission. The screen blinks. "Verifying authenticity, please wait." Suddenly, the screen turns black, and a prompt pops up. "The mission publisher requests to visit your space. Do you accept?" Lin Fan clicks accept. A heavy spatial distortion flares behind him, and a tall, blue-cloaked figure steps out of the rift, looming over Lin Fan like a final boss. We open inside the digital void of the Tiangshuan mirror, where Li Fan's brand new puppet avatar is currently having a polite chat with a literal ghost of the past. This hooded, white-bearded senior looks like he came straight out of a premium gacha banner, claiming he is just an old man who should have checked out centuries ago. Li Fan's avatar instantly gets that tingling feeling you get when you recognize a face but can't remember if they were a high school classmate or a wanted criminal. He cannot sense a single drop of spiritual energy from this guy, which in cultivation terms means the old man is either a complete mortal or strong enough to delete him with a thought. The old man gets straight to the point and asks if he is the genius who found the cloud water map record. Our guy does not play hard to get. He pulls out the mini holographic palace model like a retail worker showing off the last stock in the back. The old man holds it and sighs out a roll call of ancient names. Hanhai, Taiyi, Fuyun. He speaks to the digital palace like an old friend he hasn't seen since the server update. And just like that, the avatar's brain does a hard reset. This old timer is actually from the exact same generation as ancestor Taiyi. Let that sink in. Since the Great Calamity, the world has basically been running on low battery, making a 1,000-year lifespan look like a miracle. How old is this guy? When the senior asks how the old sect is doing, the avatar gives him the absolute worst Yelp review possible. Qintang is a literal stone statue, the bug Taoist is cooking himself for fun, and Taiyi is basically a turtle pincushion. The old man's shoulders drop. He laments that some cosmic terms of service prevented him from stepping in to stop the tragedy. He praises the avatar for even making it out of that absolute death trap alive, but our guy just hits him with the classic, "it was just a fluke bro" defense. Seeing that this kid is highly competent, the old man decides it is time to drop a side quest. He opens his hand to reveal a tiny, glowing white jade statue of himself and asks the avatar to take it back to the ruins and just leave it there. Since he cannot personally walk through the front door of the Cloudwater Palace, this doll is going to be his spiritual +1. And before our guy can even ask about the payment terms, the old man pulls a classic martial arts move and taps him directly on the forehead. Cue the blue lightning and the dial-up noises as a massive, uncompressed zip file of ancient knowledge is forced straight into our guy's brain. A moment later, the old man has completely vanished from the network, leaving our guy dizzy, sweating, and wondering if his mental hard drive is about to melt. The 100,000 contribution points are safely in the bank, but the real bonus is a legendary glowing menu screen titled The Heavenly Medical Immortal Scripture. This isn't just some standard cultivation cheat code, it is an all-inclusive encyclopedia of human biology, pharmacology, diagnostics, and alien botany. But because reading this massive PDF would literally take him a dozen years, our guy decides to put it in his mental folder of things I will look at later and focus on the immediate task. Next thing we know, the avatar is back at the entrance of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, bypassing the usual visual trials entirely. He tosses the white jade statue into the air. It floats up, glows blue, and slowly dissolves into the atmosphere like a bath bomb of pure sadness. No monsters, no explosions, just a quiet, peaceful handoff. Our guy stands there thinking this quest was way too easy. Back inside the Tiangshuan mirror, Li Fan stares at his massive 100,000 point balance and starts plotting his next moves. But after meeting that OP old man, he decides it is way too dangerous to let his avatar and his main body have any direct connection. Thankfully, because they share a soul link, any manual his avatar reads on Wangxian Island is automatically synced to his main body's consciousness anyway. Absolute peak efficiency. The avatar starts burning through points to buy up regional lore, while the main body uses the cover of darkness to slip back onto Liuli Island. His shady sponsor, He Zhanghao, is still off-grid exploring a cave, which gives Li Fan 19 years of prep time before the fire giant Qian arrives to turn the ocean into a giant hot pot. He sneaks into the home of Zhang Haobo, the local ship captain, and activates his newly acquired Cloudwater illusory dream art. Zhang Haobo suddenly bolts upright in bed, screaming like he just saw his bank account balance drop to zero. He looks around his room, sweating bullets, completely confused about whether he is actually awake or still trapped in a nightmare. The man is hyperventilating. The dream he just had felt so real that he can still taste the salt water on his lips. In the dream, he was just an ordinary fisherman who dragged up a corpse holding a legendary manual called the Sea-Calming Divine Sword. He spent over a decade practicing it, rising from a simple mortal to a powerhouse at the late stage of chi condensation. He was right on the verge of establishing his foundation when a giant glowing fire entity appeared in the sky like a second sun. With just a tiny spark, that fiery colossus boiled the entire ocean dry, turning his hometown, his family, and his friends into literal piles of ash. The dream ended with a massive, world-ending explosion that incinerated the central island of the Alliance itself. Haobo sits there clutching his chest. He wonders how a simple mortal like him could dream up specific, complex concepts like Wangxian Island and the Tiangshuan Mirror. Then, he stops. His eyes go wide with pure terror as he realizes something. There, glowing right on his wall, are the exact runic symbols of the Sea-Calming Divine Sword. He realizes he has been reborn. Well, that is what Li Fan wants him to think. Anyway, we open on a majestic shot of the old man cradling the miniature palace. Meanwhile, back in reality, our newly minted protagonist, Zhang Haobo, is pacing around his room, trying to process the fact that he has apparently traveled back in time. He clutches his head. The memories of his past life are incredibly blurry, but that terrifying image of the crimson fire giant is burned into his brain. He grits his teeth. He is not going to let his family turn into kindling this time around. He vows to use his future knowledge to prepare a defense and protect his hometown. Right below him, hidden in the shadows, Li Fan is watching this whole performance with a smug grin. Our guy floats above the roof, completely satisfied. The rebirth Haobo is celebrating is just a highly customized simulation run inside the Cloudwater dream spell. Since Li Fan's current cultivation has some limits, he had to give the dream a highly convincing prop, specifically a watered-down version of the Sea-Calming Divine Sword to act as the bait. To prevent the captain from simply packing his bags and running away from the future disaster, Li Fan planted a strong psychological suggestion of responsibility while secretly editing the fire giant's stats in the dream to make him look beatable. With his pocket-sized hero successfully deployed, Li Fan uses his formless killing mechanism to lock onto him as a tracker and prepares to head back to the Alliance hub. But as he flies over the island, he stops dead in his tracks. The entire island is pitch black, except for Steward Zhao's manor, which is brightly lit and covered in white mourning banners. He drops down from the sky, slipping through the main hall like a silent draft of wind. He looks at the altar and his jaw hits the floor. The spirit tablet is dedicated to the late immortal master, He Zhenghao. His shady, lovable, commission-obsessed sponsor is dead. Li Fan steps out of the shadows and asks the grieving steward how a powerful cultivator like He Zhenghao could have met his end. The steward bows and explains that He Zhenghao died in a tragic accident 56 days ago while exploring an ancient cave. Li Fan flashes back to the moment He Zhenghao invited him on that exact same expedition. Our guy's face turns deadly serious. In his previous loops, He Zhenghao was perfectly alive and well 10 years after this date. Why did he die now? He mentally traces the timeline back. In this loop, He Zhenghao lost his life savings when his island's lucrative spirit mistgrass crop was destroyed by a wild dragon whale. Desperate for cash, he took a gamble on that dangerous cave. But why did the whale attack in the first place? He narrows his eyes. Why did the dragon whale suddenly target that specific island? He remembers that dragon whales get their high intelligence from eating liuli pearls. The whale ate a massive batch of pearls, gained sentience, and then launched a calculated raid on the spirit mist grass. And why was there a sudden surplus of liuli pearls for the whale to eat? Because in his previous life, Li Fan found a giant pearl inside a fish leader. In this loop, he killed that giant fish leader early. Without a boss fish to protect them, the entire school of liuli fish was easily eaten by the whale. The realization hits him like a freight train. His minor, offhand choice to kill a single fish in this loop triggered a massive butterfly effect that ultimately killed his sponsor. He maps it out in his head. Step 1, he slays the fish leader. Step 2, the dragon whale eats the pearls and gets a massive brain upgrade. Step 3, the smart whale destroys the spirit mist grass. Step 4, dozens of wealthy cultivators go completely bankrupt overnight. Step 5, those bankrupt cultivators take desperate risks in lethal dungeons, leading to their premature deaths. Li Fan's expression shifts from shock to a cold, terrifying smile. Even Foundation establishment cultivators are incredibly easy to kill if you know how to pull the right strings of fate. This is the true meaning of using the world's natural flow as a weapon. Back inside the quiet sanctuary of the Tiangshuan mirror, our guy sits down to meditate. He realizes that true power isn't about throwing massive energy blasts. It is about setting up a chain of dominoes from thousands of miles away and years in advance. He names this conceptual method the life and death chain lock. He returns to the morning hall in person and offers 3 sticks of incense to the tablet, promising his fallen friend a better deal in the next loop. The old steward looks at him with deep respect, noting that he must have been a very close friend of the master. Li Fan puts on an Oscar-worthy performance, clutching his chest and claiming they were close comrades for over 40 years. The steward sighs. He reveals that in the 26 days since the hall was set up, Li Fan is the only cultivator who has actually come to show real respect. Every other cultivator who visited only came to rummage through the master's belongings or fight over his job vacancy. But because of Li Fan's display of loyalty, the steward decides it is time to reveal a secret. He explains that He Zhenghao left a specific item behind, with instructions to give it to the first cultivator who showed up out of genuine grief. The steward notes that he once saved the master's life years ago, which is why he was trusted with such a hot potato. He opens a wooden chest to reveal a shiny, high-grade silver plate. Our guy picks it up. It is a past spirit talisman for Wangxian Island. Li Fan pockets the token and promises to speak to the new island guardian to ensure the old steward gets to keep his job. As our guy walks away, the steward lets out a massive sigh of relief, glad to finally be rid of the dangerous magical item. The old man looks out into the night, muttering about how pointless it is to chase immortality when you can die so easily, leaving no one behind to even bury your bones. Our guy meets up with Liuli Island's brand new guardian, Yuan Xing, to do some basic political networking and secure Steward Zhao's finance job. Once the paperwork is signed, Li Fan ducks back into the Tianshuan Mirror Network to inspect his newly acquired shiny silver talisman. It turns out this isn't just a basic membership card. It is a high-grade storage voucher linked to a vault on Yulan Island. Li Fan does not waste any time. He takes a quick trip north and retrieves He Zhenghao's final personal estate. Inside the storage box is a green jade slip containing an unfinished thesis on defensive formations along with a tragic letter. In the letter, He Zhenghao basically says that if he gets wiped out in that cave, his life's work cannot go to waste. He begs whoever finds this to hand it over to a master. He also complains about his current cultivation method, a legendary pre-calamity style called the sitting mountain art. The scroll floats in Li Fan's hand, glowing with a soft blue light. Our guy practically starts drooling. The sitting mountain art is literally the cultivation equivalent of passive income. You sit on a mountain and let everyone else do the hard work for you. He clenches his fist with a grin that screams, "I am about to exploit this game mechanic so hard." With his memory loop cheat code, this method is basically a free win. So he looks up the details of the submarine volcano cave where He Zhenghao met his end. 5 high-tier guys went in, and only 1 barely escaped alive. The cave was hidden inside a dormant underwater volcano that recently decided to wake up and blow its top. Deep inside, the explorers accidentally stepped on a security pressure plate, waking up a giant molten golem built with lost ancient engineering. A dozen lava puppets instantly cornered the group. Only 1 golden core master escaped with heavy injuries, while the others got completely liquidated. But because cultivators have negative self-preservation skills, this news only made everyone want to loot the cave even more. A second elite team is already gearing up under a nascent soul boss named True Lord Guwan. Li Fan decides to skip the crowded lobby. Why risk his own skin when he can just put up a bounty to have someone else fetch his corpse? See, the sitting mountain art was never uploaded to the Alliance's databases. The only way to learn it is to use his soul-swapping art on his frozen remains. But first, he needs to farm some easy side missions to get the contribution points required to post the reward. He turns in some old-world info for a quick 1,000 points, then immediately posts a 500-point bounty, shamelessly writing a tragic backstory about his 40 years of deep unbreakable brotherhood with the deceased. The bounty gets snatched up instantly, leaving Li Fan free to log back into Zhang Haobo's dreams and check on his progress. Right now, the captain is still technically immortal, which makes his brain incredibly easy to manipulate. Once he levels up, Li Fan will have to unlock the second tier of his dream spell. 3 months later, a lone wooden ship sails across the boundless blue ocean of Liuli. Zhang Haobo stands at the bow, looking out over the water like a man who knows exactly where the treasure is buried. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a specific coordinate, his face freezing in shock. Before his crew can even ask what is wrong, he takes a perfect swan dive off the deck, plunging straight into the ocean. He swims down, cutting through the deep blue depths like a torpedo. At the very bottom of the seabed, buried under a pile of dark seaweed, lies a pristine white skeleton. The skeleton is holding a leather pouch containing a thick blue manual. Zhang Haobo pulls it out. The gold letters on the cover read, "Sea Calming Divine Sword." He stares at the book, his chest swelling with pure emotion. Everything is exactly where his nightmare said it would be. He is completely convinced he is the chosen protagonist of a rebirth story. He vows to speedrun his cultivation base to Foundation establishment in Golden Core to make sure his family doesn't get incinerated by the fire giant. Meanwhile, floating high up in the clouds, Li Fan is watching the whole scene like a proud director at a movie premiere. Under his secret guidance, Haobo has started his cultivation journey over 10 years earlier than in the previous timeline. Once Destiny's gears start turning, the snowball effect is unstoppable. Our guy smiles, whispering that he is highly looking forward to his puppet's performance. Feeling like an absolute mastermind, Li Fan flies back to Liuli Island to head home through the local portal. But the moment he steps on the glowing green array, Yuan Sing rushes out of the bushes, looking like he just saw a ghost. Li Fan raises an eyebrow as the guardian approaches him with a trembling voice. Yuan Sing drops the bomb. The elite exploration team led by the mighty nascent Soul Lord Guwan has just been completely wiped out. Not a single person survived. When the level 100 boss tries to clear a mid-tier dungeon and gets instantly sent back to the lobby, Li Fan acts shocked, asking how a supreme nascent soul master could possibly get liquidated in a basic golden core cave. Yuan Sing tells him the entire ruin has been temporarily quarantined. This is an absolute disaster for the local branch. There are only about a dozen nascent soul powerhouses in the entire region, and losing one along with 17 other high-level guys is a massive blow to their guild rankings. Li Fan notices that Yuan Xing looks exceptionally pale, like a guy who just realized his main source of income is gone. And sure enough, once he does some digging back at the base, he learns that the late Lord Gujuan was Yuan Xing's literal political daddy. His seat was barely warm, and his backing has already been deleted. Our guy sighs, realizing he won't be getting He Jianghao's remains anytime soon since the cave is now under a strict military lockdown. But then, some new data leaks out. The first expedition went in with golden cores, and the puppets scaled down to match them. The second expedition went in with a nascent soul boss, and the puppets scaled up to absolute monster levels. The system rules are clear: the golem defense is weak against the weak, and strong against the strong. Li Fan's inner gamer immediately starts plotting. If a low-level chi condensation guy goes in, the golems will only fight at chi condensation level. And with his bug binding skill and his blue fire phantom, he could basically disable them. But then his rational side kicks in. If the trick was that simple, the Alliance would have already sent in a squad of low-level smurfs to clear the zone. There has to be a catch. And he is not the only one who tried to play smart. A group of 39 low-level cultivators banded together to raid the cave for a third time. 10 days later, they crawled back out, crying and covered in bruises. It turns out that while the puppets' damage scales down, their physical armor is static. Their bodies are made of some ridiculous ancient alloy that can effortlessly tank high-tier attacks. A chi condensation sword hit doesn't even leave a scratch. Li Fan sits back and thinks. He never heard of this cave in his past life, meaning it must have been cleared or collapsed eventually. Since nobody wants to act as a meat shield to let others get the loot, the hype around the volcano slowly dies down. Li Fan decides to put the dungeon on hold and focus on his daily grind. Half a year passes. It is now Anchor Year 13, and the tracking spell locked onto Zhang Haobo is starting to fade. Our guy looks at the data and smirks. The captain has managed to break through from a mortal to a full cultivator in less than a year. The kid is speedrunning his stats faster than expected. 3 months later, Yuan Xing pings Li Fan's communication device, frantically babbling about an absolute monster that has just emerged on Liuli Island. He sends over a live video feed, and the screen is instantly filled with flashing blue lights and flying sparks inside the volcanic crater. It is Zhang Haobo, standing right in the middle of the bubbling lava, completely surrounded by giant molten golems. He is focusing his energy, his fingers glowing with vibrant blue water currents. With a sharp flick of his hand, he sends a barrage of glowing water blades clashing directly against the puppet's heavy iron fists. He slides across the burning stone floor on a trail of frozen vapor, dodging a heavy smash that shatters the ground behind him. Yuan Xing's holographic face asks Li Fan what he thinks of this absolute menace. Li Fan has to play along and act surprised, asking who this mysterious warrior is who can dance around 17 elite puppets and walk away without a single scratch. Yuan Xing proudly explains that this is Zhang Haobo, a former mortal who joined the Alliance under his direct recommendation just a year ago. At first, nobody knew why he kept diving into the lethal volcano, but they eventually realized the crazy bastard is using the indestructible golems as his personal sparring partners to grind his skill levels. The video is already 2 weeks old, and Yuan Xing is convinced this kid is destined to become a top-tier guild leader if he doesn't get squashed first. Li Fan stares at the screen, highly amused. Condensing 24 water swords is a feat usually locked behind the Foundation establishment level, but Haobo did it while still in chi condensation. His protagonist buff is working wonders. Unable to resist a good show, Li Fan immediately dives into the ocean, swimming down toward the submarine volcano to watch the live match. A massive crowd of cultivators has gathered around the bubbling crater, completely ignoring the boiling seawater as they watch the captain sit in deep meditation. The onlookers are whispering, noting that Haobo's first fight in the mid-stage of chi condensation didn't last very long because he is still adjusting to his new power level. Zhang Haobo sits in the center of a swirling vortex of blue energy, looking completely serene despite the crowd of spectators. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, flashing with sharp, cold determination. He leaps up and dives straight down into the glowing red lava pit of the volcano. The crowd of onlookers watches the projection screen, holding their breath as all 17 molten golems rise from the magma. The giant red fists close in, boxing him in from every single angle. Haobo takes a sharp leap, narrowly dodging a flaming strike that blasts the rock face. He stands in mid-air, hands crossed in a classic spellcasting pose as a blue storm of water energy starts to encircle his body. The cultivators outside gasp as the blue magic circle expands. The speed at which he is conjuring his spells is 10 times faster than before. Instead of his usual 24 blades, thousands of glowing blue water swords instantly fill the entire volcanic chamber, ready to shred the lava golems to pieces. We open inside the volcanic cave where Zhang Haobo is currently dropping the ultimate water-type spell on a pack of fire puppets. The crowd of onlookers goes wild, convinced this kid is a peerless genius who has basically cleared the dungeon for them. But the veteran cultivators in the back are shaking their heads, noting that a massive move like that is going to leave him completely out of mana. And they are not wrong. Li Fan's main body is analyzing the fight and realizes this is a foundation establishment level ultimate skill. For a mid-stage chi condensation kid to pull this off is like a level 10 player wielding a level 50 legendary weapon. But Haobo doesn't look worried at all. He is standing there looking incredibly smug, and our guy wants to know why. Suddenly, the entire volcanic chamber starts glowing with a massive, vibrant blue aura. Seeing the water energy spike, Li Fan uses his stealth art to dive straight down into the crater before anyone else can react. The crowd of onlookers finally realizes the truth. This kid has a rare water spirit physique, meaning he has infinite mana as long as he is standing on the ocean. Everyone scrambles to get inside, while Li Fan is already on the ground, frantically searching the piles of ash for He Zhenghao's remains. But right as he gathers up a few fragments of charred bone, a deep, ancient mechanical voice echoes through the cavern. Tian, Yang. The puppets that were supposedly beaten start glowing with blinding red light. The greedy cultivators who just ran in are now screaming in absolute panic as the broken debris begins to reassemble. The voice keeps chanting, "All his life?" The volcanic walls are literally cracking open as the molten rocks float into the air. Was never. The raw energy pressure in the room is spiking past the safety limit. Li Fan's eyes go wide. This is not a standard dungeon reset. This is a self-destruct sequence. Zhang Haobo is standing there completely exhausted, looking up at the floating debris with a very confused expression. Li Fan leaps forward, grabs the captain by the collar, and screams at him to stop posing for the camera and run. They sprint out of the cave as the lava below them rises like a geyser. The final words of the ancient creator echo through the ruins. Tianyang, all his life, was never weaker than anyone. Li Fan drags the captain to a safe distance over the sea. Zhang Haobo gasps for breath, thanking him for the save, while our guy secretly curses because his looting plan got completely ruined. But before they can catch their breath, a massive mountain-sized pillar of fire blasts through the ocean surface. The light is so bright it literally paints the entire sky crimson. A colossal, four-armed volcanic titan rises from the depths, raining down burning meteorites in every direction. Then, a massive, glowing figure appears in the sky, shouting at the puppet to stand down. A giant inverted mountain descends from a glowing purple magic circle, pressing down on the titan like a colossal drill. The lava puppet roars, catching the mountain peak with its bare hands. Its ancient eyes glow red as it resists the pressure. It refuses to back down, fueled by the proud obsession of its long-dead creator. But the sky flashes again, and 3 more inverted mountains appear, multiplying the weight by several times. The Titan is forced back down into the ocean, creating a massive tidal wave that threatens to wipe out the surrounding islands. Under the immense gravity, the puppet's legs start to shatter piece by piece. Its body is completely crushed into the seabed, but the spirit of Tianyang is still not done. The earth veins below the ocean floor erupt once more. The puppet's remaining energy condenses into a massive, miles-long fire dragon that blasts straight through the mountains. It completely vaporizes the stone barriers, proving that even as a pile of scrap, it is still an absolute beast. The mountain recondenses, and a voice from the clouds notes that this ancient body-refining art is surprisingly impressive. Then, a massive spatial tear splits the sky open, and a lazy female voice complains that they need to take their noisy street fight somewhere else. When the server admin finally steps in to handle a couple of players who are lagging the lobby, the giant fire dragon looks up at the massive spatial tear, completely confused. A single, invisible flash of energy cuts straight through the sky, slicing the massive titan completely in half. The lazy female voice tells them to go settle their beef in the outer void. The spatial crack glows with a bright violet light, and just like that, the crack snaps shut, taking the giant golem and the mountain with it. The sky clears up instantly, the sun shines, and the ocean goes completely quiet, as if a multi-million-dollar CGI battle didn't just happen 2 seconds ago. Our guy stands there in absolute awe. Those two entities were clearly the top-tier soul formation masters of Wangxian Island. He looks over at Zhang Haobo, who is currently shaking like a leaf. Our guy realizes his dream world therapy has a major flaw. A fake nightmare about a fire giant cannot compare to actually watching two gods delete a mountain in real life. He slaps a hand on Haobo's shoulder and asks how he is holding up. The captain is having a massive crisis of confidence, realizing that despite his fast leveling, he is still just a complete ant in the grand scheme of things. Li Fan plays the supportive mentor, telling him that with his talent, he will easily reach that level given enough time. When Haobo asks for his savior's name, Li Fan just hits him with the classic, "If we are fated, we will meet" line, and flies away like a proper enigmatic senior. Zhang Haobo stands on the water, looking at his hands and remembering the giant fiery outline of Qi Yan. He steel plates his resolve, promising to train even harder. Meanwhile, Li Fan returns to Wangxian Island, where the entire city is gossiping about the battle. Our guy is deep in thought. High-tier battles are so destructive that they are basically impossible to hide. And since the world has always been hostile to cultivators, there must have been dozens of massive natural disasters in the past. So why is it that in all his lives he has never heard a single cultivator talk about these past catastrophes? Are they actively hiding them, or is there a collective brain rot going on? He logs into the Tiangshuan Mirror database and searches for keywords like historical disasters. The screen comes back completely blank. Absolute zero results. He pulls out his communication device and asks a few local cultivators. They all give him the exact same vague answer. "I think something happened, but I can't really remember." This is terrifying. Even ordinary mortals can remember a bad storm, but high-level cultivators with super brains have completely forgotten global events? The basic laws of logic are being reversed here. He remembers that the top-tier bosses of this world are literally going against the laws of heaven and earth to achieve longevity. He realizes the chilling truth: the legendary longevity heavenly venerables have a passive, formless power that can unconsciously modify the memories of every living being in the world. He looks at the global ranking system: golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, Tao integration, and finally, the peak of the pyramid, the longevity heavenly venerables. These ancient entities are like ghosts. Nobody knows how many of them exist, but their absolute authority shapes the memory of every cultivator alive. Our guy takes a deep breath and sits down to cultivate. He is still way too weak to challenge the developers of this game, so he needs to focus on solid, step-by-step grinding. A few days later, Li Fan's eyes snap open as his avatar finally emerges from closed-door cultivation. His S-Rank puppet has unlocked some absolutely illegal cheat codes. The first one is called the Life and Death Chain. This terrifying skill lets him trace the karmic connections of a target, find the single weakest link of life, and sever it to cause an instant, undetectable heart attack. On top of that, his tracking skill has evolved into heavenly vision and earthly hearing. He decides to test this new spy camera on his favorite lab rat, Zhang Haobo. Over the ocean, the captain is currently practicing his water sword formation. He launches a massive blue water dragon into the sky. He points his fingers forward and shouts, "Explode!" The dragon detonates in a flash of bright white light, creating a series of massive water pillars that shoot up like geysers. But through his new heavenly vision, Li Fan isn't just watching the cool visual effects. He can see the exact circulation route of spiritual energy inside Haobo's body, the muscle memory, the stance, and the core coding of his ultimate technique. Our guy gets an absolute devilish grin. If he can watch this genius practice enough times, he can copy-paste the entire skill set directly into his own brain. He exits the state, nursing a slight headache. His own natural talent has always been mediocre, making breakthroughs incredibly difficult. But today, he finally found his own personal path to heaven. Who cares if your natural aptitude is higher? Under his omnipotent gaze, every genius in the world is basically just a free library of legendary skills waiting to be plagiarized. Our guy is back, and after unlocking 2 legendary divine powers, he is ready to solve his cultivation bottleneck. He takes a trip to Yin Yin Island, a creepy rock formation in the middle of nowhere that has zero mortal residents and is home to a single weird hermit. He knocks on the front door, but the inside of the stone cavern is pitch black, swallowing his divine sense completely while creepy wailing echoes from the shadows. Suddenly, a multi-eyed silhouette leaps out of the dark, aiming straight for his throat. Our guy instantly grabs it by the scruff of its neck, only to realize it is just a weird, hairless dog with human eyeballs growing out of its ribcage. Absolutely not okay. Li Fan's face says it all. He has seen a lot of things across his memory loops, but this one is pure nightmare fuel. He walks further in and finds the cave is basically a pet shop for demonic mutations, filled with cages of green, multi-limbed humanoids. He carries the eyeball dog like a weird handbag, stepping carefully past the cages. A giant turtle monster with a ram's head and glowing red eyes stares at him from behind the iron bars. He even passes a literal ghost floating in a cage, mumbling some classic creepy horror movie lines. Li Fan calls out for the master of the house, Dian Shangren, while the creepy dog barks along. Suddenly, a wild-haired man scratches his head and shouts that they have a guest. Except, he speaks with two voices echoing right after each other. The crazy cultivator greets him, apologizing for being so absorbed in his weird experiments. As they walk, the weirdo notes that people usually call him Yin Dian Shangren, which basically means demented master. But his actual legal name is just Dian Shangren. Because he speaks with two layered voices, the words Dian and Yin blend together, making everyone think his name is a pun. Talk about a weird verbal glitch. Dian Shangren shows off his collection, including a giant multi-eyed cobra that looks like it belongs in a dark dungeon boss room. But then the mad scientist stops in front of an empty display stand, grabs his hair, and starts screaming about where his precious went. Li Fan looks down at the sweating eyeball dog and asks if the precious treasure happens to be a curved white bone. The crazy man grabs Li Fan by the shoulders, screaming like a lunatic, and our guy slowly points him to the floor. Dian Shangren hugs the rib bone like a stuffed animal, blushing like a schoolgirl. Our guy asks why on earth he is so obsessed with a random bone. The madman caresses the bone, claiming he would gladly trade his entire life's work just to keep this single piece of trash. He asks Li Fan if he knows about the legendary immortal miasma that ruined the world. He explains that back in the day, the plague only affected mortals. But then, one unlucky cultivator got infected, and the virus mutated to target spiritual energy, and this exact bone belongs to that very first cultivator who caught the plague. Dian Shangren sighs, completely disappointed that our guy doesn't understand the absolute historic and scientific value of this relic. He waves the bone in the air, screaming about how much research potential is locked inside the marrow of the first patient Zero. He believes that if he can decode the mutation, he can cure the miasma from its root and become the ultimate hero of the cultivation world. Li Fan just stands there with a deadpan chibi face, waiting for the crazy man to finish his presentation. The madman complains that every single bone of this patient named Sue something is worth a massive fortune, and he was lucky to grab a rib. He notes that the crown jewel of the set, the intact skull, is currently locked up in the central vault of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. He strikes a dramatic victory pose while Li Fan watches him, wondering if he should call the local asylum. Finally, Dian Shangren calms down and asks why our guy paid him a visit. Li Fan can finally get to the actual point of his trip. He explains that his cultivation has hit a massive bottleneck and he is looking for an unconventional way to establish his Tao Foundation. The madman bursts out laughing. He claims that when it comes to foundation establishment, nobody on this island knows the rules better than him. They sit down at a stone table, and the crazy scholar explains that the Tao Foundation is the literal root of a cultivator's path. If your foundation is shaky, your entire building is going to collapse. Then he drops a massive philosophical question. Since dead cultivators turn into wondrous items of heaven and earth, doesn't that mean a living cultivator is basically just an unrefined wondrous item? He reveals that in the dark corners of the world, some evil cultivators will actually kidnap mortals with unique traits and refine them into raw foundation materials to steal their abilities. He grins crazily, asking our guy, "Since I am also human, does that make me a wondrous item?" When you try to use an exploit in a game, but your character model ends up completely glitched, our guy looks at him across the stone table, asking if this is just another one of his crazy theoretical guesses. The madman's grin gets incredibly wide. He whispers that it used to be a theory, but he has already personally confirmed it. Suddenly, Dian Shangren's skin starts melting like wet clay, and two extra black fluid-like heads sprout directly from his shoulders. 10 years ago, he refined himself as a wondrous item to establish his foundation. Li Fan's brain does a quick reality check. No wonder the guy speaks with two layered voices, he literally has a parasitic twin merged inside his flesh. The extra heads dissolve back into his neck. He calls this insane process of self-smelting wondrous transformation, but he warns that the difficulty is set to ultra hard. If you fail, you either die on the spot or you end up looking like a complete monster like him. Li Fan asks if the experiment was actually a success. Dian Shangren admits he succeeded, but because his self-knowledge wasn't perfect, he glitched out at the very last second. He clutches his hand, claiming that if he could just reset his character and try the loop one more time, he would achieve the perfect self-foundation. Our guy sits there, completely fascinated by the concept of using yourself as the raw material. He asks what the actual benefit of this self-foundation is. The madman explains that it allows you to borrow the furnace of heaven and earth to completely reshape your mortal body into the most perfect physique imaginable. He shows a handy comparison chart. Standard pay-to-win foundation using a rusted sword versus the absolute gigachad self-foundation. No matter how legendary a standard item is, it can never match the power of using yourself. Li Fan bows politely, thanking the crazy master for the free tutorial, and decides it is time to make a quick exit. As he walks out of the cave, the mad scientist screams at him to make sure he tries the self-melt method at home. Once alone, Dian Shangren holds his precious rib bone, whispering a vow to find the creator of the miasma and get revenge. Back inside the safety of the Tianshuan mirror, Li Fan searches the database for self-foundation. It turns out the theory is public, but every cultivator treats it as a massive joke. But our guy has a galaxy brain moment. Since everything is an unformed wondrous item, is his soul-bound truth-returning system also an S-rank wondrous item? Can he use his own cheat code as his foundation? He has his avatar buy up every single basic manual on foundation establishment to study the math. He decides that using the loop system is way too risky for now. It is much safer to wait for the legendary Kanghai Pearl to spawn in 7 years, since his past life memory is already highly compatible with it. With 7 years of downtime, he decides to use his new vision power to watch his favorite show, Zhang Haobo's daily training arc. He zooms in on the sea, where the captain is currently tossing around in a massive storm. Haobo has already reached the late stage of chi condensation in just 3 months, sitting in the middle of the rain with his eyes shut, trying to comprehend some high-tier sword intent. Seeing that the storm is going to last a while, Li Fan leaves a tiny background process running to monitor him while he logs back into the market. He realizes that putting all his stocks into one pawn is bad portfolio management. He needs to find some other high-tier candidates, so he goes to find his merchant contact, Zhao Shiwan. He arrives at Thousand Mile Hall, but before he even steps through the door, he hears Zhao screaming at someone. He slides the door open to find Zhao aggressively shouting, "Hello! Hello!" into a glowing blue communication slate like a stressed stockbroker. Li Fan chuckles, asking if he is losing money on his trades again. Zhao snaps back that his firm never does bad deals, but some supplier is trying to play games with him. Li Fan points to a dusty green cauldron on the desk, asking what this ancient piece of metal is. Zhao claims it is an S-rank artifact he looted from a ruined sex site. Our guy asks what it actually does. Zhao asks if he has ever heard of the legendary pre-calamity medicine king sect. Zhao explains that before the world-ending calamity hit, the sect leader, Lu Ruchen, had a bad feeling. He packed up the entire sect onto a giant flying ship, used this cauldron to melt the void, and slipped out of the server entirely. Our guy asks where they went. Zhao says nobody knows. They probably escaped to some drifting pocket dimension or a brand new world. But the main point is the cauldron itself. Hearing the word world, Li Fan immediately has his avatar search the database for any attached dimensions. A massive holographic map of the Xuanwang realm pops up, showing dozens of independent grotto heavens and pocket worlds floating in the void. It turns out this world was called the Xuanwang realm before the calamity. Our guy's brain starts connecting the dots. The profound yellow heart-cleansing incantation he practiced translates to the Xuanwang incantation. It was clearly passed down from the ancient era, but the timeline of the miasma still doesn't quite match up. He taps his chin, staring at the green cauldron. Zhao waves the pot in front of his face, asking if he actually wants to buy the Lesser Medicine King cauldron or not. Li Fan blinks, asking him to explain the actual utility of this green bucket again. Zhao explains that the cauldron forms its own pocket space, automatically generating pure wood attribute energy to accelerate the growth of rare herbs. It is basically an S-rank passive gold farm. Li Fan looks suspicious. If this item is such a good passive moneymaker, why is the original owner trying to get rid of it so desperately? Zhao leans back, explaining that the Alliance recently opened a massive wood attribute dungeon and flooded the market with cheap, mass-produced herbs. He clutches his face in pure agony. The herb market crashed. Our guy just stands there watching a high-level cultivator suffer from a classic agricultural market rug pull. But our main guy, Li Fan, has bigger financial disasters to worry about on Wangxian Island. Specifically, the market for spiritual plants has completely crashed, making Grotto Heaven cauldrons useless. The local shady merchant, Zhao Shuyuan, is desperately trying to sell the dip to our guy. He even pulls out the ultimate weapon of desperate retail workers. Buy one, get one free. Our guy looks at these discount soup pots with the absolute highest level of skepticism. He plays the classic, "I am literally broke, please leave me alone" card to lower the merchant's guard, and the merchant bites immediately, offering free advice if it means securing a sale. Our guy asks for a location with a high density of cultivators breaking through to Foundation establishment. The salesman locks the coordinates behind the cauldron purchase, and our guy instantly pulls the trigger. 2 junk pots and a jade slip containing the intel are successfully transferred. Scanning the slip, our guy finds a rumor about a legendary Foundation establishment master on a remote island. He pockets the pots anyway, thinking they might make good paperweights or throwing weapons later. As he walks out of the shop, he wonders if this Zhao Shuan is just another puppet clone running a shift. No time for corporate identity theft though. Our guy rocket flies away to do some real work. Meanwhile, back at the shop, the merchant is literally crying over his terrible profit margins. Deep in the southeastern region of the Kangyun Sea lies a tiny, unnamed rock. The rumor says the master here can shorten your breakthrough speedrun by an absurd percentage. Cultivators are insecure creatures, so they keep this cheat code a secret to save face. While flying there, our guy gets a notification ping from the tracker he left on his favorite pawn. His divine camera zooms across the ocean to find Zhang Haobo. The shirtless madman is currently standing on the water, whispering to the breeze. He's trying to harmonize with the wind and the rain, mixing them together like a blender to create a localized tropical storm. Our guy watches from the clouds like a proud, slightly toxic parent. Zhang Haobo looks completely exhausted but highly pleased with his weather manipulation, but his mana battery is completely dry after a single attack. He immediately loses consciousness and falls face first into the ocean. Our guy pulls his consciousness back, hoping his pawn keeps sweat maxing his stats. 3 days later, our guy touches down on the remote Grifter Island. A gatekeeper in white robes immediately tries to upsell him on a 2,000-point package. Our guy introduces himself as Li Fan, and the gatekeeper gasps because his name is Li Chenfeng. He puts his arm around our guy, instantly playing the same surname discount card to close the sale. He tells our guy he can spectate the class for free if he just keeps his mouth shut. Our guy walks down the stone path and finds an outdoor classroom with 5 students sitting in front of a floating master. The master starts his lecture, claiming he chose this empty ocean because the vibes are immaculate. According to him, the laws of the universe are much cleaner when you're far away from the city. He boasts that over 200 people have successfully leveled up under his masterclass. Our guy prepares to activate his S-rank stalker eyes to copy their homework. He counts 5 targets about to cross the finish line. Suddenly, the master breaks into a cold sweat. Our guy is actually impressed that this random grifter can faintly detect his conceptual gaze. A golden pillar of light explodes from one of the sitting students. The cultivator bows deeply, crying tears of joy and thanking the master for his salvation. The master floats away majestically, leaving the remaining students in absolute awe. But our guy activates his heavenly vision, and the truth is immediately revealed. The breakthrough is a complete and total fabrication. The student's aura looks high tier, but as he flies away into the sky, our guy notices his flight path is incredibly suspicious. Using his divine radar, he tracks the student making a wide circle over the water. He loops right back to the hidden side of the island, lands, swaps his clothes, and transforms his face back into a standard crew member. Yes. The entire academy is a literal multi-level marketing scheme using paid actors, but just as our guy is about to laugh, another student actually starts to glow, and this time the spiritual energy is completely genuine. Our guy realizes the genius of the scam, it's a placebo effect. By seeing a fake success, the real marks get a massive confidence boost and actually force their own breakthroughs. Our guy decides to camp on the island for 3 months, leeching free comprehension from over 40 successful targets. Suddenly, his radar pings again from Zhang Haobo's side of the ocean. The rugged captain is currently skydiving into another massive hurricane. He's moving like a leaf in the wind, completely bypassing standard physical limits, and the moment the storm ends, he just points himself toward the next disaster. Our guy realizes this absolute madman has zero plans to level up yet, he's just farm maxing his base stats. Back on the island, the lack of new customers has made the 3 scammers extremely nervous. Our guy slips his invisible camera through the walls of their private meeting room. The master is pacing back and forth, complaining about a terrifying presence watching them. The gatekeeper tells him he's just being paranoid and needs to chill out. But the master insists his sensitivity to the laws of nature is never wrong. A massive entity is lurking. He has no idea the giant golden eyes of our guy are literally floating right above his ceiling. The gatekeeper tries to laugh it off, saying they would have been vaporized by now if they were caught. But the third partner agrees it's time to take their profits and run. They decide to pack their bags and head north to the territory of the 5 Elders Council. Our guy listens closely as they discuss their target, buying something called the Sea-Swallowing Longevity Art. They talk about a 100-year plan, countless sacrifices, and the future of their homeland. And then, they drop a silhouette that changes everything. They are raising a pod of 70,000 rift-splitting whales. Their goal is to secure a supreme cultivation method to help an imperial princess conquer the realm. With that power, they plan to physically pull their entire empire out of this world's magnetic hold. They clasp their hands together in a show of intense nationalistic hype. For the empire, and for the imperial princess! Our guy's jaw practically drops. He thought he was watching a petty cash grift, but he just stumbled into a nest of deep cover state agents raising space whales. The plot has officially thickened. We open with Zhang Haobo looking like a literal water-bending god, commanding a massive elemental dragon. Meanwhile, the scammers quietly pack up their grift and fly north toward the 5 Elders' territory. Our guy watches them leave, making a mental note to visit their sketchy empire in a future run. Back on Wangxian Island, our guy enters closed-door cultivation to digest his newly stolen breakthrough data. He pulls up the world map and discovers the boundless Kangyan Sea is actually just a glorified puddle surrounded by land. The map highlights his options, dangerous battlegrounds to the north, and stable, water-rich territory to the south. Since stopping the sea-boiling giant in this run is a massive gamble, he decides to plan a tactical retreat. He selects Yuandao province as his future safe house, the perfect place to drop his Kanghai Pearl later. But traveling between provinces in this world is an absolute nightmare due to the white mist barrier. Mortals literally die of old age trying to walk through it, and even flying cultivators get taxed 30 days of lifespan per trip. Because of this pay-to-play mechanic, 90% of cultivators spend their entire lives in a single province. You can use a long-distance teleportation array, but it still costs a small fortune and chips 10 days off your life. The golden loophole? There is zero barrier between Yuandao province and the Kangyan Sea, making it the perfect escape hatch. Our guy plans to steal He Zhenghao's sitting mountain art and bring his favorite talented disciples along for the ride. He takes the teleport array to Yuandao Heavenly City, a gorgeous metropolis literally floating in the clouds. He logs into the local Tianchuan mirror network and finds it's identical to the one on Wangxian Island. It seems the alliance runs a very tight, highly standardized corporate monopoly across all its territories. He drops 50 contribution points to buy a cozy courtyard in Zhuling City to serve as his future spawn point. He then pilots his high-speed boat back home, mapping out the ultimate evacuation route for his next run. Anchor year 14 pings, and our guy zooms his divine camera back onto Zhang Haobo. The muscle-bound captain is floating like a statue before suddenly darting into the sky at supersonic speeds. He literally cracks the sky open and falls straight into a hidden pocket dimension. Inside, a massive glowing wind giant is holding a glowing green cage. Inside the cage, a broken black sword hilt is desperately thrashing around, leaking pure red violence. Whenever a tiny spark of this green energy leaks out of the rift, it crashes into the ocean below and instantly spawns a massive, ship-destroying typhoon. Our guy stares at the glowing giant in absolute shock. The mysterious, catastrophic natural disasters of the Kangyan Sea are finally explained. This entity is the actual, living soul of heaven and earth, wind, a god-tier elemental force. Even though our guy's main body is thousands of miles away, the spiritual feedback hits him like a freight train, turning his eyes blood red. Thankfully, his blue flame phantom spirit kicks in, freezing his brain back into absolute cold rationality. He stabilizes his gaze and looks closer at the chaotic struggle inside the cage. The wind giant is using infinite wind blades to slowly shave down the red aura of the broken hilt. It is a microscopic, eternal war of attrition happening in a secret lobby. Imagine finding out the global weather catastrophes destroying your home are just the accidental splash damage of a god-tier wrestling match. Our guy wonders how terrifying this sword must have been when it actually had a blade. This level of clash is completely invisible to normal people, yet somehow Zhang Haobo sensed the vibes, flew straight in, and is just standing there shirtless. The kid completely ignores the giant wind god and just intensely studies the sword hilt's movement. The wind giant doesn't even notice the mortal bug standing next to its hand. Haobo gets wrapped in a beautiful flowing aura of blue light. Our guy watches this and realizes Zhang Haobo is the literal definition of a main character. Our guy could live 10 lifetimes and never find this hidden room, yet this kid just tripped and fell into a god-tier dungeon. But our guy isn't mad, he's just going to use these geniuses as his personal treasure-detecting radar and rob them blind next life. And so, the quiet observation of the wind god continues. Time flows past like water as the two watch the eternal struggle. Suddenly, Haobo's body glows with a blinding light and he falls out of the rift like a meteor, splashing into the ocean. At the bottom of the sea, the water is pushed back to form an air bubble and a glowing blue sword shadow flies out of his chest. Our guy's jaw drops. The kid just learned pure conceptual sword intent just by watching a broken hilt wrestle a giant fan. He established his Dao foundation using pure sword intent instead of a physical item, proving the mad collector's theory was correct. Our guy realizes if this kid can do it with sword intent, he can establish his foundation using truth returning itself. The blue sword returns to Haobo's dantian, and his aggressive aura completely vanishes, returning to a state of harmless simplicity. Our guy looks on like a proud, highly manipulative teacher as the kid rockets back to the surface. Without taking a single second to rest, Haobo immediately begins training his sea-calming divine sword. He summons a massive, roaring water dragon that carries a terrifying undertone of raw, unhinged killing intent. In just one single month, he completely masters the entire manual, summoning 108 active water swords. Our guy smirks. The manual he gave Haobo only goes up to the foundation stage, meaning the kid will have to literally invent the next tier himself. In the cultivation world, people who invent their own methods are called law weavers, and they are treated like absolute royalty. Anchor year 16 arrives, and the apocalypse timer is ticking closer, so our guy needs to catch up on the global news. Because of the longevity Heavenly Venerable's memory wipe, our guy has to interview random cultivators to reconstruct recent history. He records the clues in the Tiangshuan Mirror database so he can remember them after his next temporal reset. He uncovers 3 major anomalies. First, the local price of gilded flying fish near the border suddenly skyrocketed 50 times. It crashed a week later, and now none of the buyers can even remember why they bought the fish in the first place. Second, a giant flaming meteor flew across the sky, causing global panic, but no one could ever locate the crash site. Third, the Wood Energy Grotto Heaven had 4 sister zones, and the Alliance teleported the complete set to their heartland to save them from a raid. Meanwhile, his avatar, Lin Fan, has been speed-reading secret archives like a madman, leaving him with 73,000 points. Using the Spirit Enlightenment mode and the Liuli Pearl, his comprehension speed is 27 times higher than a normal human. He plans to merge these high-tier methods with the insights he stole from geniuses using his stalker eyes. If this massive pipeline of intellectual property theft works, our guy will become the ultimate self-made law weaver. Suddenly, a visual transmission notification pops up on his screen, breaking his concentration. It's Chenon, the friendly scout from the Cloudwater Palace Run, calling to share some spicy local gossip. He explains that a massive moving cloud of white mist has recently appeared in the sky above the sea. Inside the mist, cultivators discovered a mountain-sized green ox treading water while pulling a giant wooden cart. On the cart sits a ruined thatched cottage guarded by a mouthless sentinel and a bouncer carrying a giant wooden stick. Thinking there was free loot inside, several cultivators flew up to politely introduce themselves. The bouncer didn't say a word, he just immediately beat the absolute crap out of them with his wooden stick. The victim tried to fly back in, but a weird invisible force field kept bouncing him away. He brought a friend the next day, and they both got clobbered back into the ocean by the bouncer. Since they survived the beating, they decided to invite a secret group of friends to solve the puzzle, including Chenon. But no matter how many people showed up, the bouncer just went full Dynasty Warriors and clobbered everyone with the stick. This hilarious cycle of violence has been going on for 2 weeks, and the moving mist is starting to attract too much attention. Before a high-tier alliance boss shows up to claim the prize, the group wants to recruit a smart tactician. Chenon invites our guy to Yutong Island to join their secret raid group. Our guy smirks, deeply intrigued by the idea of a giant ox pulling a cottage. The next heist is officially on. Meet the welcome committee. The mouthless sentinel and the bouncer with the stick are standing back to back, glowing eyes ready. Following Chenon's coordinates, our guy flies straight into the thick white mist. He lands only for Chenan to run up and drop one of the most concerning lines in this entire loop. The man literally says he's been beaten up for 3 days straight and feels weird if he doesn't get hit at least once a day. Our guy looks at him like he belongs in a psych ward, playing the humble card while scanning the area. Chenan pulls up a local tracker map showing the green ox cart's current trajectory. It's heading straight for the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, meaning this anomaly is deeply connected to our guy's previous loot runs. Suddenly, a random cultivator tries to approach the cart and gets swatted so hard he enters low orbit. Our guy asks for the victim's stats, and Chenan says he was a late-stage Foundation master. Even a Golden Core powerhouse got sent home in a body bag, meaning this stick treats everyone with equal democratic violence. For the next few days, it's just a non-stop montage of cultivators trying to dodge, fly, or teleport past, only to get battened down like baseballs. The cart is getting closer to the palace, and the group is running out of patience and health potions. Our guy strokes his chin, analyzing the code of this rule-based sandbox. And then, the light bulb moment hits him. He steps forward and asks if any low-tier scrub is willing to completely wipe their own character stats to test the theory. The crowd reacts exactly like a toxic lobby, calling him an idiot and telling him to delete his own account first. Chenan is the only one who actually listens, realizing the bouncer might only aggro on active mana signatures. It's a massive gamble. Without cultivation shields, a single tap from that wooden club will turn immortal into strawberry jam. But one brave, impatient volunteer steps up, pointing out they can easily speedrun their stats back using the main scripture anyway. He approaches the cart, completely unarmed and visibly shaking. He activates his core technique, intentionally scattering his spiritual energy back to absolute zero. Our guy stands in the back, silently locking onto him with his S-Rank stalker eyes to stream the results. The newly made mortal steps onto the wooden deck, standing face to face with the 2 silent guards. The bouncer doesn't raise the stick. Instead, the mouthless sentinel opens the door and tells him to enter. The volunteer's face lights up like he just pulled an S-Rank on a single draw. The entire crowd of spectators loses their absolute minds. They start whispering, realizing the kid is currently a defenseless mortal who can't run even if he wanted to. They decide to wait outside the door like hungry vultures to see what loot he brings out. But while they are celebrating, our guy's face completely freezes. His S-Rank tracking spell just snapped. He reflects that his formless killing mechanism uses the literal mandate of heaven and has never failed a single check in his entire life. For it to get blocked so effortlessly means the person or thing reading inside that cottage is a cosmic tier cheat. 5 more low-tier cultivators scramble to nerf themselves and run inside, while the high-tier masters watch cautiously. The next morning, all 6 volunteers suddenly wake up sleeping on the deck outside. But when they stand up, their mana explodes outward. Not only are their stats fully restored, they all leveled up a minor realm. They explain they didn't even fight, they just sat in a classroom while a floating wooden slip read books to them for a day. Hearing about this free level up exploit, the entire crowd instantly starts deleting their cultivation to get in line. Chenan turns to our guy, asking if he's going to join the queue. Our guy flashes a polite, totally fake merchant smile, claiming his stats are already maxed and he doesn't want to hog the queue. Chenan nods and runs inside, as the booming, echoing voice of the reader inside gets louder and louder. Our guy stares at the glowing eyes of the green ox, wondering if this world really offers free lunch without a massive catch. Meanwhile, his mind flashes to the mysterious white-haired old man who commissioned him earlier. He runs the numbers. 2 nascent souls, 6 golden cores, and 19 foundation masters have all nerfed themselves to enter. 1 month later, the floating ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace finally appear on the horizon. The green ox lets out a deafening roar and charges headfirst into the transparent blue barrier. The cart vanishes into the portal, and a dozen greedy cultivators chase after it, with our guy tracking one of them. Inside the majestic ruined gates, the giant green ox shrinks down to a normal farm animal. It stops right in front of the stone statue of Chintong, the administrative hall chief. Suddenly, the wooden cylinder flies out, and a transparent glowing blue phantom emerges from it. The ghost looks down at the statue of Chintong, whose chest is still pierced by a giant hollow wound. To our guy's absolute shock, the stone statue's eyes widen, and it lets out a faint, cracking whisper. Suddenly, a chorus of ghostly voices echoes from every corner of the ruined palace, calling out to their master. Deep inside the main hall, the colossal dragon turtle ancestor Tai awakens, bursting through the stone floor. But before the beast can even stand up, the phantom of the broken red sword, our guy's favorite rift-dwelling hilt, appears above him. It summons a literal rain of black sword shadows, stabbing Tai back into the dirt as the turtle howls in agony. The master's ghost observes the chaotic struggle, his face filled with ancient heavy sorrow. He lets out a long, tired sigh, holding his wooden cylinder tight. And then, he activates his real power, expanding into a sky-cleaving colossus that literally holds up the clouds. The giant lets out a world-shaking roar, calling out a name that makes the entire province tremble: Tianyi. The sound wave is so powerful it literally parts the ocean and blows the clouds away. Even far outside the palace, our guy is nearly knocked out of his boots, terrified by the sheer scale of this realm. In front of the giant's chest, the small white jade statue our guy returned suddenly starts to glow. A figure slowly floats down from the heavens like he's taking a casual Sunday stroll. The giant looks up, and the master of the palace is met by a familiar face. It's the ancient white-haired old man from the mirror database, looking as calm and gentle as ever. The giant's face twists with explosive rage as he recognizes his ancient rival. He raises his wooden cylinder like a hammer, screaming at him to die. A massive, reality-tearing explosion of spiritual energy erupts between them. But the old man just smiles through the dust, even as physical cracks start appearing on his skin. He covers his mouth, coughing up a fresh splat of blood, and notes that getting angry so easily is a serious illness. His eyes glow with a chilling, absolute blue light. And if it's an illness, it must be cured. Outside, our guy's survival instincts scream at maximum volume. He turns around and flies away at supersonic speed. A silent blue shockwave erupts from the palace, sweeping across the entire Kongyun Sea in a fraction of a second. The momentum is so massive it literally pushes the water levels of the surrounding provinces back. Our guy is blown backward hundreds of miles like a leaf in a gale, barely managing to stay upright. He realizes this was a display of absolute god-tier power control. The old man concentrated the entire lethal force of the blast solely inside the palace walls, leaving the outside world completely unharmed. The cultivator he was tracking has been completely erased from existence. But instead of running, our guy smirks and flies toward the explosion to see if there's any loose loot left behind. He arrives to find the beautiful blue temple completely dyed in a pitch-black, swirling void. The sky is trembling as the entire ancient mountain collapses into the center of the dark vortex. And just like that, the legendary Cloudwater Palace vanishes from the face of the earth, leaving our guy standing alone in a very empty ocean. The entire place was sealed back up, which is a massive deviation from his previous loop's timeline. He realizes this shift happened because he personally delivered the white jade statue to the ruins this time. He remembers Tianyi's polite, fragile grandfather routine and shivers at the memory of his raw, destructive power. Our guy decides his avatar, Lin Fan, must completely block Tianyi's contact list to avoid getting vaporized in his sleep. On his way back to Wangxian Island, he passes by a bizarre, isolated rock formation. The ocean water here literally flows upstream, gathering in a central lake before shooting into the sky like a geyser. And of course, because cultivators are degenerate gamblers, they turned this natural phenomenon into a literal fish betting lottery. Hundreds of masters gather monthly, throwing massive bags of cash into a pool to guess which fish will jump the highest. Our guy smirks, using his formless killing mechanism to tag the winning white pomfret's spiritual DNA. He plans to use this exact winning ticket in his next loop to instantly secure an infinite money glitch. Suddenly, his transmission jade slip violently vibrates with a high-priority ping from the Alliance's headquarters. The Heavenly Mystery Hall wants him to assist in a massive, high-profile murder investigation. Our guy is ushered into a grand hall wreathed in fragrant smoke and red markers on the map. The chief investigator stands with his back to our guy, exuding pure bureaucratic pressure. He lets out a dry cough, turning around to reveal a remarkably handsome face. He waves his hand, casting holographic files of the deceased into the air. Our guy's heart goes completely cold as he recognizes every single face on the screens. It's the exact batch of cultivators who entered the Green Ox Cart's cottage, all dead from spontaneous mental self-destruction. Our guy starts sweating bullets, realizing the free level-up opportunity inside the cottage was a trap that drew heaven's killing intent. The investigator looks down, staring deeply into our guy's eyes. He asks why, out of dozens of greedy cultivators, our guy was the only one who didn't enter the room. Our guy keeps his poker face, calmly explaining his late-stage chi condensation was too low to benefit from the class anyway. The investigator stares at him for a long, silent moment before sighing. He tells our guy his luck is absurd, because when the heavens sign a death warrant, nobody gets a pass. He dismisses our guy, letting him leave since the paperwork is officially cleared. But as our guy turns to walk out, the investigator mentions they are opening another separate case. Our guy's eyes narrow. How could this manager remember another timeline's events under the Longevity Heavenly Venerable's memory seal? Pondering this cosmic mystery, our guy walks into the courtyard, only to find a loud, cheering crowd. They are surrounding a majestic old man, begging him to teach them high-tier structural engineering. The old man laughs, calling them impatient toddlers who haven't even mastered basic walking yet. He points to the sky, showcasing the legendary 7-colored immortal felling defensive barrier. The crowd cheers, calling Grandmaster Gong Boyu the greatest formation genius in the entire Kongyun Sea. Our guy smirks. He almost forgot he has a highly valuable dead friend asset sitting in his pocket. He pushes through the crowd, politely greeting the Grandmaster. He introduces himself with his usual friendly scholar face, looking completely harmless. Grandmaster Gong asks what a low-tier scrub wants with a busy engineer. Our guy drops the name He Zhenghao, mentioning a highly secret, unfinished manuscript. Gong Boyu's eyes bug out, and he literally grabs our guy's throat in a fit of absolute shock. Meanwhile, on Yelon Island, a beautiful girl in a gold dress is having a peaceful afternoon nap. Before our guy can even blink, the Grandmaster teleports them both into a grand private study. Our guy hands over the green jade scroll, explaining that He Zhenghao left it as a final bequest before his tragic death. Gong Boyu unrolls the blueprints, his face shifting between absolute awe and deep confusion. He lets out a dramatic sigh, complaining that the heavens always take the most talented builders first. He admits his low cultivation was a shame because his theoretical design work is literally teaching him new tricks. He promises to finish the research, send our guy a copy, and immediately transfers 20,000 contribution points to his account. Our guy bows, internally laughing at how He Zhenghao is still providing excellent financial utility even from the grave. Grandmaster Gong asks if our guy wants to learn the family business since he was his trusted friend. He hands him a glowing green scroll containing the absolute best introductory course on spatial engineering. Back in his private room, our guy unrolls the scroll, absolutely thrilled by the incredibly detailed step-by-step logic. He literally thanks He Zhenghao's memory again for being the ultimate dead sponsor. He sits in lotus position, letting the blue spiritual energy flow as he speedruns his engineering stats. Anchor Year 18 arrives, and our guy is suddenly jolted awake by his internal spiritual radar. His mind flashes to a tragedy from his previous lifetime, the mysterious kidnapping of the Heavenly Treasure Tower sisters. He flies over to Yelon Island, hovering silently in the clouds to spectate. Inside the luxurious room, the gold-dressed sister, Yin Yuzhen, is yawning next to her older sister, Yin Yueting. Yueting is inspecting a row of small grotto heaven cauldrons, planning to flip them for a massive margin. Yuzhen's stomach grumbles loudly, and she whines about wanting to go out for dinner instead of counting rusty pots. Yueting gently rubs her head, telling her she needs to pay attention and learn the family trade. She drops a classic death flag, asking what the scatterbrain girl would do if she suddenly vanished one day. Yuzhen winks, boasting that her legendary spirit-channeling treasure physique makes her an untouchable lucky charm. She mentions her bad premonition from this morning completely vanished, replaced by a feeling of a major, lucrative event. Our guy watches from above, analyzing her avoiding evil passive skill. He realizes this talent is actually superior to a metal-detecting physique. If she cultivated, she'd be a cheat code. For the next 2 months, our guy stays in deep stealth nearby, waiting for the corrupt catalyst to spawn, and right on schedule, his spiritual alarm system pings with a hostile mana signature. A smug, messy-haired cultivator struts into the market without even trying to hide his aura. A low-tier clerk bows scraping, leading Second Master Zhao straight into the back VIP room. They enter the treasure warehouse, showcasing the small bronze cauldrons with specific geometric patterns. Zhao inspects one, smiling as he notes the patterns perfectly match the style of that place. He orders the clerk to pack them up and ship them to the usual drop-off coordinates, demanding more of the same style. He boasts that the tower's efficiency is unmatched, asking why they stay cooped up on such a tiny island. The talkative clerk is about to brag about their shopkeeper's special treasure-detecting cheat code when the manager slaps him hard across the face. The clerk yelps, but the damage is already done. Zhao's smile turns incredibly sharp and calculating. Floating in the sky, our guy finally peace-stabilizes the mystery. In his previous lifetime, this exact talkative clerk leaked the secret of Yin Yueting's special ability to the smug collector. Once this greedy master investigates further, a mortal household stands zero chance against a cultivator's kidnapping plot. Our guy looks at the bronze pot, wondering what the hell that place actually refers to. He decides to stay in stealth, letting the script play out so he can follow this smug target straight to his secret vault. Second Master Zhao walks out of the shop, completely unaware that the ultimate rogue mastermind is currently hovering right above his head, ready to hijack his entire operation. Our guy is currently using his heavenly vision and earthly hearing hack to play bird's eye view simulator on Second Master Zhao. Zhao's secret base is a massive rock pillar standing directly in the middle of nowhere. Inside, it is basically a storage unit filled with ancient bronze pots. Not exactly the treasury you would expect from a cultivator, but our guy knows there is a catch. Once Zhao drops off his latest haul, the entire pillar retracts back into the sea like a stealth submarine. 2 days later, Zhao is back on Yellen Island, roof camping outside the heavenly treasure tower. He is eyeing the Yin sisters. Specifically, Yin Yuzhen, the scatterbrained heiress with the human metal detector physique. Zhao thinks this is his lucky day. He is already planning how to kidnap her to help him dig up more historical trash. And right on cue, the absolute sleep paralysis demon himself appears right behind his head. Before Zhao can even process the drop in temperature, Li Fan hits him with the bug-binding lock. No grand speech, no dramatic duel, just a very polite invitation to go back to his place for a chat. And by invitation, I mean dragging him through the sky at Mach speed. Zhao quickly realizes they are not just flying in a random direction, they are heading directly toward his secret storage pillar. This is the moment he realizes he is dealing with a premium tier stalker. Our guy lands him safely and asks to be let inside like he is checking out a new apartment. Zhao knows he is completely outclassed. He is already grieving his bronze pot collection, so he puts on his best retail voice and complies. He activates the security code, and his underwater storage unit rumbles back to the surface. He politely ushers our guy inside, hoping to find a way out of this. Li Fan immediately finds the most comfortable stone chair to assert dominance. He gives him a choice: confess now, or make this very painful. Zhao tries the classic, "I don't know what you're talking about, senior" routine. Bold strategy. It does not work. Li Fan instantly hits him with a localized freeze. He casually asks if a chi condensation cultivator can survive being shattered into frozen bits. Zhao tries to hold out. He is stubborn. I will give him that. But then Li Fan activates the mental illusion hacks. Under the influence of the Cloudwater Dream Art, the entire room begins to distort. The bronze pots start flying, and the temperature drops to absolute zero. Li Fan throws a punch straight at his face, and the entire world shatters into a million pieces. The sheer psychological terror of feeling your own body get pulverized is too much. He sees a massive blue spectral hand coming to collect his soul, and then suddenly, the illusion snaps. The pots are fine. The ice is gone. Zhao is just on his knees, shivering. Our guy just looks down at him with that "do I need to repeat myself" face. That is all it takes. Zhao immediately folds and starts spilling the lore. It turns out he discovered a massive historical secret back when he was still immortal. He claims a lost civilization once ruled the Kongyan Sea, and these bronze pots are all relics from that era. Li Fan points out they look like standard mortal garbage. But Zhao explains that the value isn't in the metal itself, it is the massive underwater ruins they are connected to. And just like that, a new adventure loop begins.